Reagan's Kitchen Cabinet, is revealing, oil exploration, Henry Salvatori, Leon Hess, Ed Noble, Norton Simon, construction, J. Robert Fleur, tourism/recreation, Baron Hilton, Walter Knott, J. Willard Marriott, agribusiness/real estate, Jack Rather, William Wilson, Charles Wick, William French Smith, Irvine Corporation, supermarkets, Theodore Cummins, textile, Roger Milliken, plus such singularities as Coors, Holmes Tuttle, world's largest automobile dealer, and Justin Dart, Kraft cheese and Tupperware. Interestingly, large military contractors and defense firms, although integral to Reagan's victory, do not stand out in the power structure of the new right, owned or satellitized by core capital. They have usually been found in the retinue of establishment Republicans or hawkish Democrats like Scoop Jackson of Washington, also a favorite son of the AFL-CIO. Nor are the pioneering capitalists of Silicon Valley, the high-tech entrepreneurs or Latter-day Henry Fords, particularly represented in the new right elite. What, then, are the common structural characteristics that permit us to speak of this apparent smorgasbord of special interests, ranging from Knott's Berry Farm to Coors Beer, as a distinct class fraction? First is the prevalence of single-family control, de facto or de jure, and an obsession with preserving financial and managerial independence. Secondly, many are particularly labor-intensive, and all are rabidly anti-union and anti-welfare. Thirdly, in contrast to old right Midwestern manufacturers, with their protectionist, internal market orientation, these new right capitalists are expansionist, with particularly well-defined interests in the Middle East, and to a lesser extent in Mexico/Central America. Fourthly, they are all deeply tied by complex networks of investments, hidden shareholdings, and direct activity to Sunbelt land and mineral speculation. One of the secrets of their cherished financial autonomy has been their ability to realize enormous profits in commercial real estate markets and oil leases. They are a quasi-rentier bloc with substantial objective interests in the maintenance of boom conditions in the Sunbelt and in the preservation of inflated land and resource equities. Finally, precisely because of their intrinsic dependence upon hothouse economic conditions and high growth rates, they also have an overriding interest in ensuring that federal transfer mechanisms, above all, defense spending, continue disproportionately to favor Sunbelt states. As Table 4.3 demonstrates, differential fiscal flows ironically privilege those areas where anti-statist rhetoric is most strident. Table 4.3 Federal taxes, expenditures, and net flow, North and South, 197,615. Federal taxes. Federal expenditures, $1 million. Net flow. North, 151,367. 118,657. 32,710. South, 89,732. 102,346. Plus 12,614. The internal power structure of the new right, therefore, is dominated by an alliance of entrepreneurial rather than corporate capitalists, centered for the most part in the primary and tertiary sectors, with vested interests in regional land/resource speculation, hypermilitarization, and a filibustering attitude towards the Third World. They stand out sharply from both the increasingly archaic Midwest manufacturing stratum as well as from the transnational leviathans of the East, not least because of their different relationship to the inflationary dynamic of the economy. While inflation has threatened manufacturing capital as a whole with increasingly high replacement costs of fixed capital, while devalorizing older energy-intensive technologies, it has tended to promote growth in the primary and tertiary sectors of the Sunbelt and to yield huge speculative boondoggles. It is no wonder that, as we shall see later, the new right has been more enamored with supply-side economics, with its reflationary implications, than with a purist monetarism with deflationary consequences. It was only logical that the frontiersmen of Sunbelt capitalism would seek a square-shouldered, macho-mannered political representative of their own ideal type. Moreover, the survival of the New Right, in the face of its own rampant factionalism and centrifugal self-interests, required a single, charismatic leadership. Despite his genuine popularity among the Republican electorate and his ruthless determination to control the party, President Nixon was never an acceptable Führer figure for most of the New Right. In their eyes, he was the apostate twice over, in bed with the Rockefellers, and the one who had sold out Taiwan and imposed wage and price controls when no Democrat would have dared. Part of the dementia behind Creep and Watergate may have been an expression of Nixon's recognition that he lacked adequate legitimacy and backing from either pole of his own party. In contrast, much of the New Right's grassroots was charmed by the image which had been built round Reagan, thanks to state-of-the-art political advertising, and the Permanent Candidates campaign. He first announced his presidential ambitions in 1968, gained steadily in momentum and direct mail dollars. Reagan was not, however, the first choice of most of the key New Right capitalists nor of the strategic troika of Korsvigeri-Weyrich. Their hero was John Connally, Nixon's Treasury Secretary, former governor of Texas and no mere Hollywood cowboy. It was their plan to support him against Ford and Reagan in 1976, but the taint of Watergate was indelible, a point proven for a second time in 1980. In 1968, a loose alliance of right-wing forces captured control of the Republican Party apparatus from the Eastern establishment. In the wake of Watergate, however, the latter made a vigorous counterattack. Ford was induced to appoint Rockefeller vice president, Kissinger was given a second lease on life, to the disgust of the New Right, and in 1975, the conservatives lost control of the Republican National Committee. This liberal captivity of the GOP was largely blamed by the New Right on Goldwater's reluctance to support right-winger Dean Burch of California for the Republican chairmanship. Goldwater's treason, following Nixon's apostasy, raised fears among the New Right as to whether any conservative candidate could be immune to seduction by the establishment or vouchsafed from making concessions to the center. These tensions exploded at the 1976 convention when Reagan chose the liberal Schweiker rather than the conservative Crane as his running mate in an obvious bid for broader support. The doyens of the New Right fulminated, and Weyrich warned the Reaganites that if their leader was ever elected, the New Right would be out .16 nonetheless. In a display of discipline that was a portent of things to come in 1980, the New Right grassroots held firm for Reagan. Indeed, they almost unseated the incumbent president, something hitherto reckoned nearly impossible in modern conditions, and as impressive a feat as Goldwater's nomination 12 years before. It is illuminating to compare the relative situations of the New Right and the Eastern establishment on the eve of the 1980 campaign. According to Alan Crawford, the New Right, narrowly defined by close ties to nodal organizations like the CSFC and the National Conservative POC, emerged from the 1978 midterm elections with control of 10% of Congress, 40 congressmen, 10 senators, .17 in the Senate. This represented a five-fold increase since 1972 and was significantly attributable to support from single-issue voters. In terms of financial power, the New Right had an unequaled and frightening mastery of direct mail technology. Geographically, however, the New Right remained primarily a sectional phenomena, with a particularly strong concentration of representation in the Mountain States, 6 of 10 senators, as well as islands of power in California, the Midwest, and Dixie. Significantly, its geographical boundaries tended to coincide with the most concentrated distribution of Mormonism and evangelical Protestantism, the new burnt-over districts of the Sun Belt most likely to sustain a politics of moral revanchism. Although the New Right's single-issue blitzkriegs had been successful in the more industrialized areas of the country as well, they also tended to leave more ephemeral political traces. The heavily Catholic and ethnic electorate of the Northeast, while susceptible to the appeals of a pro-family social conservatism, was generally repelled, as the Goldwater campaign demonstrated, by traditional economic conservatism. Any hope for the New Right to escape from its Sunbelt ghetto depended on its ability to discover an economic demagogy that was equally acceptable to Western entrepreneurs and Eastern skilled workers and professionals. Meanwhile, The Eastern establishment within the Republican Party had become both more conservative and organizationally diffuse. Although Ford and Bush were nominal standard-bearers of the moderate wing, they scarcely stood in the same direct and intimate relationship to the core as had Rockefeller and Scranton, the main establishment candidates in the 60s. To a profound degree, the core had disengaged itself from a specific or permanent commitment to a particular wing of the Republican Party or even to the GOP per se. With the presidency in virtually uninterrupted crisis from 1965 onwards, and with a general weakening of the role of regular party apparatuses in the face of the new politics, the political articulation of core interests became increasingly dependent on the strengthening of parastatal rather than partisan institutions. First, as a result of Vietnam and the world economic crisis, there was a massive reinforcement of the bonding between the key corporate foreign and macroeconomic policy organs, the Council on Foreign Relations, Committee for Economic Development, and so on, and their corresponding departments and cabinet positions in Washington. In the same spirit, David Rockefeller's Trilateral Commission represented an unprecedented, and largely unsuccessful, attempt to create a network of bipartisan support for what was intended to be a unified program of the core's domestic and transnational interests. Secondly, the new linkage between PACs and single-issue politics spurred an expansion and reorganization of corporate lobbies and employer associations. The interest group level of American politics became more important than ever, while simultaneously becoming less dependent upon partisan affiliation. The number of corporate PACs exploded from a mere 89 at the end of 1974 to 954 in January 1981, while a powerful new alliance of the largest corporations, the Business Roundtable, was organized to coordinate congressional lobbying. 18. It is important to note, however, that the spectacular successes of the Business Roundtable and corporate PACs, like their defeat of labor law reform or their gutting of Carter's proposed Consumer Protection Agency, have been achieved around a relatively easy axis of issues: anti-labor, anti-regulation, and to some extent, pro-New Cold War, that has encouraged unity within the core, and between it and peripheral capital. Indeed, mainstream corporations have found it increasingly useful to deploy the new right as shock troops in confrontations with the AFL, CIO or environmental groups. Yet major macroeconomic issues like reindustrialization, energy policy, and protectionism have resisted any spontaneous or symbiotic corporate consensus. Moreover, the persistent syndrome of crisis at the executive level and rapid turnover of policies have produced a generalized sense that the difficult work of arbitrating a medium or long-term economic strategy requires, first of all, a restabilization of the regime, backed by a durable electoral mandate. Despite the success of the core in conducting politics at a parastatal or interest group level, it was inevitably brought back to the problem of shaping a new political equilibrium at a time when the electorate itself was becoming distinctly delinked from party structures and traditional loyalties. The forces of the establishment, quite as much as the new right, were thus confronted with the puzzle of how to find the center of gravity for a new coalition. The answer once again came from California. The politics of stagflation. The missing link between the new right and a new majority was provided by Howard Jarvis and the Proposition 13 movement in California. The wave of tax-cutting crusades which followed the victory of Proposition 13 in 1978 surpassed the success of all other single-issue movements. In an almost simultaneous reflex, every potential Republican candidate immediately declared himself for fiscal liberation, and an ecumenical truth squad including Ford and Reagan was organized to tour the country. But while politicians of all stripes, including most Democrats, were eager to bask in the reflected glory of rampant tax slashing on a municipal or state level, few of those with establishment links were prepared to endorse unreservedly fiscal panaceas on a national scale where they might turn into inflationary Frankensteins. The rational timidity of Carter and Ford, however, proved their undoing in 1980, when they confronted the onslaught of Reagan's supply-side Janissaries. In the final round, Carter ended up running on a budget balancing platform that must have seemed grimly Hooverian in the depressed industrial centers of the Northeast, while Reagan, who delights in comparisons with FDR, was able to appear Rooseveltian with his promise of fiscally induced reindustrialization. The traditional roles of the parties were reversed in another way as well. For the first time in modern history, the Republicans mobilized a larger army of campaign workers than the Democrats. 19 With his Sunbelt flanks secure and perhaps as many as 1 million volunteers at hand, Reagan was effectively able to concentrate the final phase of his campaign on the older industrial states. When the smoke had cleared, the Democrats had lost more than a quarter of self-described liberal voters and almost half of trade union households. Whatever may have been the dimension of purely negative protest votes directed against Carter personally and especially at his handling of the hostage crisis in Iran, the success of Reagan and other conservative candidates in the industrial states owed most to the clever downplaying of anti-union rhetoric and the systematic accentuation of the pro-growth aspects of the supply-side program. Moreover, it was the new right component of the Reagan coalition that had become the most militant advocate of the non-Euclidean economics of Laffer, Kemp, and Wanniski. In their mass conversion to fiscal neopopulism, not unreminiscent of Bryan's free silver panacea, they have simultaneously poached from the liberals. The Kemp-Roth tax scheme was inspired by Kennedy's New Economics, and stolen thunder from Wallace. All polls corroborated white working-class ressentiment against welfare recipients. 20 It remains to be explained, however, why the new right was apparently so successful in mobilizing the support of many white workers for a redistributive strategy victimizing minorities, public sector employees, and low-wage workers. The stagflation of the 1970s transformed the objective terrain and subjective discourse of politics in America in a way which encouraged the growth of right-wing neopopulism. While traditional depressions have tended to achieve a leveling effect in the composition of the working class, stagflation worked oppositely, deepening and exaggerating intra-class differentiation. Where differentials have tended to be as historically great, and labor market segmentation as extreme, as in the United States, protracted stagflation produced chasms of inequality between working-class strata. In the 1970s, for instance, the wage differential, not including supplementals, between steel workers and apparel workers virtually doubled, or in absolute terms, where the difference between their wages in 1970 was $83, in 1980 it was $277. 21 This has led some analysts to go so far as to suggest the existence of a tendential Brazilianization of the American social structure, as it polarizes not only between classes, but within classes, to create opposing camps of inflationary haves and have-nots. The consequent fragmentation of the class structure facilitated the recomposition of politics around the selfishly survivalist axis favored by the new right. The complexity of the ratification of the working class has aggravated the tendency in American politics for class issues to become lost in a welter of sectoral and stratum divisions. This, in turn, has helped promote a politics that is not only more than usually self-interested and short-sighted, but also centered increasingly on a narrowed range of social issues, especially those of home and family. Where relative prosperity or impoverishment may hang on the timing of a house purchase or the fact of working in, say, the aerospace rather than the auto industry, or having been born in 1940 rather than 1950, the sense of commonality of experience and needs disintegrates. 22. As we shall see in more detail in the next chapter, the divisive impact of stagflation upon the working class was further abetted by the dramatic reversal in the levels of activism sustained by the left and right respectively. As the movements of the 60s declined, new movements of the right surged forward. Black power and women's liberation were eclipsed by middle-class militancy, as unprecedented numbers of white-collar, professional, and managerial strata became active in single-issue campaigns or local politics, often abandoning their old party affiliations en route. Although a radical minority of these movements acted to recycle the personnel and concerns of the New Left, the mainstream flowed rightward with strong overtones of racial and sexual backlash. This greening of American politics effectively disfranchised the poor, while simultaneously ensuring that the new activism of the middle classes acted as a ventriloquism for the voices of corporate PACs and new right lobbies. In the absence of pressure from the left, the momentum of conservative activism has pushed the center many leagues rightward. Much has been written about the collapse of liberalism among congressional Democrats since Reagan's inauguration, but well before the election, leading figures on the Democratic left were staking out new homes further right. It should be recalled that it was Frank Church, not Jesse Helms, who orchestrated the outcry against Soviet troops in Cuba, who had been there since 1963, while George McGovern was supporting revival of the B-1 bomber project and Alan Cranston was proposing ingenious ways to transfer social spending to the Pentagon. Like the GOP, the Democratic Party has also undergone profound transformations in its internal power structure, as the influence of the trade union movement declines and big city machines disappear. An increasing number of Democratic congressmen have become dependent upon corporate PACs and correspondingly sensitive to the pressures of new right single-issue campaigns. Most suburban Republicans and Democrats have become virtually indistinguishable, and, as the votes over budget cuts during Reagan's first term illustrated, the support of conservative Democrats provides the regime with a functional majority in the House as well as in the Senate. Several years ago, the United Auto Workers organized a conference to explore the prospects for a new progressive alliance based on labor, minorities, and women. Little or nothing came of this initiative. Indeed, it was probably almost a decade too late to resurrect successfully the New Deal coalition. It is chastening to recall Irving Howe's warning in 1964 that the failure of the labor movement strongly to ally itself with blacks was enabling the new right to enter its take-off phase. 17 years later, it landed. 5. The political economy of late imperial America. The fate of America's imperial power under Reagan is curious. 40 years after the Red Army inadvertently ensured that the American century rather than the Thousand-Year Reich would be the hegemonic system of capitalist rule in the mid-20th century, the mechanisms of that rule are undergoing profound but paradoxical restructuring. On the one hand, the new Cold War has called forth an overreaching program of geomilitary expansion that aims at nothing less than omnicompetent U.S. interventionism guaranteed by a space-based nuclear supremacy. On the other hand, the burden of this military Keynesianism has strained the financial system to the point of crisis and contributed to the virtual destruction of the competitive position of American manufacturers. In another set of paradoxical contrasts, to be explored in the next chapter, most of the conventional indices of U.S. economic superiority, especially those reflecting international competitiveness, appear to be in steep decline. Yet American domestic consumption more than ever constitutes the dynamic center of the world market. The overall trend is toward an unprecedented disarticulation of the military, political, industrial, and monetary instances of American hegemony. Whereas in the older Cold War era, American world power was based on a coherent interlacing of nuclear monopoly, monetary sovereignty, domestic reform, and national productivity sustained by mass purchasing power. Today this configuration is increasingly disassembled. Military build-up appears as a surrogate for, not a correlate of, economic growth, and the ability to consume becomes more detached from the actual movement of productivity. Some power resources appear to be increasing within the system, while others appear to be declining. Moreover, new or previously marginal historical actors, ranging from politically insurgent middle strata and entrepreneurial elements in the American Sun Belt to suddenly explosive religious nationalist movements in the Third World, play enhanced highly original roles in a world system formerly defined by predominantly bilateral struggles between labor and capital, or capitalism and state socialism. The purpose of this chapter is to try to identify the social forces and circumstances that have brought about the transition to Reaganism and a newer, but not necessarily higher, stage of American imperialism. My central hypothesis is that the historical era defined by the equation of Americanism with democratic capitalism, that is, by the progressive expansion of bourgeois democracy and mass consumption under the aegis of the United States, is approaching its terminus. The root cause of this crisis, I will argue, is only partially located in the internal contradictions of the labor process and profit cycle of the Fordist regime of accumulation that has been the institutional order of post-war metropolitan growth. Fully as important as the gradual exhaustion of the sources of productivity and profitability in the old system of accumulation have been the politically imposed limits on geographical expansion, represented in this account primarily by the defeat of reformist capitalism in Latin America and to its domestic deepening, in the United States, with the halting of the Second Reconstruction. The pure logic of the system has, to so speak, been overdetermined and overridden by, first, successful resistance among the oligarchical strata in the class structure of a large part of the semi-industrial periphery, and, secondly, by mobilization of a heteroclite coalition of sub-bourgeois strata in the United States. The result, I shall argue, is both a structure of crisis and a nascent politico-economic coherence, as what I term the logic of overconsumptionism increasingly directs the restructuring of American hegemony. But before considering the emergence of this new Americanism without Fordism, it is first necessary to recall how the original system of U.S. hegemony, domestically and internationally, was organized in its post-war golden age. Atlantic ultra-imperialism. The post-war era of American hegemony was inaugurated by a revolution from above in the 1945-50 period that reconstructed the power of the West European bourgeoisies along a new axis of liberalism and interdependence with U.S. global power, while simultaneously purging and disunifying the European labor movement. The crucial precondition, of course, was the unique techno-military advantage attained by the United States in the summer of 1945. The great historical contingency of the atomic bomb was joined to the more predictable results of the full-scale mobilization of the productive forces of the giant American economy, which doubled its industrial capacity between 1940 and 1945. By any accounting, August 6, 1945 must be reckoned the commencement of the American century, as the destruction of Hiroshima removed the constraints of power-sharing negotiated by the Allied triumvirate at Yalta. The bipolar world which emerged after Hiroshima was, in a perverse sense, the realization of Koskai's prophecy of ultra-imperialism stood on its head. Koskai had claimed to see, through the smoke and ruin of World War I, an emergent new order, dominated by the United States, where the logic of monopoly would transform the violence of inter-imperialist rivalry into a pacific collusion for the purpose of exploiting the non-industrial world. 1 In the event, it was rather the global logic of counter-revolutionary violence which created conditions for the peaceful economic interdependence of a chastened Atlantic imperialism under American leadership. Although the Bretton Woods institutions, the World Bank and IMF, are often portrayed as the foundations of the post-war system, their interventions only became consequential at the end of the Reconstruction period in the late 1950s. First and above all, it was multinational military integration, under the slogan of collective security against the USSR, which preceded and quickened the interpenetration of the major capitalist economies, making possible the new era of commercial liberalism which flowered between 1958 and 1973. In concentric accretion around the central fortress of the U.S. national security state, successive presidential initiatives and doctrines, responding to the shifting geopolitical storm centers of revolution and nationalist insurgency, erected an interlocking structure of military alliances, aid programs, and nuclear tripwires. From the Chapultepec Pact of 1945, which created a Western Hemisphere military alliance, to the Manila Pact of 1954, which organized SEATO, an ultra-imperialist military-economic order was forged, linking together in 40 countries the outposts and contingents, imperial or mercenary, to their ultimate headquarters in the White House. This quasi-absolutist centralization of strategic military power by the United States allowed an enlightened and flexible subordinancy for its principal satraps. In particular, it proved highly accommodating to the residual imperialist pretensions of the French and British, the mock heroic secession of the force de frappe, and the enduring myth of the special relationship. This flexibility has been grounded in the particular disjunction of economic and military power and expenditure, which the structure of American hegemony has permitted. The Yankee legions on the Elbe and along the DMZ, together with the nuclear umbrellas that protect them, made it possible for the European and Japanese economies to provide, respectively, high social welfare overheads to integrate labor, and vast trade and agricultural subsidies to preserve international competitiveness, with each keeping up a strident ideological mobilization against communism all the while. In other words, the major allies, with the signal exception of Britain and its high per capita military outlays, have reaped the social conformist fruits of militarism without having to pay the real market price. On the American side, analysts have frequently alluded to the trade-offs between the costs of the permanent arms economy and the low relative levels of welfare provisions and employment security. Yet this has seldom ruffled a public opinion trained since Lend-Lease to equate military expenditure with job creation and general prosperity. Even those sections of capital outside the lush gardens of the defense industry have gained from the innumerable spin-offs and multiplier effects of the military budget, including the vast state subsidization of research and development. Finally, as hegemon, the United States has been uniquely able by virtue of specific conjunctural circumstances to cash in its integrative military supremacy for enhanced economic advantages. An outstanding example of such an operation, of course, was Nixon's and Kissinger's manipulation of the Arab bourgeoisie's military dependence on the United States to reassert American control over both oil and petrodollars, to the detriment of European and Japanese production costs and trade balances. Origins of the NATO state system. It was only within a framework of bourgeois stability and inter-imperialist pacifism, guaranteed by American nuclear supremacy, that the old Wilsonian project of the liberalization of European, and now, also, Japanese, capitalism was actually accomplished in the early Cold War years. 2 Political liberalization was the precondition for economic liberalization, and it is important to recall that, excepting the brief and unstable interlude between Versailles and the March of the Black Shirts, the post-1945 period was the first full cycle of normative parliamentary democracy upon a universal franchise in West European history, the Iberian fascist states, of course, remaining significant exceptions to this otherwise general rule. The achievement of controlled democratization was essential to the dynamic of American hegemony, and, in particular, to the ability of Washington to counterpose its own ideological universal to the challenge of socialism. First, however, we should identify the two major obstacles that had previously made a full-scale parliamentary politics so atypical or unstable in the greater part of Middle Europa and the Mediterranean basin. One was the relative weight and militancy of the local labor movements, predominantly Marxist or anarchist in orientation. The other was the persistence of much of the sociological and political debris of late absolutism. 3 Time and again, a sub-hegemonic bourgeoisie, incapable of creating its own mass parties or reconciling its own internal schisms, allied with a tenacious aristocracy, often supported as well by an ultramontane peasantry or ruined middle stand, to overthrow democratic institutions seemingly too conducive to radical or reformist labor movements. This particular fragility of European political capitalism was, of course, directly related to the meagerness of the welfare surplus available as a resource for class conciliation. The latter, in turn, was an expression of the general underdevelopment of coherent capitalist relations of production and consumption, i.e., the prevalence of pre-capitalist agriculture, strength of rentier strata, inefficient and cartelized heavy industries, mass underconsumption, and so on. An American project to intervene in the reshaping of European capitalism was first elaborated during World War I as part of the Wilson administration's attempt to merchandise democratic war aims to the skeptical American and weary Allied publics. Wilson's 14 Points of 1917, a specific riposte to the peace appeal of the Russian Revolution, universalized the ideology of American progressivism, previously distinguished by the self-veneration of national exceptionalism and a strong aversion to European involvements, via a messianic call for the reconstruction of the international economy and state system upon the principles of the open door and democratic elections. Although Wilson ultimately failed to sell his League of Nations to German or Irish American voters within his own party, and although the majority of his cabinet was adamantly opposed to various proposals, like Keynes's, for a multilateral state-led recycling of reparations and war loan repayments, his encouragement of a private American capitalist offensive in Europe was considerably more successful. This first crusade to mobilize Americanism as a countervailing world ideology to Bolshevism was sustained, after the signing of the Dawes Plan, through the brief but extraordinary Weimar boom of 1925–29, which prefigured many of the ideological and political relationships of the 1950s. As American loans put German workers back to work, there was a naive and euphoric celebration of Henry Ford's Brave New World across the Atlantic. However, with the collapse of the American economy in 1929 largely as a result of the all-too-successful anti-labor drive of 1919–23, which halved the AFL's membership and froze mass incomes, the temporary honeymoon of German social democracy and the export sector of German industry also broke down. In the wake of Americanism's failed promise, brutal homegrown idols replaced the flirtation with jazz and the Model T. The American intervention in Western Europe after 1945 was of a qualitatively different character. It focused far more directly on the overriding structural problems of creating a mass electoral support for bourgeois hegemony that would contain radical labor without destroying the function of labor reformism per se. The old Gordian knot of capitalism and democracy in continental Europe was finally cut by the creation of a new, US-sponsored political current, Christian democracy. The contribution of Christian democracy to the consolidation of an Atlantic capitalist order cannot be exaggerated. Yet, ironically, it was the Vatican itself that in earlier periods had been the principal antagonist to the growth of mass Catholic politics. From Pius XI's forced dismantling of Don Sturzo's populist Catholic Party in 1921 to make way for Mussolini's accession, to Pius XII's extensive collaboration in the construction of Hitler's European empire, the papacy had demonstrated a consistent preference for top-down concordats with anti-communist dictators. After Stalingrad, however, and under counsel from the American cardinals and FDR's special envoy Myron Taylor, former head of U.S. Steel, Pius XII adroitly switched sides. The informal but intimate alliance between the Holy See and the White House which ensued was crucial in managing the post-war political crisis of European capitalism and in creating a popular surrogate for discredited and collaborationist bourgeois parties. The vertiginous rise of Christian democracy to the status of the largest single political bloc in Western Europe, however, was more than the sum of its endorsements from the Pope, the President, or frightened capitalists. Particularly in the early post-war years when it had to compete vigorously against popular communist and socialist movements, Christian democracy, supported with massive U.S. aid, undertook its own local programs of preemptive, anti-radical reform with results that were particularly striking in Italian agriculture, but no less apparent in the corporatist mechanisms of industrial relations established in Germany and France. The famous Catholic Troika of Schumann, Adenauer, and de Gasperi could claim to represent a unique amalgam of economic modernization, rural populism, anti-communism and civic piety. If Christian democracy thus mobilized the previously absent mass electoral base for the insurance of capitalist dominance in the European parliamentary state, it was still a majority current only in the Catholic countrysides and among the traditional petty bourgeoisie. The left still overwhelmingly commanded the West European working classes, and the wartime experience of common resistance to fascism had encouraged avid rank-and-file hopes of continued socialist-communist cooperation and the reunification of the ideologically divided trade union movements. The second major prong of the U.S. offensive to liberalize post-war Europe was the campaign, not just against the communists, but against all really broad and inclusive forms of working-class unity, whether on the political or trade union plane. Throughout the Allied zones of occupation in Germany, for example, left Social Democrats, as well as communists, were purged from elected positions, local united fronts outlawed, and strikes forbidden. Armed with wads of money and official support, the AFL, and later the CIO after the expulsion of its own left-led unions, was the cynical agent of the White House in subverting trade union solidarity and sponsoring right-wing splinter groups. In France and Italy, the trade union movement was fragmented into competing socialist, communist, and Christian centers, while in Belgium and Germany, where communist influence was more easily suppressed, there was a single divide between socialist and Christian unions. Only after thus splintering the base of European trade unionism, could the Christian Democrats, Gaullists, and Americans move to the next stage of outright exclusion of the Communists from power sharing in government. The Great Confrontation of the winter of 1947-48, culminating in the Marshall Plan, the First Berlin Crisis and the defeat of the French miners' strike, was the founding moment of the NATO state system. With the Communists and left socialists ostracized from coalition politics, and with the trade union movements ideologically divided, the framework was created for a relatively stable party competition and circulation of elites between the Christian Democrats, Gaullists, and right-wing Social Democrats, with minor roles played by pre-war liberal parties. Although local electoral alignments ranged from the volatile French Fourth Republic to the factionalized amalgam of Italian Christian democracy, there was now a sanitized pluralism within a framework of loyalty to NATO, the Cold War, and the atomic bomb. Without equally far-reaching transformations in the accumulation process of European capitalism, however, this state system, even with its nuclear glacis, might have proven as short-lived and crisis-torn as its Versailles predecessor. The first 5 post-war years were characterized by the widespread persistence of absolute impoverishment and the failure of initial attempts to liberalize commercial and monetary policies. Historical myth has enshrined the image of a European recovery that resulted from the massive transfusion of investment provided by the Marshall Plan. Certainly Marshall aid was decisive in assuring the short-term resources that enabled governing Cold War coalitions to defeat local communist challenges and to surmount immediate consumption crises. But much of this initial impact was quickly dissipated by currency speculation, just as the earlier British loan of 1946, which marked the final economic disestablishment of the British Empire by the United States, had been immediately re-exported overseas in a vain attempt to defend sterling convertibility. What rendered the recovery of the Marshall period more profound and thorough than the ephemeral Weimar boom were the greater scale of capital imports and the radical changes in the very composition of European capital. As Kees van der Pilge has carefully documented in an important study, the American corporate and financial establishment, through both state agencies and private channels, exerted a massive and multiform pressure to redirect European economic development away from cartelism and colonialism to auto-centered growth based on consumer durable consumption within an integrated European domestic market. For this Americanization of the European economy ultimately enacted Keynes's euthanasia of the rentiers, that is, a recomposition of internal economic and political power within the European bourgeoisies, displacing the traditional rentier/colonial cum protectionist/heavy industry blocs. The economic preconditions for this restructuring of capitals, and capitalists, were achieved during the Korean War boom and the formation of the European Iron and Steel Community. Its political precondition was the emergence of new growth coalitions with intimate American ties, linking together the leading cliques of all the NATO parties. The U.S. interest in promoting and subsidizing European Fordism was, of course, hardly selfless. On the one hand, an enlarged, dynamic European market fueled demand for U.S. mass production technology, whether as export or investment. On the other, high productivity, mass consumption capitalism immensely strengthened Europe as a bulwark in the Cold War. The general congruence of American and West European interests within a hierarchical Fordist order, however, was only achieved through periodic conflict and crisis, especially over the shape of NATO military integration and the fate of European imperialism. Given the American master plan for global neocolonialism, the universal open door sought by successive U.S. administrations since Cleveland, resistance to decolonization, the loss of empire, and military subordinancy all became momentarily potent rally cries for the declining fractions of the old European financial and rentier/colonial groupings. In this sense, the definitive accession of the metropolitan Fordist era was only achieved with the French and Belgian withdrawals from Algeria and the Congo, following on the heels of general monetary convertibility, circa 1958 to 1962. Summarizing, we may say that the temporary American economic and military supremacy at the end of the Second World War was transformed into a more durable U.S. hegemony only because American power was simultaneously deployed for counter-revolutionary ends, To break up the threat of a unitary European labor movement, and for bourgeois revolutionary purposes, to liberalize and restructure European political economy. As a result, the axis of the world market economy shifted from inter-imperialist rivalries among semi-autarkic monetary colonial blocs to inter-metropolitan exchange based on the generalization of Fordism in Europe, America, and Japan. To the domestic growth machine. Atlantic Fordism, the economic trajectory of American hegemony, assumed the possibility of simultaneous, interdependent expansion of the major capitalist economies, although not necessarily the actual synchronization of their individual business cycles. It was, above all, the growth of the domestic U.S. economy that provided sustained momentum in the international system as a whole, allowing the European and Japanese economies to reconstruct their productive forces on U.S. mass assembly principles and to achieve the recovery miracles of the late 1950s. The American economy, however, was only able to fulfill this happy function because its insertion into the world economy was uniquely asymmetrical. On the one hand, its absolute contribution to world trade and investment was sufficiently large to produce dynamizing demand and supply effects. On the other, it was relatively autarkic compared to the rest of the OECD economies. Until 1970, only 7% of the US GNP circulated in the world market, and, therefore, could flexibly accommodate the increasing shares of Western Europe and Japan in world manufacturing trade. Unlike earlier mercantile colonial eras, its hegemony was not founded on a rigid preeminence in world trade, but on the maintenance of robust conditions of accumulation within the domestic economy. 5 In a general sense, there have been two primary mechanisms of post-war domestic growth, a wage-led dynamic of mass consumption, and a tax-led dynamic of sectoral/regional expansion. The first pattern of accumulation, what Aglietta terms the intensive regime, was based on the full circuiting of rising productivity, profits, and wages via multi-year collective bargaining and a super-liquid domestic credit system supported by federal home loans and tax relief for mortgages. Previously, during the first great consumer durable boom of the 1920s, the majority of the semi-skilled industrial working class remained trapped in poverty-level incomes, unable to participate in the hoopla of car and house buying. In this sense, incipient Fordism was defeated by the very success of the employer's American plan in uprooting trade unionism and blocking wage advances. As we have seen, it took the decade-long struggle of the new industrial CIO unions to force the way for union recognition and the codification, in the collective bargaining agreements of 1948-50, of a dynamic wage system that synchronized mass consumption with labor productivity. In this fashion, perhaps a quarter of the American population, especially white ethnic semi-skilled workers and their families, were raised to previously middle-class or skilled worker thresholds of home ownership and credit purchase during the 1950s. Another quarter to one-third of the population, however, including most blacks and all agricultural laborers, remained outside the boom, constituting that other America which rebelled in the 1960s. The two most striking indices of the advance of the intensive regime of accumulation were suburbanization and the growth of higher education. The former signified not only the integration of the auto house electrical appliance complex as the mainspring of economic growth, but also the vast social spatial transformation that resulted from it. Between 1950 and 1960, suburbs grew 40 times faster than central city areas, while automobile registrations increased by 22 million. 6 The stability of the wage productivity trade-off between capital and organized labor allowed the U.S. working class increasingly to reproduce itself as a collectivity of privatized consumers. Yet the ability of the auto worker finally to purchase a car, or of the house carpenter to afford a mortgage, constituted only one side of the mass consumption dialectic. The other aspect, no less important, was the visible horizon of educational mobility. The 1944 G.I. Bill of Rights, which provided government grants for veterans wishing to attend college or undertake vocational training, was as epical a legislative initiative as Lincoln's Homestead Act. Almost 8 million World War II veterans, half of the total who served, received free college educations as a result, with the consequent massive expansion of higher education facilities. Point 7 as Table 5.1 illustrates, this educational revolution, while affecting all social strata, has had particularly dramatic consequences for the skilled and upper income levels of the working class, 40% of whose children, in contrast to only 1 in 20 in the UK, had gained entry into higher education by 1979. Table 5.18 The post-war educational revolution. Percent of each social group's college age cohort entering college. 1920. 1940. 1950. 1960. 1970. I upper class / upper middle. 40. 70. 75. 80. 88. 2 lower middle. 8. 20. 38. 45. 64. 3 upper working. 2. 5. 12. 25. 40. 4 lower working. 0. 0. 2. 6. 15. Percent of total age group entering college. 6. 16. 22. 33. 47. By the mid-1960s, higher education had, in some of the richer states like California, become virtually a universal entitlement, and over half of the high school graduates were continuing into colleges. In other words, the historical standard of labor power, as Marx defined it, had, for large sections of the white working class, come to encompass both home ownership and a college education for their children. Moreover, until the crisis of the 1970s, higher education did provide effective entry into expanding white-collar, technical, and educational sectors of employment, an intergenerational job upgrading dynamic that was as fundamental to the intensive regime of accumulation as the turnover of new car models or the sale of suburban lots. The Sun Belt. This continuous transformation of the conditions of life for a large section of the U.S. working class, and the correlative expansion of the primary, high-wage labor market, were coordinated in complex ways with the second engine of post-war accumulation, the formation of the Sun Belt. Between the beginning of the Second World War and the end of the war in Vietnam, an astonishing revolution in the sectoral and regional structures of American capitalism was accomplished. To comprehend the scale of this transformation, roughly equivalent in European terms to a shift in the economic center of gravity from the Ruhr to the Mezzogiorno, it is useful to recall the regional polarization of the American economy a half-century ago, when the New Deal came to power. There were two traditional Americas, a northeastern Great Lakes industrial metropole, which contains slightly more than half the population on only 15% of the national land area while producing 4/5 of the industrial output, and a vast western and southern hinterland, based on agriculture and primary production, including the 20 million Americans trapped in the fetters of debt, peonage and subsistence tenancy. 9 Since 1940, the rapid urbanization and industrialization of the Pacific Slope, Texas, and the non-cotton South has eroded this traditional metropolitan/hinterland dichotomy, shifting investment, urban population, income and manufacturing employment, Table 5.2, in such a way that, by the end of the Vietnam War boom, a Sunbelt urban industrial region had emerged roughly equal in income and output to the old metropole, but distinguished by very different conditions of capital accumulation. Table 5.210 The industrialization of the domestic periphery. Percent of total manufacturing employment. 1950. 1978. Heartland. 72.4. 57.0. Sun Belt. 27.6. 43.0. For example, the Sun Belt tends to be energy-rich, land-extensive, relatively non-union, and with significantly lower social overheads on a local government level. Its economy is founded on the sectoral predominance of science-based industries, aerospace and electronics, primary products and amenities, tourism, retirement and recreation, while the North still retains most of the older heavy and consumer durable industries. Correlatively, mass production workers still constitute a crucial component of the Frost Belt social structure, while the South and West are characterized by more extreme segmentation of the labor force into concentrations of technical scientific professionals on one side, and low-wage primary and tertiary sector workers on the other. As John Malenkov has suggested, these divergent social structures produce distinctive balances of class power on metropolitan levels. In most northern urban areas, local capitalist growth coalitions had to engage in conflictual bargaining with politically influential unions and inner-city populations. In the Sun Belt, by contrast, local power structures have enjoyed a virtually untrammeled hegemony supported by electoral gerrymandering and widespread disenfranchisement of non-Anglo working-class neighborhoods. 11. I describe this industrial revolution in the old hinterland as tax-led because federal fiscal transfers, secured by the historically disproportionate congressional power of the South and West, were the prime movers in the creation of the Sun Belt. 12 Thus, in California, Washington, Texas and Florida, military spending sponsored the rise of aerospace and electronic industry complexes, while oil depletion allowances and agricultural credits rationalized the regional primary sectors and encouraged downstream diversification in oil technology and agricultural processing/merchandising. Immense long-term expenditures on highways, water projects, and natural gas pipelines laid the basis for profligate metropolitan development in the desert West. Meanwhile, in the ex-plantation South, where millions of tenants and sharecroppers were displaced during the 1950s by farm mechanization, the black rural poor bore the brunt of enforced emigration to the northern inner-city areas being evacuated by suburban-bound white workers. In aggregate terms, the Sun Belt was able to export its poverty northwards while simultaneously shifting the margin of federal expenditure southwards and westwards. As a result, the downtowns of Cleveland and Newark withered while the suburbs of San Diego and Dallas bloomed. Meanwhile, within the United States, as a result of the Vietnam War boom, capital formation and income growth in the Sun Belt accelerated to twice the rate of the Northeast. Between 1969 and 1974, per capita income in southern metropolitan areas increased from 93 to 98% of the national average, and by the 1980 census, had surpassed it. Whereas in 1960, the gross income ratio between the old metropole and hinterland was still 58.1/41.9, by 1980, the two regions were almost exactly equal, 49.4/50.6. Using more disaggregated 9-region data, we find that the spectrum of income differentials, which in 1940 ranged from 0.65 for the South to 1.15 for the Pacific Coast, had shrunk by the end of the 1970s to a total variation of merely 0.15.15. Along with this tendential equalization of income and productivity levels within the Fordist core of the world economy, there has been a collateral trend towards the relative saturation of the consumer durable markets, which have been the primary engines of the coordinated expansion of metropolitan capitalism. Although the social boundaries of mass consumption differ according to the relative strength and solidarity of national labor movements, it would seem generally the case that the upper levels of demand led by automobilization and household mechanization were being reached in the late 1970s. 16 Thus in France, the percentage of workers owning consumer durables increased as follows in the 1959 to 74 period: cars, 21.3% to 60%, televisions, 8.6% to 81%, refrigerators, 19.4% to 87%, and washing machines, 21.2% to 72.9%. Equivalent middle-class consumption ratios were all above 90%. 0.17 Whereas in the 1960s, North American and European car markets grew at 12 to 13% per annum, they have now subsided into a replacement rate of merely 2 to 3% yearly. It is predicted that even the dynamic Japanese domestic car market will reach maturity in the next few years. 18. The significance of this threshold within the history of world capitalism, and specifically for the system of accumulation organized under U.S. hegemony, can best be grasped by comparing it with the coming to an end of the great age of international rail construction, under the aegis of British rentier capitalism, in the 1905 to 1912 period. Like this earlier watershed, which produced the deep economic malaise and stagflation prefatory to the First World War, the Fordist climacteric of the 1970s has entrained a series of profound structural consequences. First, it raised metropolitan energy consumption to a level incompatible with artificially low, even depreciating, international oil prices. The oil shocks which inevitably ensued challenged the entire structure of existing capitalization, based, as it was, on super-cheap energy, and led to the forced depreciation of vast quantities of existing plant and technology. 19 Apart from the quasi-fictional transfers of income to OPEC, insurgent oil prices also induced a restructuring of the distribution of profit within core capital itself. American oil majors, for example, were suddenly awash with 1/3 of total corporate profits, crowding out, as it were, other manufacturing sectors. Although these shifts in the energy price substructure of manufacturing costs probably had some positive spin-offs for certain high-tech capital goods producers, their principal result was spectacularly to strengthen metropolitan finance and rentier interests at the expense of the productive economy as a whole, a trend which, of course, has continued after the 1981 decline in energy prices. Secondly, the explosive growth of privatized consumption during the 1960s and early 1970s imposed unprecedented strains on the fiscal resources available for its collective infrastructure, roads, new schools, protective services, etc. Public spending and taxes increasingly became a terrain of division between suburbanized workers and middle strata on the one hand, and inner-city workers and non-waged poor on the other. Runaway inflation, with its perverse distributional effects and illusions, for example, working-class homeowners are simultaneously victims of higher property taxes and beneficiaries of inflated equities, polarized further these consumption-defined positions, tempting the stronger or more advantaged sections of the working class to abandon traditional solidaristic political alliances to join new interclass have-blocs arrayed against the collective have-nots. As we saw in the previous chapter, secondary distributional struggles thus acquired, at times, a greater political salience than old class-defined alignments. Thirdly, the consumer durable industries and some of their primary suppliers have reacted, in classic fashion, to market saturation and growing foreign competition by undertaking the rationalization of existing productive capacity. The historic originality, however, of the present rationalization movement is that it has created genuine world industries. Allowing part of their domestic plant to rust away, multinationals have shifted amortization funds overseas to the strategic handful of export platforms whose authoritarian political regimes maintain a combination of literate, skilled labor with low wages and access to key regional markets. The result is not just further branch production for local markets or mere non-union outsourcing, but the emergence of truly integrated international assembly lines financed by burgeoning offshore capital markets. This quantum leap from national to world scales of production in a number of industries, computer, communications, pharmaceutical, auto, and, of course, finance itself, not only forebodes a drastic reduction in the number of capitalist competitors, but, as we saw in Chapter 3, it also challenges the capacity of nationally parochial trade union movements to defend wage standards and employment levels. 20. Fourthly, the relative diminution of the previously dynamic regional and national differences within the Fordist core, what Aglietta describes as the tendential convergence of industrial structure, galvanized the search in the 1970s for new capital goods markets in the industrializing semi-periphery. 21 Ironically, it was the staggering accumulation of stateless dollars, arising from the U.S. trade deficit and the OPEC price explosion, that provided the fuel for the debt-led industrial boom, which swept the American, Mediterranean, and East Asian borderlands from 1976 to 1980. This giddiest of post-war expansions was based on the export of metropolitan debts, magically recycled by the international banking system as credit money, to industrializing countries whose future export growth was, in turn, pledged as collateral. Built into this amazing chain of growth via metamorphosed indebtedness was the virtual certainty that a recession in the core would produce rampant, negative multiplier effects in the overinvesting semi-periphery. The maturation of Fordism, under American hegemony, has thus produced a constellation of crisis that interlaces contradictions at the levels of the composition of capital, the composition of labor, the relation of class forces, the international division of labor, and the relative autonomy of the world financial system. Although each of these crises within the crisis has its special weight and demands a particular analysis, their overall configuration can be most clearly synthesized by asking the question, what are the possible solutions to the crisis? Current debate, as well as the logic of the analytic categories already adduced, suggests two alternative or combined paths for the resumption of long-term capital accumulation on a world scale and in continuity with the structures of the preceding phase. First is the project of extending the mass production/consumption dialectic characteristic of Fordism into the belt of urban societies along the metropolitan borderlands. This strategy, which Lippietz has termed global Fordism, addresses the contradictions involved in the restraint of world market expansion by mass underconsumption and unemployment in the newly industrialized nations. Point 22 The minimal conditions for its realization would include the socialization of the wage relation of industrial labor in these countries to ensure mass consumption and the productive reabsorption of the vast underclasses of unemployed rural migrants. Secondly, there is the potential for deepening the Fordist dynamic within the metropolitan societies themselves through revolutionary productivity and wage advances in the growing service and information sectors. This is what Aglietta terms the scenario of Neo-Fordism, and it addresses the contradictions lodged in the reproduction of the wage relationship in the most advanced capitalist centers. Point 23 The minimal conditions for its realization would seem to include the reduction of the working day, a dynamized and expanded state sector, and the social valorization of new cultural and communal needs. If our earlier hypothesis is valid that American hegemony has provided the structural coherence for the diffusion of Fordism within Europe and America, then the question of the character and prospects of the current crisis of that hegemony must be related to the potential capacity of the American imperial role to ensure that transition to these new forms of global accumulation. In other words, is the United States capable of carrying out a second international capitalist revolution to make Mexico or the Philippines advanced consumer societies or to reindustrialize itself around a new educational medical complex linked to a shorter working life? These questions have echoes from the recent past. To visualize them as practical options within the ambit of imperial politics today, it is necessary to recall the legacy of the ambitious reform program of U.S. capitalism during the 1960s. In assessing the current possibilities of either extending the geographical range of Fordism or deepening its metropolitan roots, it may be well to consider the antecedent experiences of Kennedy's erstwhile Marshall Plan for the Western Hemisphere, the Alliance for Progress, and of Johnson's War on Poverty, which sought to incorporate the other America within the mainstream of the domestic high-wage economy. The fates of these interrelated experiments in global Fordism and Neo-Fordism during the 1960s tell us much about the prospects for the future of American hegemony in the late 1980s. For the alliance that failed. Until Ronald Reagan stole the Democrats' traditional clothes in 1980, there had been a discernible rotation in power between alternative concepts of U.S. hegemony respectively espoused by the Republicans and the Democrats. Within the broad parameters of the Cold War Atlanticism embraced by a bipartisan congressional majority, a coalition first constructed in 1940-41 by Roosevelt and then decisively defended against the right wing of his own party by Eisenhower in 1953, Republican administrations tended to advocate a more custodial concept of hegemony, while the Democrats typically urged sweepingly offensive strategies. Thus, despite their changed circumstances and personnel, the Eisenhower and Nixon-Ford administrations shared neo-mercantilist and anti-reformist impulses arising from traditional Republican antipathies to extreme free trade liberalism, the GOP being, of course, the ancient party of protectionism, and to the extension of New Deal rhetoric to foreign policy. Republican regimes tended to emphasize instead a reliance on strategic air power, rather than U.S. ground force commitments, the reduction of imperial overheads, like foreign aid, and the utility of more traditional balances of power. The Democrats, on the other hand, urged aggressive, military Keynesianism, combining economic expansion and domestic reform with trade liberalization, preemptive counterinsurgency, and accelerated spending on strategic weapons. In other words, whereas republicanism, despite Dulesian slogans about rollback, was more concerned with cost-conscious management of the imperial status quo and the protection of home market industry, the Democratic Party allied with both organized labor and key internationalist factions of capital, as well as Southern exporters, offered ambitious schemes for dynamizing and expanding the economic and military supports of hegemony. The period from the Bay of Pigs to the Tet Offensive witnessed the most spectacular post-war attempt to apply the Democratic maximum program of expansion, reform, and repression. While the new economics supposedly fine-tuned the domestic economy along a soaring full employment growth path, the Grand Design, led by the 1963 Trade Expansion Act and the Kennedy Get-Round, enticed European capitalism to accept junior partnership in a liberalized, and Americanized, world market. The Peace Corps and development assistance were sent out to win hearts and minds, while the Green Berets shot away less tractable obstacles to modernization, the favorite buzzword of the Kennedy gang. McNamara, announcing the era of flexible response, kicked out the jams in the defense budget and launched the biggest arms race in history. Finally, the war on poverty at home and the Alliance for Progress in the backyard were patterned after the model of Marshall Aid to create millions of new, anti-communist mass consumers. It is sobering to recall how much of this overarching program was summarily buried in the imperialist debacle in Southeast Asia, or, more strangely, how much of it has been recently exhumed and repackaged as the last word in contemporary republicanism. Walter Heller and Robert McNamara have odd, but recognizable reincarnations in the misshapen forms of Donald Reagan and Caspar Weinberger. Yet if military Keynesianism, once the bogeyman of Eisenhower's conservative budget balancers, has been reborn as Reaganomics, it is equally striking how complete has been the putrefaction of international New Dealism or domestic egalitarianism. It is not merely that the slogans are out of date or moldering with the presidential hopes of Ted Kennedy, it is, rather, more profoundly that the projects they imply are no longer imaginable pretensions or interests of late imperial America. Consider the Alliance for Progress first. Between 1945 and 1960, Europe had received $30 billion in American aid, while the entire Western Hemisphere, despite grandiose wartime promises by Roosevelt and Hull, was given only $2.50 billion. 24 Without an immediate socialist threat to demand U.S. attention, the Latin American capitalist states suffering brutally from declining terms of trade were repeatedly turned away from the door of the Eisenhower administration. After the Cuban Revolution and the mobbing of Nixon in Caracas, however, the socio-economic crisis in Latin America suddenly moved into the foreground of American foreign policy priorities. Kennedy appointed a special Latin America task force composed of the country's leading experts in preemptive, anti-communist reformism, Governor Luis Muñoz Marin of Puerto Rico, Marshall Plan Administrator Lincoln Gordon, Roosevelt veteran Adolph Burley, State Department Latin Americanist Thomas Mann, and itinerant Kennedy ideologue Richard Goodwin, who later wrote the actual Alliance for Progress speech. Arthur Schlesinger, Jr., the premier theoretician of Cold War liberalism, was also given plenipotentiary powers to help fashion a bold counter-response to the gauntlet thrown down by Cuban Foreign Minister Che Guevara's demand for $30 billion in developmental aid for the hemisphere. Basing themselves on the twin precedents of Truman's Revolution from Above in Western Europe and Puerto Rico's Operation Bootstrap, Goodwin, Burley and Schlesinger conceived a program for injecting $20 billion in U.S. aid over the course of the 1960s. Latin America, in turn, was supposed to invest $80 billion more on fundamental socio-economic and infrastructural reforms. As the task force put it, the United States cannot stabilize the dying reactionary situation. It must, therefore, seek to bring about stability at a tolerable level of social organization without leaving the transformation to be organized by communists. 25 The perspective roles of Adenauer and de Gasperi were to be played by Romulo Betancourt in Venezuela, whose Acción Democrática was patterned after Schlesinger's own beloved New Deal, and Eduardo Frei, the hemisphere's darling Christian Democrat reformer. Ideally, the Alianza, so ceremoniously launched at Punta del Este in 1961, would unite Latin America's reforming anti-communists in a grand coalition for growth and stabilized bourgeois democracy. As Pablo González Casanova has emphasized, this was the most ambitious social project of imperialism to date, the major attempt to implant Fordism in the Third World. 26 Yet, as Fidel Castro caustically observed at the time, you can put wings on a horse, but it won't fly. 27 The conjuncture of class forces was fundamentally dissimilar to Europe in 1945-50, and within the first 18 months of the Alianza, there were 5 coups against constitutional governments, while only 2 countries, Mexico and Venezuela, even bothered to propose credible agrarian reforms. Above all, American corporate capital, which had a developed historical interest in promoting mass consumption in Western Europe, approached Latin America via a series of special relations of domination and alliance with local oligarchies. The business press vehemently protested the subversive illusions cultivated by Alianza propaganda about middle-class revolution, and Washington was allowed to disperse only 2/3 of the initial aid installment. The vital center mythologized by Schlesinger scarcely seemed to exist south of the Rio Grande, and where it did, as in the Dominican Republic in 1965, with Juan Bosch's mildly social democratic movement, the Marines were on occasion sent to crush it. Meanwhile, one of the most eminent members of Goulart's moderately reformist Brazilian government, overthrown with U.S. complicity in 1964, noted the changes in Schlesinger's pet statesman, the new Betancourt, elevated to the presidency, quickly dropped all disguises to drown in blood, to silence with censorship, and to check with jail and torture the national emancipation movements that he himself had helped mature and unleash. 28 Far more drastically, 7 years later, the Chilean Christian Democrats, the largest and most esteemed centrist party in the hemisphere, joined in the assassination of Chilean democracy. Class relations and accumulation conditions in Latin America, combined with the almost congenital treason of the center, were hardly auspicious for the establishment of democratic, mass consumption capitalism a la Belgium or Ohio. Only a decade after Schlesinger's memos to Kennedy, another well-known Yankee ideologue, Milton Friedman, was busy mapping out a different and darker, free enterprise future for the continent. Without giving undue credence to its possibilities, it is nonetheless important to contemplate some of the implications of the Alianza's failure for the continuing the crisis of U.S. hegemony. By blowing populists and social democrats out of the water, the United States has perpetuated and reinforced a system of class relations that is incompatible with elementary reform or the mass exercise of democracy. As Attilio Boron has argued so cogently, democracy in present-day Latin America has become an essentially revolutionary goal which only a left steeled to the daunting but indispensable task of protracted struggle can realistically make a permanent popular acquisition. 29 In this sense, the cautious aperturas and guided elections being attempted by some of the more hard-pressed military regimes are misleading. The current debt bondage of the major Latin American industrial economies, and the draconian austerity with which this is enforced, point in the direction of a yet more explosive, and thus intolerably subversive, relationship between democratic rights and social demands. It is all too likely that the unfolding process of repoliticization in the Southern Cone, including Brazil, will produce a new cycle of militant mass mobilization, reactionary violence, and Yankee intervention as is already the case in Central America. Even the exceptional cases of Mexico and Venezuela, now that their internal regulative mechanisms for growth and social cooptation have been upset by IMF-dictated recessions, may now see new class polarizations. In a period when Eurocommunism has become practically defunct, the Arab left destroyed, and Asian capitalism, with the signal exception of that quasi-Latin American social formation, the Philippines, seems eerily stabilized the massive, deep, and continuing process of popular radicalization in Latin America and the Caribbean has truly become the specter haunting American imperialism. The situation, of course, is all the more significant in that the classical ideological relations of American hegemony are inverted. Instead of the allure of capitalist democracy, here capitalism has cancelled democracy. As Lipietz and others have pointed out, the crisis-resolving option of global Fordism, to which the Alianza vainly pretended, has yielded to the crisis-maintaining reality of a bloody Fordism, based on the transfer of advanced technological conditions of labor exploitation without mass consumption or bourgeois democracy. 30 No deus ex machina, acting in the higher self-interest of the world capitalist system, is available to restructure the rigid barriers of class formation, congealed around comprador accumulation models that block further integration of the industrializing economies of Latin America, or, for that matter, of Turkey, Egypt, Indonesia, or Thailand, into an OECD-type growth scenario. Thus, at least under the specific form of American hegemony, the extension of democratic capitalism and the Fordist dynamic to the semi-periphery has become effectively unrealizable, especially in the region, the Western Hemisphere, where the threshold to such a transition has seemed in the past so near at hand. This is not to suggest, however, that, in the face of the defeat of capitalist reformism, relations between core economies and their borderlands have remained stagnant. Quite the contrary, dense new patterns of labor mobility and interdependent production have emerged above all in North America, where the growth of the U.S. Sunbelt has structurally interpenetrated Mexico and the Caribbean basin, as well as Western Canada. Bereft of any higher political legitimation or vision, hemispheric common markets and the like, this virtually geological process thrusting upward unprecedented relations of transnational integration and dependency is a major symptom not of the extension of core Fordism, but of a new and malign accumulation logic that is supplanting Fordism in the United States itself. V. The rise of overconsumptionism. Unlike the ill-starred Alliance for Progress, the War on Poverty, conceived under Kennedy, launched by Johnson, and, surprisingly, continued by Nixon, has been generally adjudged at least by liberals a great historic success. By 1976, for instance, it was estimated that the ranks of the poor, a quarter of the nation in 1960, had been reduced to a residual 12%, a diminution in relative poverty comparable to that achieved in the aftermath of the New Deal and the CIO. In the earlier period, as we have seen, the Fordist integration of the industrial working class gave a sustained impetus to the economy. The War on Poverty, in contrast, did not provide the same positive catalyst to accumulation as did the Wagner Act and the rise of the CIO. Official poverty statistics disguise some of the most important, and harrowing, facts about the tendential trends of the contemporary American political economy. First, the victory in the War on Poverty was largely an artifact of income transfers within the working class that left structural employment situations intact. With the removal of these federal income supports, as the Reagan cutbacks have shown, the original 1960 levels of designated poverty reappear. In fact, the pre-transfer inequality of market incomes has increased over the past generation. Whereas in 1965, the poorest 40% of the population earned 11% of total market income, the corresponding figure for 1978 was only 8.5%. 31 As the following statistics compiled by the Urban Institute, Table 5.5, reveal, both market income and post-transfer measures of poverty have risen rapidly since 1979. In other words, despite the long 60s boom, the private economy failed to generate decent jobs, if any jobs at all, for the millions of ex-farm tenants and laborers displaced to the central cities in the 1950s and early 1960s, while their children are now being directly threatened with Reaganism's new immiseration. The American economy has signally failed to reintegrate black male workers, whose participation rate in the labor force, a key index of structural unemployment, has fallen from 80% in 1945 to barely 60% today. The Civil Rights Revolution, propelled by hundreds of thousands of black working people, succeeded in dismantling the more blatant apparatuses of de jure segregation in the South, as well as sponsoring the rise of an expanded black professional and managerial stratum, but fundamentally failed in its ultimate goals of achieving the mass incorporation of black labor into the high-wage economy and of surmounting the barriers of de facto segregation in northern schools and suburbs. A generation after the first March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, black unemployment remains more than double that of whites, while black poverty is 3 times more common. 60% of employed black males, and 50% of Hispanics, are concentrated in the spectrum of the lowest paid jobs. 33. Secondly, official poverty figures, with their ludicrously low standards of subsistence, hide massive and rapidly increasing numbers of the working poor, the prime victims of Reaganomics. At least a third of the 100 million strong U.S. labor force consists of wage earners trapped in a low-wage ghetto suspended precariously above the official poverty line. 34 Lest it be imagined that this semi-poverty is primarily a byproduct of the stagnation of employment during the last crisis-ridden decade, it should be emphasized that during the 1970s, new jobs were created at twice the rate of the 3 previous decades, 20 million jobs in all. As Emma Rothschild has noted, this is as though the entire labor force of Canada had moved south and found employment in the United States. 35 But even more astonishing than the scale of job creation was its composition. Between 1972 and 1980, women accounted for about 65% of the employment rise, an amount disproportionate to their 38% share of total employment in 1972. As women's labor force participation doubled between Eisenhower and Reagan, their relative earnings declined from 65% of the male average to 59%. In 1980, 1/3 of full-time women workers earned less than $7,000, while the white male median wage was $17,036. Thus, relative poverty is being mass-produced, not only through the exclusion of third-world men from the primary labor market, but especially through the dynamic incorporation of women into burgeoning low-wage sectors of the economy. Low-wage employment, far from being a mere periphery to a high-wage core, has become the job growth pole of the economy. This development, with its attenuation or reversal of the previously dominant Fordist wage/productivity nexus, is a resultant of different trends within what I will later argue is a unifying politico-economic context. These interrelated trends include the decline of unionization, discussed in Chapter 3, and, since 1978, the stagnation of public employment, which, during the 1950s and 1960s, was the single largest provider of new high-wage jobs. 37 Instead, there has been a proliferation of a heteroclite tertiary sector, with its pervasive gender and/or racial typifications of particular occupations as less skilled, regardless of actual content or comparability. More specifically, the low-wage revolution includes such discrete phenomena as the expansion of outsourcing and subcontracting, the growth of personal services, a new rise in extra-economic labor coercion, as in the denial of citizen rights to undocumented workers, the startling advance of anti-union campaigns, as well as, ironically, the explosion of menialized jobs associated with the diffusion of the most advanced information technology. To understand how these various tendencies, some of them rampantly atavistic, like the resurgence of sweated industries, others almost futuristic, like the plight of computer operators, coalesced unexpectedly during the 1970s to drive the U.S. economy along a new course, it is useful first to consider, counterfactually, the alternative political economy whose possibility was suppressed in the ultimate build-up to Reaganomics. The turning point. According to a consensus of economic analyses, the late 60s were the turning point in the post-war boom, registering the full impact of Great Society and Vietnam War spending, together with the acceleration of inflation and, thereby, of compensatory wage pressure. As the original, post-war Fordist impetus of growth via suburbanization and automobilization began to reach a relative saturation point, a new structure of consumption, characterized by increasing demands for healthcare, education, recreation, and urban redevelopment, emerged. Simultaneously, there was acute political pressure, in lieu of private market job expansion, for new income and welfare entitlements to quell the wave of northern ghetto revolts. The overall conjuncture abstractly contained the political opportunity for a general mobilization for a social democratic and neo-Fordist reorientation of public spending and taxation to encompass a general upgrading of skills and productivity in the provision of expanded public services and collective consumption, assuming, also, a continued relative decline in military spending. Such reforms, as part of an alternative economic strategy leading towards an American welfare state of a more Northern European standard, might have supported the high-wage job absorption of blacks, Hispanics and women. Moreover, they would probably have assured externalities, such as cheaper medical care and more qualified labor power, that would have raised productivity and profitability in the goods-making sector of the private economy, which, of course, is something quite different from the profits of capital as a whole. However, the minimal preconditions for such a hypothetical mobilization in the late 60s would have included a high degree of conscious trade union solidarity, the creation of a broad labor/black/poor people's alliance, as envisioned by Martin Luther King in the year before his assassination, and the internal transformation of the Democratic Party. In the next section, I will briefly consider the reasons for the failure of the second precondition, as well as some symptoms of why the third is almost certainly an impossibility. As to the first, it must be noted that the drastic decline in trade union membership during the 1970s, from 26 to some 16% of the private sector workforce, is probably more an effect than a cause of the sectionalism and egoism of the American Union movement. The 1955 reunification of the AFL and CIO was something of a Gompersian restoration, with the dominant building trades bloc on the AFL-CIO executive, led, of course, by a plumber George Meany, continuing to espouse traditional craft exclusivism and benign neglect, if not overt racism, towards the plight of black and Hispanic workers. Despite occasional initiatives by more progressive unions like the meat cutters or the auto workers, outside the AFL-CIO from 1967 to 1981, the Federation, as we have seen, has been more concerned to support the Cold War than to commit resources to organizing the unorganized. Similarly, as stronger unions bargained for welfare states in single industries via contractual health and retirement supplementals, the general thrust for national, inclusive welfare policies was diffused and weakened. 38 Moreover, at the height of the anti-war and Black Power movements in 1968 to 70, the old-line craft unions, along with their allies in the mafia-controlled Teamsters and maritime unions, wrecked any hope of a New Deal-type social alliance by viciously attacking anti-war protests. Opposing schemes for black control of local institutions, like the police or schools, rejecting demands for affirmative action in apprenticeship programs, and, in a majority of cases, aligning with the urban democratic ancients' regimes against ghetto and campus demands, even frequently against newly unionized public sector workers. Because the trade union movement was fundamentally disinclined to become a genuinely hegemonic reform force or, still less, to accept the lead of the civil rights movement, a welfare statist or neo-Fordist outcome to the social and economic crises of the next decade was almost a priori excluded. Finally, as we have seen, while business unionism rested comfortably in the niche of the high-wage sector of the economy, it had little incentive in vulgar cost-benefit terms to organize low-wage workers, even when they were centralized in giant hospital or office complexes. The result of this abdication was that American trade unions surrendered their ability to influence the processes of class and occupational formation in the fastest-growing sectors of the economy, including the new science-based industries. What then did occur in the 1970s with the exclusion of any social democratic alternative was the emergence of a new, embryonic regime of accumulation that might be called overconsumptionism. This has little to do with the sumptuary habits of the very rich, whose wasteful profligacy with yachts, mansions and exotic drugs is an incomparably smaller social problem than their control over the global means of production. Rather, by overconsumptionism, I wish to indicate an increasing political subsidization of a sub-bourgeois, mass layer of managers, professionals, new entrepreneurs, and rentiers who, faced with rapidly declining organization among the working poor and minorities during the 1970s, have been overwhelmingly successful in profiting from both inflation and expanded state expenditure. Unusually large middle strata and a plethora of people in contradictory class locations have been permanent features of the 20th century American social landscape. What is new is the way in which the tertiarization of the economy has been harnessed to the distributive advantage of an expanded managerial professional stratum, as well as opening new frontiers of accumulation for small and medium-sized entrepreneurs. Correlatively, the Fordist circuitry of patterned wage/productivity agreements, which used to assure the channeling of part of the social surplus back into the expansion of real wages and the upgrading of labor power, is breaking down. 39 The old charmed circle of the poor getting richer as the rich get richer is being superseded by the trend of poorer poor and richer rich, as the proliferation of low-wage jobs simultaneously enlarges an affluent market of non-producers and new bosses. This dialectical connection between middle-class overconsumptionism and the increasing degradation of new job creation needs to be viewed successively from the standpoints of comparative class structure, specific, sectoral employment trends, and the prospective shape of future occupational and wage structures. To begin with an international comparison, it is clear that a major difference between the class structures of the advanced capitalist societies is the relative size and composition of their middle strata. France, Italy, and Japan, for example, are all characterized by an unusual persistence of the old middle strata of peasants, independent shopkeepers, and artisans, i.e., those classes based on essentially pre-capitalist relations of production. In 1976, for example, these traditional groups constituted, respectively, 17.6%, 26.2% and 22.7% of the French, Italian, and Japanese economically active populations. Moreover, it is well known that the social weight of these groups is artificially preserved by political subvention. Because these strata were indispensable supports for ruling bourgeois parties, Gaullists, Christian Democrats, and Liberal Democrats, their economic positions have been stabilized by massive state intervention, ranging from agricultural subsidies, including the Common Agricultural Policy of the EEC, to special tax relief and anti-monopoly legislation, like the Royer Law of 1973 in France protecting small business from the competition of chain stores. Point 40. In the United States, on the other hand, the new middle class of professionals, salaried managers, and credentialed technicians comprised 23.8% of the labor force in 1977, a higher proportion than in any other OECD country except Sweden. 41 Since the U.S. state sector is no larger than in other major capitalist countries, it is important to inquire into the special characteristics of the private economy that support such enlarged new middle strata, as well as looking for any evidence of the kinds of state intervention or social subsidy that might be tantamount to a political regulation of the class formation. Of course, it is necessary to take into account that the special position of the United States in the world division of labor, attributable to its hegemonic status, involves such phenomena as the headquartering of so much transnational production in the United States or the unusually large scale of its research and higher educational establishments. Nevertheless, few comparative statistics are so striking as the apparent hypertrophy of occupational positions in the United States associated with the supervision of labor, the organization of capital and the implementation of the sales effort. In per capita terms, the United States is monumentally overstaffed with line managers and foremen, twice as many as Germany, salesmen, 2.5 times as many as France, and lawyers, 25 times as many as Japan. Point 42 Despite much publicized white-collar blues and managerial retrenchments in certain industries, the relative size of supervisory labor has continued its spectacular advance. Thus, of the 3.6 million manufacturing jobs added to the American economy since 1948, 3 million were filled by non-production employees and at least half of those were managerial posts. Likewise, although blue-collar employment has fallen by 12% since the onset of recession in 1980, By Christmas 1982 there were nearly 9% more managers and administrators working in the U.S. economy. 43 Meanwhile, the old middle class in the United States at 8.5%, the smallest of the advanced industrial nations, has suddenly started to grow again. 44. Sectoral trends. To explore further the roots of this unprecedented parallel expansion of the old and new middle strata positions, it is necessary briefly to consider some of the more important sectoral trends in the U.S. economy. Between 1966 and 1981, 28 million new jobs were created, for each job added in goods production, including research and transportation. 10 jobs were added in the tertiary sector, minus state employment. 45 Private sector tertiary employment growth, in turn, was disproportionately concentrated in 3 industries: healthcare, business services, and fast food. An examination of each of these 3 cases reveals specific combinations of low-wage employment combined with middle strata rents or political subsidies. The private healthcare industry, including geriatrics, has become the largest industry in the American economy, surpassing the construction sector in employment. Moreover, its 5.5 million workforce exemplifies an extreme income/skill polarization. At the top, 500,000 doctors and dentists, the highest paid in the world; below them, 1.5 million nurses and technicians, the relatively worst paid of college graduate professionals; and far below, at the bottom of the heap, more than 3 million blue-collar and clerical medical workers, the largest single segment of low-wage labor in the nation. 46 Although the United States now spends 10% of its GNP on healthcare and geriatrics, more than any other OECD nation, the quality of this care is far below the standards of the more efficient and egalitarian nationalized medicine of Northern Europe. 47 Its class-stratified health system, with its separate levels of provision for the poor/aged, the unionized working class, and the corporate salariat, extracts oligopolistic rents from both fiscal revenue and deferred wages. While the privileged, quasi-entrepreneurial position of doctors is protected by the political clout of the American Medical Association, which blocks the socially necessary paramedicalization of treatment and preserves a rigid division of medical labor, the minimally regulated private health industry is allowed to continue the inflation of hospital and laboratory charges, which have raised its profit levels consistently higher than those of any other industry group, except perhaps the oil majors. 48. The business service, banking, and real estate sectors have doubled since 1969, with the onset of the fantastic and interrelated increases in consumer debt, real estate inflation, and the costs of business services. By the inauguration of Ronald Reagan, and for the first time since the Depression, corporate interest payments comprised a larger share of the GNP than corporate profits. In 1980, corporations spent over $10 billion suing each other, an amount almost equivalent to the entire federal food stamp program, while, in the following year, $83 billion was expended on corporate takeovers, mergers, and demergers, paper transactions that involved $11 billion more than the total of new productive investment in basic plant and machinery. 49 This explosion of exchanges in fictional capital has, like the healthcare sector, produced occupational income/status extremes unmediated by substantial middle ranges, senior corporate lawyers earning wages of $250 per hour, alongside $4 an hour tellers and secretaries. To ensure the continued super-exploitation of their largely female workforce, and to escape the future threat of a 9/5 rebellion, the great banks and financial supermarkets like Merrill Lynch, American Express, Citibank, and Bank America Corp are, in the words of the Wall Street Journal, targeting low-cost Sunbelt areas for future growth, such as industrial companies did decades ago when they moved from the Northeast to the South. They seek places where labor, land, electricity, and taxes are cheap. 50. The growth of the fast food sector is a dramatic expression of what might be called industrialization via reproduction substitution in the wake of increased female proletarianization. The decline of real wages during the 1970s helped double the labor force participation of married women, as working-class families sought the two pay packets necessary to sustain a Fordish level of mass consumption. Meanwhile, Female-headed households increased in the face of rising male flight from marriage, a phenomenon partially associated with the decline in male labor force participation and, as we have seen, epidemic structural unemployment among black males. In either case, the incorporation of women into the workforce has raised the demand for cheap meals outside the home. Thus, in the last decade, the percentage of meals eaten out has increased from a quarter to a third, with indications that mass-produced fast food will provide half of all family meals by the end of the decade. The result is that McDonald's alone now employs more workers than the entire American basic steel industry. For myriad investors and new entrepreneurs, fast food franchises, like condominiums or home computer outlets, have become lucrative investments. For the million-plus fast food workers, as well as another 2 million food service employees in more traditional restaurants and institutions, the industry is employment of last resort, with average wages below those of farm labor. 51. The split-level economy. What of the future shape of the American occupational and class structures? Recent official projections of the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate the continuing incorporation of women into low-wage occupations as the predominant trend. Thus, the following estimates of the 10 occupations expected to show the largest absolute increase during the 1980s. In sectoral terms, direct services are expected to grow by 53%, or 7,202,000, by 1990, trade, wholesale and retail, by 28%, or 6,184,000, and manufacturing by only 5%, durable goods plus 1,014,000, non-durables 257,000. Public sector employment, which in the previous quarter century was responsible for 2% of new job creation, will drastically decelerate, adding 100,000 fewer new jobs than banking and real estate, while post-elementary teaching, once a powerful source of job upgrading, will shed 251,000 positions in the wake of the new baby bust. 53. Nonetheless, the supply of college graduates will increase by 12 or 13 million during the decade, probably a quarter of whom will be consigned to the burgeoning ranks of overeducated clerical or service workers. Between 1970 and 1982, the percentage of college graduates attaining entry to technical and professional occupations declined from 65% to 54% despite the much vaunted rise of new high-tech industries. 54. Meanwhile, the traditional unionized working class in manufacturing, construction, and transportation will continue to be subjected to ferocious employer pressures. The most powerful unions in the durable goods sector have been blackmailed by the threat of massive plant closures into yielding concessions on wages and, even more importantly, work rules that cumulatively presage the dissolution of national pattern bargaining. This creeping fragmentation of industrial unionism, which also menaces workers in the deregulated transportation and communications industries, is less catastrophic, however, than the recent success of union busting in construction and non-durable manufacturing. As we saw in Chapter 3, the meat packers have actually reversed 50 years of militant unionism and model bargaining, to convert a high-wage industry back into a low-wage, non-union sector. Wage slashes in pork packing have averaged 50% or more, a dire example that is being repeated in wood products and tire. Within this emerging class structure of the 1990s, both the modal Fordist working class and the traditional mass market which it has sustained may well lose their structural centrality. As Richard Parker has emphasized, the economics of class will increasingly be amplified by the gender and demography of class, reshaping the traditional American income pyramid into a new income hourglass. Middle-class families truly in the middle are disappearing, displaced by two-income, two-person households, on the top of the hourglass, and single-earner blue-collar families, clerical singles, women in many jobs, the welfare poor, and the retired on the bottom. 55 statistics already released by the AFL-CIO purport to show the emergence of this new income hourglass by 1975, see Table 5.756. Correlatively, as Businessweek notes, a more sharply bifurcated consumer market structure will emerge, with the masses of the working poor huddled around their Kmarts and Taiwanese imports at one end, while at the other there is a, relatively, vast market for luxury products and services, from travel and designer clothes, to posh restaurants, home computers, and fancy sports cars. 57 Already, California, where 9% earn over $50,000 annually, prefigures this polarized market configuration. Nationally, it is estimated that by 1990, some 23 million households earning more than $35,000 a year, in 1980 dollars, will provide the affluent market sector capable of sustaining the projected trends in low-wage service and trade employment. 58. It is essential to emphasize, however, that this emergent split-level economy is not the inexorable result of some abstract and unavoidable stage of tertiarization. Rather, it stems from the coincidence of two political logics: on the one hand, the adaptation of American industry to new conditions of internationalized production, where world demand is ultimately constrained, as we have seen, by the class relations of the semi-periphery, and on the other, the fetter that middle strata overconsumption has placed on the productive economy and the structure of the job market. Overconsumptionism is both heteroclite and coherent. It signifies both state-originated transfers to the middle class and the conditions of extra-economic coercion or menialization which now nurture the luxuriant growth of super-exploitative small businesses geared to the affluent market. It also involves a politically constructed stratification of occupational categories in the tertiary sector that disqualifies and deskills the majority of workers to the advantage of a credentialed or managerial minority. Overconsumptionism, in short, is a growing social subsidization of the new middle strata through ongoing degradation of job creation and erosion of mass Fordist consumer norms. But what establishes a congruence of interest and purpose between this trend and the position of corporate capital? Are there not powerful, latent contradictions between big capital and the expanded middle strata, between the goods-producing and service-providing sectors, between financial and productive capital? To take one, not atypical, example, medical insurance now constitutes a larger cost element of automaking than raw steel. 59 So why shouldn't General Motors have a direct interest in reducing the oligopolistic power of doctors that inflates the costs of health care? I can present no simple or conclusive answer, except to suggest the obvious point that General Motors and other giant corporations, which often align with the awesome lobbying power of the AMA in joint campaigns in Congress, over tax expenditure, for instance, find it easier and far more direct simply to squeeze the unions on the financing of supplementals. More generally, and despite the inevitability of innumerable interest group clashes of an ordinary kind, the political trends of the 1970s have tended to unify corporate capital and most of the new middle strata in a strategy of cost displacement towards the working and unwaged poor. Their economic discordances have, at least until the second Reagan administration, been overridden by the mutual advantages of political alliance. Thus, the struggle to maintain corporate profitability in a period of rising rentier incomes and professional salaries is transformed into further pressure on wages, unionization, and welfare expenditure. 60. The new labor market. Before examining the actual political incarnation of overconsumptionism, however, it is necessary to add a few final notes about the future trends of high-technology manufacturing and transborder industrialization as they will probably affect the job market. There has been much ballyhoo about the potential of the high-tech industries including semiconductors, computers, telecommunications, aircraft, pharmaceuticals, and so on to provide a compensatory source of high-wage employment. In fact, detailed projections prepared for the Bureau of Labor Statistics indicate that the high-tech sector of the economy, using the most inclusive and sweeping definition, will create less than half as many new jobs over the next decade as were wiped out in manufacturing alone during the 1980-82 recession, approximately 2 million. At present, high-tech comprises only 3% of the workforce, and fewer than a third of the new jobs it will create will be for engineers, scientists, or technicians, most will be for old-fashioned low-paid operators or for managers. 61 In a well-known analysis of the high-tech renaissance of the New England economy during the 1970s, Bluestone and Harrison confirm the hourglass image of current job market trends, the growth of a dual economy of some high-wage jobs, many low-wage jobs, and a missing middle, emphasizing that inequalities were greatest in the high-tech firms at the core of the reindustrialization boom. 62 As to the emerging border economy, it is a primary reason for the judgment that various overconsumptionist trends are cohering into a new social structure of accumulation. As the rapidly industrializing and urbanizing Sunbelt converts much of Mexico and the Circum-Caribbean region into its own domestic hinterland, the social crisis of Latin America is likely to become inextricably absorbed into the overconsumptionist transformation of the U.S. economy. Unlike the Gastarbeiter of Europe, who can be more or less repatriated at governmental will, the flow of trabajadores sin papeles across the Rio Grande, or Pacific, is part of an irreversible structural assimilation of adjacent economies and labor markets. With almost half of its workforce unemployed or underemployed, and with real wages plummeting under the current IMF austerity regime, Mexico alone provides an almost infinite reserve army of labor for the Sun Belt. As immigration flows both legal and illegal exceed the 1901 to 1910 peak of transatlantic migration, the long tracts of border zone have become an integrated economy of twin cities, one rich, one poor, from San Diego/Tijuana to Brownsville/Matamoros. The accelerated formation of this borderlands economic system since the late 1960s has become integral to the new accumulation patterns characterized by a coordinated expansion of low-wage employment and middle-strata affluence. The Department of Labor has speculated that the new immigrants may contribute as much as 45% to the increase in the workforce during the 1980s. 63 Moreover, as labor markets are transnationalized, their segmentation grows more extreme, and wages become subject to determination by Bantustan-like conditions of social reproduction. The neocolonial logic of Sunbelt capitalism ensures that no fundamental challenge can be mounted against the domestic low-wage economy without a simultaneous change in the borderland structures of hyper-unemployment and domination. 6. The Conservative Revolution. This epochal shift in the American economy during the 1970s from a Fordist to an overconsumptionist dynamic was politically catalyzed by what might be called class struggles of a third kind, involving neither militant labor nor reactionary capital, but insurgent middle strata. Grassroots political mobilization during the 1970s was on the whole an inverse mirror image of that of the 1960s. If the latter decade was dominated by the mass civil rights movement, followed by the new student left and various cognate liberation currents, then the 1970s were, without quite so much sound and fury, the decade of the revanchist middle strata. During the mid-1960s, thousands demonstrated in the South for school integration and educational opportunity. A decade later, hundreds of thousands of Northern whites counter-marched, even rioted, to prevent the school busing necessary to accomplish this integration. If the modal activist organizations of the 1960s were SNCC and SDS, those of the 70s were groups like Bus Stop, Los Angeles, and the innumerable taxpayers' leagues. Retrospectively, it can be argued that the space for the advent of Reaganomics in American politics was opened by two parallel displacements of class power. First was the demobilization of the popular constituencies of the 1960s to the advantage of the suburban-based middle strata movements of the 1970s. Second was the closure of the electorate during the 1970s via both alienated, popular self-disenfranchisement and a fundamental restructuring of electoral processes which dramatically increased the effective weight of the corporations and the middle classes, see above, Chapter 4. In both respects, the conservative revolution of the early 1980s was, when finally achieved, the result more of prior exclusion and disorganization of the majority than of its conversion to a new ideological agenda. The demobilization of the movements of the 1960s was brutally sudden and is still, to many of their survivors, inexplicable. The mass civil rights movement, the dynamo of all post-war egalitarian currents, collapsed as a coherent force in the South after the climax of Selma in 1965, SNCC split up after 1966, while, by 1969, over 30 Black Panthers had been slain by the police and more than 100 imprisoned. SDS, with almost 100,000 campus followers, imploded at its 1969 convention, while the anti-war movement, mobilizing several millions during the Cambodian Spring of 1970, was virtually extinct by the time of Nixon's mining of Haiphong Harbor 2 years later. Rank-and-file labor militancy, rekindled by the Vietnam boom, reached its crescendo in 1970, with a violent Wildcat Teamsters strike, a postal walkout that prompted Nixon to use troops to deliver the mail, and the longest auto strike since 1946. Thereafter, the Wildcats rapidly ebbed, and the rank-and-file insurgencies, with the exceptions of the miners and Teamsters, disappeared. While the movement, in its many incarnations, was thus divided or disintegrating, the Democrats were engaged in a major attempt to recuperate the urban political power that was being eroded by the flight of white ethnics to the suburbs and by the decline of old-style Tammany political machines. The Johnson administration used federal poverty and employment programs to build a direct patronage nexus between Washington and community organizers in the riot-torn inner cities. This enlarged bureaucratic network enabled thousands of local neighborhood activists, and their welfare professional counterparts, to make the double shift into government-funded jobs and participation in democratic politics. At the same time, in the wake of the devastating ghetto rebellions of 1967, the ruling corporate downtown interests in many northern cities were preparing to transfer their trust in the maintenance of law and order in the decayed, fiscally looted central cities to a new generation of black politicians, a development that further expanded and reinforced the new mechanisms of patronage and cooperation. Theoretically, this absorption of grassroots cadres into the party, at the expense of the new left and black power movements, should have reinvigorated the Democrats' sagging New Deal social base. Indeed, a small but influential circle of social democrats within the party had predicted that a major new social recruitment would unleash a partisan realignment guaranteeing liberal hegemony in the Democratic Party, see Chapter 7 below. The cruel irony, of course, was that the incorporation of youth and blacks detonated a head-on clash with the party's traditional liberal power structure that virtually split the party down the middle. At the base, for example, the emergence of demands for power sharing and positive discrimination for blacks, Hispanics and women directly threatened the exclusivist operation of ethnic patronage politics and craft union apprenticeships. Within the National Party, the tepidly anti-war, anti-imperialist orientation of the New Liberals provoked hysterical counterattacks from the keepers of the Akesonian Cold War tradition. By 1968, the forces of the so-called New Politics, emboldened by their local successes and consecrated by the martyrdom of Bobby Kennedy, were engaged in full-scale warfare with the AFL-CIO's Coalition for a Democratic Majority, led by rabidly anti-communist Social Democrats tied to Humphrey and Scoop Jackson. The unexpected victory of the New Liberals in securing McGovern's nomination in 1972 on an explicitly anti-war platform was immediately countered by the scorched earth policy of the Democratic majority, which, for the first time since 1924, withheld most trade union support from the Democratic nominee, and thus virtually guaranteed Nixon's re-election and the prolongation of the war. Falling voter participation. Although the aftermath of Watergate did give a second lease on life to the New Politics, which, after losing its brief influence over the Democratic National Committee, retrenched in municipal politics and local populism, none of the popular élan of the 60s was ever recovered. The notional left pole of American bourgeois politics remained bitterly divided, while the once vigorous community politics of the mid-60s was converted into the passive, bureaucratized clientelism of the 1970s. At the same time, voter participation, which had been relatively stable for more than 20 years, suddenly underwent a sharp decline. Studies of voting behavior during the 1970s uncovered the astonishing dropout of 18 million former voters, as distinguished from the never voted segments of the potential electorate. Point 64 as Table 5.8 reveals. the most dramatic significance of this decline was its heavily skewed class bias. Viewed from the standpoint of other popular categories, this voter fall-off appears equally calamitous. Despite the historic travail of the Southern voter rights campaign, national black voter registration during the 1970s reached scarcely more than half its potential. Hispanics remained equally unmobilized, while only a quarter of the unemployed of all races bothered to vote. In spite of the New Liberals' buoyant optimism that the 26th Amendment, enfranchising 25 million 18 to 20-year-olds, would create a left-liberal electoral majority, only 23% of potential voters under 30 participated in the 1970 midterm election, the first under the broader franchise, 0.66 overall. The effect of this increasing abstentionism was approximately the same as if a property franchise limitation had been introduced to guarantee a middle and upper-class electoral majority. Walter Dean Burnham invokes a telling example to make just this point. In 1978, turnout for the gubernatorial election in New York State reached a 150-year low, 38.5% of the potential electorate, even lower than it had been in the gubernatorial election of 1810, when nearly 3/5 of the potentially eligible population was disenfranchised for failure to meet a property qualification 67. Further, as Kavanagh has pointed out, the shrinking size of the electoral universe magnified the destabilizing impact of well-organized interest groups. 68 Electoral reform, through encouraging the proliferation of private interest political action committees, PACs, weakened the old intermediary role of the party machines in fundraising and mobilization, as did also the doubling of the number of direct state presidential primaries, as opposed to party-controlled delegate caucuses. The trend was to encourage a California-style politics based on television, virtually permanent primary competitions, and the organizational and financial preeminence of the PACs, see Chapter 4 above. Although, in a few cases, this new PAC/interest group configuration favored candidates to the left of the local or national party apparatuses, the general trend in both parties after 1976 was the ascendant influence of business PACs and aroused middle strata constituency groups in reshaping political agendas and determining nominations. Much attention has been focused on the particularly skillful and sophisticated interlinking of various single-issue themes: deregulation, accelerated depreciation, anti-labor law reform, and so on by the Business Roundtable and the National Chamber of Commerce as the main lobbyists for corporate interests. 69 But, as I have suggested, the revolutionary element in the politics of the late 1970s was the increased intensity of middle strata political mobilization and interest representation. In a pattern that to some extent recalls the emergence of the progressive movement at the turn of the century, which also, partially, was an insurgency of new professional and business cohorts, a whole generation of young professionals, middle managers, and new entrepreneurs entered local and state politics at approximately mid-decade, i.e. just as the movements of the 1960s, with the single, important exception of feminism, were becoming almost totally disorganized. This phenomenon was and is far broader than the nominal zealotry of the new right. It might be better described as a larger, private sector-oriented equivalent to the public sector-based new politics of the McGovernites, encompassing as its respective poles, neoliberalism and neoconservatism. In this sense, both Gary Hart and Jack Kemp merely articulate variations on the same meta-theme of overconsumptionism. The coherence of this political spectrum is provided by three ever-present, if often implicit, themes: 1. The deregulation of free enterprise and the belief that only private capital, endowed with ample profit margins and tax breaks, can reindustrialize America. 2. The further remolding of state expenditure and intervention to reinforce the subsidized position of the middle strata and new entrepreneurship. And 3. The curtailing of Great Society-type income and employment programs targeted at minorities, women, and the poor. 70. On the other hand, entitlement programs disproportionately favorable to the middle class, like Social Security, are politically untouchable. The organized expression of this socio-economic program was the rolling earthquake of suburban protests after 1976, including the anti-busing movements, campaigns for a return to educational basics, landlord and realtor mobilizations, truly massive, with hundreds of thousands of ardent members organized against rent control and public housing, and, most importantly, what the Los Angeles Herald Tribune once called the What's Riot of the Middle Classes Proposition 13 and its spin-off revolts, which forced 19 states to enact legislative or constitutional limits on property or income taxes. Although obviously besotted with law and order and racialist themes, these campaigns were in most cases organized on a different socio-economic plane with a more hegemonic political project than the earlier backlash outbreaks of the ethnic northern working class or the national Wallace movement. They tended to move from mere defense of existing socio-economic inequalities, as symbolized by the political integrity and fiscal autonomy of white suburban areas, to shrewd, assertive strategies for new upward redistributions of power and income through shifting tax burdens, privatizing collective consumption, and removing obstacles to the exploitation of cheap local labor. More than merely transient forms of protest against minority group demands, these mobilizations have been exploited to reinforce a now dense infrastructure of local interest representation and political influence which safeguards and perpetuates the position of the popular nouveau riches. Overrepresentation at the electoral level has been creatively manipulated to consolidate overconsumptionism at an economic level. Through the rise of these new movements, a broadly embracing have politics was forged, which gave a political interpretation to stagflationary trends in the economy, stressing the imminent themes of privatization, redirected state spending and the new inegalitarian. A section of the traditional New Deal coalition, especially suburban white skilled workers, was conscripted to the have side. This was easily possible since, as we saw in the previous chapters, within the context of a weakly solidaristic and highly segmented workforce, inflation during the 1970s had tremendously disorganizing and centrifugal effects on the cohesion of working-class economic interests. On the one side, there were widening wage differentials within the working class, on the other, the increasing grievance of intra-class fiscal transfers, especially where this coalesced symbolically around property taxes. 71. Thus the subordinate logic of the Have rebellion, exemplified in the innumerable property owners and suburban residents movements, was a defensive participation of skilled workers and the lower salariat in support of their threatened prerogatives of social mobility and consumption, home ownership, superior suburban education, nepotistic apprentice systems, and so on. Faced with genuinely collapsing standards of living in many sectors of the traditional white working class, these groups increasingly visualized themselves, even if their own concrete situation was one of appreciating property values and rising wages, as locked into a desperate zero-sum rivalry with equality-seeking minorities and women. 72. The superordinate logic of the haves, on the other hand, was the nouveau riche drive to increase social inequality, indeed, to harness it dynamically to expand low-wage labor supplies, reduce tax overheads and ensure a union-free environment. Although the rhetoric of the various campaigns and tax rebellions that paved Reagan's road to power was vigorously anti-statist, the real programmatic intention was towards a restructuring, rather than diminution, of state spending and intervention in order to expand the frontiers of entrepreneurial and rentier opportunity. Typical explicit or underlying demands included accelerated depreciation allowances, unfettered speculative real estate markets and rampant condominiumization, subcontracting of public services, transfer of tax resources from public to private education, lowering of minimum wages, abolition of health and safety standards for small businesses, and so on. All these modalities of professional, entrepreneurial, and rentier claims on society presume, of course, the high and sustained rate of economic expansion typified by Sunbelt urbanization over the past few decades. The bundle of interests which I have tried to tie together with the notion of overconsumptionism is manifestly not compatible with the kind of disciplinary recession which the haute bourgeoisie now and then finds necessary to impose on everyone else. Hence the significance, as Gar Alperovitz has noted, of the struggle between Reagan's key economic advisors that broke out the day after his election. On one side, two leading traditional conservative economists, Arthur Burns and Herbert Stein, argued bluntly for a full-scale recession to punish wages and squeeze demand. On the other side, David Stockman and Jack Kemp, recognizing the costs of deflation to Reagan's crucial nouveau riche constituency, denounced Burns and Stein for Thatcherism, warning ominously against an economic Dunkirk. 73. In the event, the recession that Volcker had already unleashed in Carter's last days was one-sidedly confined to the Midwest and the manufacturing sector. The service sector and the Sun Belt continued to expand while the heartland became a Rust Belt. Moreover, within the administration, it is clearly reactionary Keynesians undaunted by 12-digit deficits who have repeatedly carried the day for reflationary Reaganomics. Despite the worried denunciations of fiscal irresponsibility in the financial pages of the New York Times, most members of the Business Roundtable are more obsessed with how best to take advantage of current governmental largesse in order to restructure their corporate empires around the overconsumptionist dynamic of the Sun Belt, and, having so successfully piggybacked the middle strata tax rebellion to the accomplishment of their own legislative agenda, the Washington lobbyists of big capital are generously sensitive to the continuing dependence of the corporate offensive upon the nouveau riche ascendancy in American politics and the socio-economic conditions that sustain it. This is not to discount the fundamental paradox that the power of U.S. finance capital, indissolubly linked to maintenance of the dollar's international sovereignty, must now learn to sleep in the same bed with the longings of a neo-bourgeoisie bloated by inflationary privateering. 74. It is a conjugal relationship which, ultimately, is only possible under the auspices of the Department of Defense. For it is Caspar Weinberger's ever-fattening military pork barrel that provides the ongoing reconciliation between the voracious appetites of the nouveau riches and the accumulation needs of a broad sector of core capital. Deficit-funded militarism may seem to be out of control, but for the present, it supplies the necessary cohesion of overconsumptionism. That is to say, it is doing the right things for the right people, keeping General Dynamics rich, raising engineers' salaries, seating new low-wage military subcontractors on the Mexican border, even inflating the portfolios of wealthy doctors who invest in Orange County shopping malls, and who, in turn, employ Salvatorina house cleaners and send their kids to expensive psychotherapists. In the next chapter, we will see how this arms-led expansion is preparing the way for the first serious crisis of the new overconsumptionist social formation. 6. Reaganomics Magical Mystery Tour. The re-election of Ronald Reagan has unleashed new debate on the causes of the continuing conservative ascendancy in North America and Western Europe. Following in the well-worn grooves of discussions in 1980-1, some have stressed the renewed importance of a reactionary populist social discourse centered on right to life, family traditionalism, and religious obscurantism. Others, particularly sensitive to its impact on the vulnerable minds of the video game generation, have emphasized the hallucinatory euphoria of the patriotic revival enacted in the Los Angeles Coliseum and on a small Caribbean island. Still others, conscious that the media remain, more than ever, their own message, have placed the greatest weight on the Hollywoodization of the presidency abetted by a sycophantic news establishment. Each of these optics focuses on an important set of factors. Yet, squatting awkwardly astride all refinements in the analysis of political discourse, has been the simple, massive fact of the Reagan boom and its mobilization of economic self-interest. All the major pre-election polls, as well as the network exit polls on November 6, revealed the paramount importance of the comfort/discomfort index of family economic position in orienting voter affinity. Some 60% of voters who thought the economy was better off than in 1980 landslide to Reagan by a margin of 6-1, while, conversely, the 40% who thought the economy, or themselves, worse off swung to Mondale by 4-1. The overriding role of the prosperity issue, especially in an election where the Democratic candidate so successfully obfuscated the war and peace dimension, was demonstrated by the fact that over a fifth of Reagan voters indicated that they had strong disagreements with the incumbent over foreign policy or social issues, but gambled on his continued management of the recovery. There is a vulgar irony in the fact that it was Reagan's lusty embrace of that false god of the Democrats, John Maynard Keynes, that guaranteed his re-election, while Mondale and the AFL, CIO once again looked like Republicans in their conservative insistence on fiscal probity and restrained growth. Point 2. But the boom did more than re-elect the prophet, it also confirmed his prophecy. The zealots of Reaganomics, from the original supply-side apostles like Jack Kemp and Paul Craig Roberts to the newer, high-tech conservatives led by Rep. Newt Gingrich, Georgia, are busy scouring the GOP of disbelievers and deflationists. In spring 1984, the White House officially projected a staggering, 28-quarter-long expansion, with cumulative 38% GNP growth and diminishing deficits through the end of fiscal 1989. Embarrassed that Reagan had, so to speak, stolen their underwear, rueful traditional Keynesians like Walter Heller could only rationalize that the supply-side piano was playing pure demand-side music. Point 3. Meanwhile, Reaganomics suddenly made enthusiastic conversions in heathen Europe, where, as Business Week gloated at the end of the summer, the French were now in awe, and erstwhile left-wing papers asked, could Reagan be right? Point 4. Nowhere, of course, was the upswing welcomed with such sheer ideological ecstasy as in Tory Britain, although carefully filtered through a Thatcherite mindset that censored the contribution of federal deficits in order to emphasize the wonders of America's deunionizing labor markets. At the October 1984 Tory conference, an ovation followed one speaker's evocation of the inspiring example of New York's entrepreneurial poor operating elevators and performing other servile duties for a dignified pittance. However, this adventitious economic upturn, which renewed the domestic mandate of the new right, provided international cohesion to Cold War military escalation and, far more than expected, accelerated the breakup of welfarist political coalitions, is now tottering into recession, with warning signs of flagging demand and falling profits. As the historically high rates of real interest attest, business confidence has been made qualitatively more precarious and volatile by the experiences of the 1974-5 and 1980-2 recessions. Any faltering in the self-proclaimed expansion threatens to trigger financial panic, the fall of the superdollar, compensatory increases in interest rates, and a likely collapse of the global debt pyramid. At the same time, the Reaganites are well aware that the long-heralded partisan realignment in their direction entirely depends upon the maintenance of a prosperity encompassing, at least, the suburban middle strata and the Sunbelt speculators. For all these reasons, it is obvious that the second Reagan administration will go to extraordinary and dangerous lengths to sustain the expansion and to prevent a precipitous unraveling of its triumphant electoral bloc. To understand what a new crisis phase may entail, and what its political consequences might be, it is first necessary to consider how the Reagan boom has been reshaping the domestic and world market structures of capitalism. In contrast to Ernest Mondale, who has recently argued that debt-fed growth is only restraining a true restructuration of the world economy and prolonging the basic tendencies of American decline, I will show how the upturn dramatically accelerated the transformation of American hegemony away from a Fordist or mass consumption pattern. 53 Trends in the current expansion have particular theoretical interest and salience. First, the general shift that is occurring in the profit distribution process towards interest incomes, with the resultant strengthening of a neo-rentier bloc reminiscent of the speculative capitalism of the 1920s. Secondly, the striking reorientation of mainline U.S. industrial corporations away from consumer durable mass markets and towards volatile high-profit sectors like military production and financial services, a trend that is reinforced by the recent merger mania. Thirdly, the virtually systematic dislocation of dominant trade relationships and capital flows, as the locus of accumulation in new technologies has been displaced from Atlantic to Pacific circuits of capital. IUSA, a pathological prosperity. The 1983-4 recovery was trumpeted as a break from the yoke of the 1970s and a return to the growth levels of the 1960s. Indeed, the White House has long defended Reaganomics by alluding to the supposed role of the Kennedy/Johnston tax cuts in stimulating the 1960s boom. But the New Frontier's fiscal stimulus was minuscule in comparison with Reagan's 1981 tax revolution. Even with the 1982 and 1984 tax increases, The Reagan cuts represent a fourfold larger percentage of the GNP. 6. Moreover, although the Kennedy/Johnson tax program was certainly regressive, it pales beside the upward income distribution effected by Reagan. The widely publicized evaluation of the Reagan record by the Middle of the Road Urban Institute reveals the following shift. 7. According to the Congressional Budget Office, low-income families have so far lost at least $23 billion in income and federal benefits, while high-income families have gained more than $35 billion. 8. Expressed another way, 20.2 million poor households earning under $10,000 lost an average of $400 each in benefit cuts, while 1.4 million wealthy families $80,000 plus received an average of $8,400 in tax cuts. 9. Moreover, these figures only refer to fiscal transfer effects and budget cuts. If the differential rates of change in market income under Reagan are factored in, the increased share of the top quintile would be even greater. As collectively bargained wages were increasing at less than 3% per annum, a leading firm of management consultants Towers, Perrin, Forster and Crosby was reporting that the average salary of corporate CEOs had skyrocketed 40% since 1980, from $552,000 to $775,010. Similarly, David Gordon discovered that the share of management in the national income had increased from 16.5% in 1979 to almost 20% in 1983. These trends are further indices of the change, which I discussed in the previous chapter, towards an overconsumptionist model of accumulation based on the tendential substitution of upper middle strata for working class consumption in the regulation of the economy. A related phenomenon is the dominant place of top-range products in the current pattern of consumer durable sales. Witness the highly profitable demand for luxury and big cars that has led Detroit's recovery. Normally, it would be assumed that a relative decline in the leading role of wage goods in the recovery to the benefit of a notional Department 3 of luxury and military production would rapidly fuel inflation. Superficially, the most unusual aspect of the present upswing is the supposedly incompatible coexistence of large deficits with dampened inflation. This is the highly precarious result of an artificially low domestic price level created by the 50% trade-weighted appreciation of the dollar against other OECD currencies since 1980, and a flood of ensuing cheap imports. The maintenance of the superdollar, sustained by unprecedented real interest rates of 8% or more, has allowed the administration to internationalize the financing of its $500 billion in cumulative new debt. The Bank of International Settlements estimates that over one-third of the aggregate U.S. credit demand, government plus private sector, is now supplied by foreign capital inflow. 12. For the first time since 1914, the foreign liabilities of the United States exceed its assets, approximately $800 billion, and if present trends were to continue, it would become by 1990, a net debtor to the extent of an unbelievable 16% of GNP. 13. But the United States is scarcely a debtor nation in the same sense as Brazil or Mexico. Wall Street money center banks and the U.S. Treasury remain sufficiently hegemonic to enforce interest tribute from the Third World and an unwanted Marshall Plan in reverse from Europe and Japan. Particularly important in the current expansion has been the ability of the rapidly deregulating American financial system to bring onshore Eurodollar deposits formerly held in Europe or on island money havens. The rise of money market funds, and the removal of ceilings on interest rates, have blurred the distinction between savings and speculation, and enhanced the global role of the dollar. New York's claim to have eclipsed London as the world's banking capital is based on its success in attracting the kind of international liquidity that formerly sheltered in Curacao or Grand Cayman. 14. Financial deregulation, through dismantling many of the New Deal structures that subordinated money capital to productive capital, interest rate ceilings, clear separations of commercial and investment banking, and so forth, has also stimulated the formation of a nouveau rentier class. Between 1979 and 1983, gross interest increased from 26% of GNP to 34%, a growth rate twice that of other income categories. 15. The percentage of personal income derived from interest has similarly doubled in the last 5 years, rising 24% in the first year of the Reagan presidency alone. 16 Since the December 1982 changes, which allowed banks to offer market rates on deposit accounts, a broader middle-class segment has been able to take advantage of higher interest rates. Similarly, affluent investors have been attracted to lucrative 12% Treasury bonds, a $20,000 3-month T-bill, reinvested quarterly for a year, earned interest in 1975 equivalent to an average wage for 7 weeks, today it equals 3 months of a wage earner's income. 17 As skyrocketing interest on the federal debt, $1.5 trillion principal, drives up federal outlays faster than OMB can find ways to cut school lunches or reduce welfare payments, the net effect is simply to shift government expenditure from the class of the poor to the class of debt holders. Thus, in April of 1984, interest surpassed transfer payments, for the first time since the New Deal, as the third largest income category. 18. In a slightly more collectivist fashion, the current role of institutional investors, pension funds, trust departments, mutual funds, demonstrates the extent to which an autonomous rentier interest has seized the high ground within the economy. With $1 trillion in investments, the institutions have almost displaced private individuals in the equity markets, engaging in 80 to 90% of daily trades and owning 60% of stocks and bonds. 19 Seeking the highest yield in the short term, and with no incentive to prefer capital gains over dividends, since they pay no current tax, the institutions relentlessly restructure their portfolios, with ephemeral loyalty to any particular investment. Thus, the average turnover of shares held by institutions has increased from 21% per year in 1974 to 62% today. 20 The result has been the erosion of long-term corporate investment horizons with fewer start-up operations, less development of new products, ore bodies, or oil fields, and more service businesses at the expense of capital-intensive manufacturing. 21. Corporations have reacted to the pressures of institutional investors and the new rentier interest in several ways. First, a staggering amount of the liquidity generated by recent wage concessions, tax breaks, and subsidiary sell-offs, estimated at over $20 billion in 1984 alone, has been deployed, not for capital investment, but rather to enhance stock values through buybacks and increased dividend payouts. 22 Alternatively, corporate treasurers have ballooned short-term borrowings with the aim of preserving operating autonomy and of lessening the pressure to increase dividends. As the gearing ratio of long-term to short-term debt has fallen from 2.5 to parity, heavily leveraged financial balance sheets have become correspondingly vulnerable to rises in the interest rate. 23 Like so many small third-world countries, scores of Fortune's 500 corporations threaten to become financial basket cases in a new recessionary period. The obverse of the superdollar's levy of international saving has been its depressive effect on traditional U.S. manufacturing exports. The appreciation of the dollar has erased any competitive advantage that might have accrued from the 10% increase in industrial productivity over the past 3 years. 24 In scores of cases, local unions have made sweeping work rule and wage concessions to stay competitive, only to find their plant closed or relocated at the end of the day. In 1980, according to a Chase Econometrics study, the United States still maintained a strong competitive advantage, with average manufacturing export prices 10% below the OECD average. Today, U.S. manufacture export prices are 25% above the OECD average, while, not surprisingly, the U.S. volume share of world exports, steady from 1972 until 1983, has plummeted in the current boom. 25 Viewed sectorally, the export share of 15 U.S. industries has increased, but that of 26 others has sharply declined, an almost exactly inverse ratio of sectoral competitiveness to Japan's. 26. We shall be looking below at the role of the $160 billion American trade deficit in promoting an unbalanced restructuring of the international division of labor. But first, it is important to consider the specific impact on the home industrial base. The current import invasion may be seen as the third wave in the gradual internationalization of the American economy, as the proportion of US GNP committed to world trade has grown from a near-autarkic 1/12 in the early 1960s, to the present 1/5. The first import boom during the 1960s was primarily composed of labor-intensive consumer goods and cheap electronics, although this era also saw Volkswagen's pioneering conquest of a significant auto market niche. The second ratchet move in the 1970s was primarily a result of rising energy imports. Today's third wave, however, is notable for the leading role of capital goods and high technology, whose import value has more than doubled since 1979, to approximate $58 billion, or 14 times the 1970 level, 0.27. In the most dramatic case, the American machine tool industry is in semi-collapse after the sudden spurt of imports during 1984, from 32.5% to 42% of the market. General Motors' decision, in particular, to retool with $100 million of Italian imports symbolizes the growing breach in the complex of formerly oligopolistic domestic industries integrated by auto production. 29 Other hard-hit industries include tire, import share rising from 8% in the late 1970s to over 20% today, farm equipment, formerly a U.S. export monopoly, now being captured by the Japanese, and apparel, import share increasing at 25% per year, 10 years ago, giant American construction companies like Bechtel and Fluor controlled half of the international contract construction market, accounting for almost 20% of the manufacturing, and 10% of the service, exports of the United States. Today, their world market share has shrunk below 30%, while the entire U.S. building industry is barely half of its former size. 31 Still, construction is undoubtedly healthier than American steel making, which, barring last-minute protectionism, will continue its decline into a mere finishing operation for imported steel production. 32. 42. While imports were growing by 28% over the course of 1983, foreign investment was also climbing by 17%, a rather surprising statistic in view of the rising cost of American assets caused by the superdollar. 33 The explanation is the relative stagnation in the European, and even Japanese, home markets, which has plunged profits below prevailing interest rates, and driven foreign multinationals to fight for larger permanent shares of the U.S. domestic market. Faced with creeping U.S. protectionism, but also attracted by relatively low-wage, non-union labor conditions in the American Sun Belt, foreign companies are continuing to acquire US-based production facilities, often by the preferred route of buying up undervalued American equity, hence the spate of recent foreign acquisitions, culminating in Nestlé's purchase of Carnation, the largest non-oil deal, at $3 billion, in business history. The Swiss food giant explained the move in terms of a strategy of raising U.S. sales to 30% of its worldwide revenue. 34. This increasing dependence of foreign-based multinationals on the U.S. market is reciprocated by American capital's attempts to outsource production to circumvent the competitive disadvantages of the strong dollar. In the most extreme cases, such as U.S. Steel's plan to import British Steel or Lone Star Cement's dumping of foreign cement, leading American manufacturers have simply become middlemen for the import invasion. Indeed, the possibility exists that formerly protected or oligopolistic U.S. manufacturers may choose the option of leasing part of their traditional market share, especially at the down-market end, to lower-cost foreign competitors. Thus General Motors, having publicly abandoned its much-vaunted plan to introduce a new small car last year, is pursuing a so-called Asian strategy of importing subcompacts from Suzuki and Isuzu, to be followed by even cheaper Korean Daewoo's in 1987, and complemented with 250,000 Toyotas per year co-produced under Japanese management at GM's old Fremont, California plant. These marketing and co-production agreements have been represented as temporary palliatives until GM's futuristic Saturn project can automate small car production in the United States at cost levels below the Japanese. As we observed in Chapter 3 above, auto workers made sweeping concessions in their new 1984 contract, including implicit abandonment of their traditional shorter work year strategy and acceptance of mass redundancies in return for vague GM promises to bring Saturn on stream. But Chrysler chairman Lee Iacocca has questioned GM's real motives and insinuated that the largest U.S. automaker is, in fact, consolidating a far-reaching condominium agreement with the Japanese that would rent them the small car market, while allowing GM to concentrate on competitive supremacy in the lucrative medium and large car markets. 35 Planning for this eventuality, Ford and Chrysler are rapidly moving ahead with their own Asian strategies, with deleterious consequences for domestic auto employment, already 1/4 below 1978 levels. Auto industry analysts generally agree that if the quotas on Japanese imports are removed, the Japanese share of the American market will probably double from its present 19%, with domestic job losses of more than 250,000.36. The new corporate order. A great ballyhoo has been made about the supposed role of capital spending in leading the recovery and assuring a decade-long prosperity. During his campaign, Reagan repeatedly bandied figures about the greatest increase in investment in 28 years, capital spending at 3 times the rate of consumption, and so on. In fact, the high rates of increase are first of all only an effect of the low starting point at the beginning of 1983, following the severe investment decline during the 1981-2 recession. 37 At the end of 1984, the investment share of GNP was still 6% below the 1981 level, although consumption was 1% higher, scarcely an unambiguous index of an investment-led expansion. 38 Businessweek predicts that capital spending in 1985 will be only 1/4 of the 1984 figure. 39 The celebrated role of fresh entrepreneurship in promoting the upturn, an article of faith in French and British homages to Reaganomics, is belied by the current decline in the stock sales of small companies and in the net supply of venture capital, whose volume is no more than 1/69th of the capital involved in recent merger deals. 40 The real momentum of the expansion has come from services, which have been responsible for the lion's share of growth and investment, and 85% of new job creation. 41 As to new manufacturing investment, the major trend is job displacing rationalization rather than job creating expansion of capacity. With new plant construction stagnating below pre-recession levels, most capital spending has either gone toward items like small computers, imported machinery, and robots, or, more dramatically, toward a speculative expansion of corporate office space and prestige towers, shades of the skyscraper boom that preceded the Great Depression. 42 Perhaps the most significant tendency of the last several years, however, has been the remarkable troism of manufacturing and transportation capital towards high-profit sectors like energy reserves, financial services, real estate, emergent technology, and, above all, defense. In some cases, the metamorphosis is startling, as in the recent conversion of U.S. Steel into a medium-sized oil company. When the corporation purchased Marathon Oil in 1982 for $6 billion, it produced an outcry among the tens of thousands of steel workers who had accepted wage concessions in order to allow the company to revitalize basic steel making. Now Chairman David Roderick, oblivious to the 100,000 jobless steel workers in U.S. Steel's home state of Pennsylvania alone, is hastening the pace of deindustrialization by diverting 80% of the corporation's capital budget to oil development, following the purchase of a second oil company, Husky Oil, in April 1984 for $505 million. 43 In a similar, albeit less drastic, vein, the recently merged Santa Fe and Southern Pacific Railroad system is retrenching in real estate, with plans to spend $3 billion or more on waterfront developments in San Francisco and San Diego. 44 These mutant oil rentiers or marina proprietors, however, are only extreme examples of the general movement toward corporate diversification. Thus, American Can, Ashland Oil, Ethel, Greyhound and St. Regis have become major insurance sellers, while National Steel has gone into savings and loan, RCA into personal finance, Weyerhaeuser into mortgage banking, GE into aircraft leasing, and Xerox into investment banking. 45 Meanwhile, in the 6 years since Exxon squandered $500 million in its failed bid to capture the office automation market, large industrial corporations have gobbled up more than 500 new technology firms, usually with disastrous end results. 46 The major exception may be General Motors' $2.5 billion purchase of electronic data systems from Ross Perot, the right-wing Dallas entrepreneur who once organized private commando raids on Laos and now sits on GM's board. Flush with over $9 billion in cash and securities, GM, which, as we have seen, is undertaking a radical restructuring of its global auto production, aims to make EDS the giant in computer services. According to some accounts, GM chairman Roger Smith, a financial expert promoted out of GM's defense division, may be planning to raise the eventual share of upstream technologies and new non-auto acquisitions to as much as 45% of total turnover. 47. The single most important sectoral investment trend in the economy, however, is the rush to mine the motherlode at the Defense Department. Predictably, the new arms race has been the most important impetus in the recovery of key industrial sectors, supplying half the increased demand in aerospace and a fifth in primary and fabricated metals. 48 As Table 6.3 illustrates, military demand has also been the most dynamic sector of electronics growth in the upturn, and it is predicted that, as new military technologies go into production over the next decade, the electronics content of defense spending will increase 30%. 49. Overall, the projected $1 trillion military expenditure for 1985 to 87 is expected to have an economic impact comparable to that of the Vietnam War at its height, claiming an equal proportion of national durable goods output, 13%, even though the employment effect, 1.2 million new defense-related jobs, will be less. 51. For the old Fordist industrial core of the American economy, that is, for the complex of mass production industries and their suppliers now threatened by import competition, the Pentagon has been the chief instrument of restructuring. Goodyear, for instance, is actively cannibalizing its tire production to shift into military aerospace, as well as oil and gas. 52 General Tire, $607 million in defense contracts, already forms a military conglomerate with Aerojet General, while the merged auto component makers, Bendix/Autolite, are part of another, Allied Corporation, and both Ford and GM derive an important part of their cash flow from billion-dollar Pentagon contracts. 53 Meanwhile, traditional Big Ten defense contractors like General Dynamics, Lockheed, Douglas, and Raytheon are becoming less diversified and more strictly dependent on Pentagon fixes, as they move out of less profitable civilian product lines. Willard Rockwell, the legendary founder of Rockwell International, the manufacturer of the MX and B-1 systems, caused a minor storm when he resigned from the board, charging that the company's future had been irresponsibly mortgaged to the Reagan military program. Not surprisingly, his successor, Robert Anderson, has cultivated special influence with the White House, twice being appointed by Reagan as chairman of National United Nations Day. 54. If one cumulative result of those various trends is a centrifugal weakening of the coherence and economic centrality of older mass production industries in the macroeconomy, another is the considerable strengthening of the principle of financial conglomeration in corporate organization. The evolution of formerly integrated manufacturing corporations into diversified, super-holding companies, dominated by speculative financial strategies, and abetted by new electronic technologies of centralized control, is undoing the famous Sloanian revolution that rationalized the management of vertically integrated manufacturing oligopolies after the model of Alfred Sloan's General Motors in the 1920s. Correlatively, it is also undermining, probably irretrievably, the system of industrial relations and union company compromise associated with the General Motors paradigm of corporate rationality. Arguably, IBM, which now has a larger cash flow than GM, might be seen as the pioneer of a new, more advanced model of industrial integration with a corresponding, non-union, industrial relations practice. 55 But IBM, like GM in the 1930s, is that unique instance of a self-financing giant, with super profits capable of carrying its long-range investment programs through periods of recession and soaring interest, while its diverse product markets grow and mature. Few of even the largest contemporary corporations possess the financial freedom of maneuver of GM or IBM, or their planning horizons. Instead, the hurried redeployments of industrial capital towards primary, tertiary, or military investments are paralleled by the predatory pursuit of other companies' assets. What Robert Reich calls paper entrepreneurialism, the rearrangement of industrial assets in the hope of short-term gains, has inexorably increased over the past decade, as 82 members of the Fortune 500 have been swallowed up, and $398 billion, the GNP of Italy, expended on mergers. 56 The Reagan recovery has brought this merger mania to a fever pitch reminiscent of the final days of the 1920s boom. By the end of the summer of 1984, 15 mergers in excess of $1 billion had been made, and an aggregate dollar volume record had been set. 57 In the course of this convulsion, a new Wall Street language has been spawned to describe the straight gems of takeover and resistance, two-tier tender offers, Pac-Man and poison pill defenses, crown jewel options, golden parachutes, and self-tenders. 58 Although the outbreak of this latest merger epidemic should probably be dated to the calamitous ménage à trois of Bendix, Martin Marietta, and Allied in 1982, the leading actors have been the oil companies, pursuing the dictum that the cheapest place to find oil reserves is on Wall Street. Thus, Texaco paid $10.1 billion for Getty, while Standard of California, now Chevron, forked out a cool $13.1 billion for Gulf. In most cases, the mergers have been shotgun marriages of a type, forced by alliances with institutional shareholders and financed by borrowed capital. Most of these so-called leveraged buyouts, LBOs, are over-leveraged by dint of the incentive given in the Carter and Reagan tax bills to the substitution of debt for equity capital. They are, in the words of Forbes, subsidized by the taxpayers. 59 The LBO phenomenon has allowed a flamboyant group of Sunbelt speculators, including independent oil leaseholders like T. Boone Pickens and the Bass family, now deceased, hotelier J. Willard Marriott Jr., and others, to become the latter-day Buccaneers of Wall Street. Their strategy has been to intervene in impending takeover battles between major oil companies or other large firms, leveraging enough stock and stockholder proxies to demand lucrative green mail. Thus, the Bass brothers made $400 million in pre-tax profits from their takeover threat to Texaco, which ended up paying out a total of $1.29 billion to obtain the Bass's 10% share and their promise not to meddle for 10 years, while Pickens creamed $500 million one spring afternoon in 1984 when Chevron outbid him for Gulf. The Basses are now allied to Marriott, a notorious non-union employer, in pursuit of Conrail, in competition with a bid from the railroad's own employees, the redoubtable Pickens, whose own Mesa Petroleum has an annual turnover of only $422 million, built a $6 billion war chest in an attempted raid on $60 billion Mobil Oil. 60 The possibility that a previously obscure Amarillo oil man could stalk the second largest American multinational exemplifies the way in which Reaganomics and the current boom are reshaping the map of corporate power and political influence. Marriott was a leading Republican fundraiser. The Bass family, virtual rulers of Fort Worth, were prominent in organizing the Republican convention cum Nuremberg rally, and Pickens was widely tipped as Reagan's nominee for governor of Texas in 1986. In The New Politics of Inequality, Thomas Edsall has described the crucial role of the dozen or so independent oil political action committees dominated by Pickens, the Basses, the Murchisons, the Pughs, the Hunts, and so on in engineering the end of Democratic control in the Senate and electing Reagan. According to Edsall, the oil independents, flush with new billions from the 1970s energy price explosion and rapidly diversifying into real estate and leisure industries, have provided the financial glue between the new right and the Republican Party. Constituting an estimated one-third of the major joint contributors to Republican and conservative causes, the oil independents are the core of a new power bloc which, thanks to the continuing shift of capital and tax revenues to the West and the South, is displacing northeastern multinationals in the active control of the Republican apparatus. 61 In this sense, the recent near extinction of moderate republicanism, i.e., the Dewey-Rockefeller wing dominant from 1940 to 1964 is part of a larger pattern involving the supplantation of Fordism and the rise of new rentier and military contractor networks. Profiting so stupendously from the recent infusion of debt and defense spending, together with the perpetuation of the Sunbelt boom, the new power brokers of republicanism, for all their anti-state rhetoric, are unlikely to act as anything other than the most avid supporters of the current, pathological prosperity. 2. The wobbling axis of world trade. The burgeoning U.S. trade deficit, projected to exceed $160 billion, or 3% of GNP, has been the prime mover of the weak recovery of world trade. Exports to the United States are now calculated to comprise 25 to 40% of GNP growth in Western Europe and capitalist East Asia. 62 But the celebrated Reagan locomotive is hardly pulling trading nations in even tow. While Japan and the East Asian NICs have accelerated in pace with or ahead of the United States, the EEC has coasted along in low gear, and the larger economies of Latin America and Africa have remained derailed. The uneven, contradictory character of the upturn is a surface expression of the structural disarticulation taking place in the world economy. Consider the following schema. Abstracting from the redistributive role of energy trade balances in the organization of the world economy, and, therefore, from OPEC's role, we can say that a tendential coherence in world accumulation existed through the 1970s on the basis of the following interrelationships. 1. The United States manufacturing deficit with East Asia, cars, electronics, apparel, was balanced by a more or less equivalent surplus, in 1980, $20 billion, with Europe, computers, aerospace. 2. Simultaneously, the net U.S. trade surplus with Latin America was offset by an outflow of U.S. direct investment, especially to Brazil and Mexico. 3. The European manufacturing deficits with the United States and Japan were compensated by capital goods surpluses with the Third World, especially Africa. 4. Finally, Japan's surpluses with Europe and North America enabled it to pay its energy and raw material bills, while exporting capital to the East Asian NICs and Australasia. Where U.S. military hegemony and monetary sovereignty once provided coherence for the system of interrelationships, it now has become the principal disorganizing force. First, the shift in internal American demand from mass consumption towards surrogate affluent and military markets has generated, as we have seen, the spiraling budget and trade deficits that have further unbalanced the great triangle of intermetropolitan trade, while simultaneously siphoning off European and Japanese savings. Secondly, the collective trusteeship now operated by the Western banks over the economies of Latin America has confiscated whatever developmental gains they might have achieved in the current expansion of U.S. trade. Indeed, the traditional relationship has been stood on its head, as Latin America runs a trade surplus and exports capital to the United States. The neoclassical burden of adjustment to this new trading order has been borne by the poorest inhabitants of the hemisphere, including the 5 millions of flagellados, or scourged ones, estimated to have starved to death in northeastern Brazil in the course of the first Reagan administration. 63. Thirdly, primary commodity prices have yet to recover from the ruinous collapse of 1981-2, when they fell to their lowest post-war level. 64 Monocultural producers are caught in a classic scissors crisis between the depressed prices of their exports and the high interest on their debts. Quite apart from the specter of sovereign default and the perils of a financial panic, the current depression in the Third World, in Black Africa as well as Latin America, is an important restraint on any export-led strategy of European reflation, exacerbating the EEC's deficits with East Asia and increasing its dependence on American markets. Fourthly, while Japan, two-thirds of whose increased exports since 1983 have been absorbed by the United States, and the four tigers who shipped $8.5 billion to the United States in the first quarter of 1984 alone are the primary beneficiaries of the Reagan boom, this has been achieved, as we shall see, at the price of postponed reform of their domestic market, and of increased vulnerability to an American recession. 65. The obvious pattern is therefore one of growing incoherence and imbalance at each strategic trade juncture. But to play devil's advocate on behalf of the neoliberals, what if all this disorder in the world economy is only the confusion of a transition from an old smokestack capitalism to a new silicon chip entrepreneurialism? Is not the Reagan boom shifting the center of gravity of world capitalism from the Atlantic to the brave new world on California's shore? Let us briefly consider the impact of the upturn on the old world's competitiveness, as well as the evidence for the emergence of a new geo-economic axis in the Pacific. European sunset. One of the ironies of the present expansion is that the new European merchandise surplus with the United States $14 billion in 1984, far from signaling a renewal of European capitalist vigor, is merely a symptom of the stagnation of European internal demand that is reorienting the larger multinationals toward North America. 66 European capital is caught in a structural scissors crisis of its own. On the one hand, the project of European capitalist unity is seriously, if not fatally, compromised by the competitive adaptations of the different national economies to a new international division of labor. 67 On the other hand, the class stalemate in Europe, which prevents labor from taking the offensive against unemployment, has also prevented the right from engaging in any experiment in American-style growth based on polarized immiseration and affluence within a reduced welfare state. In effect, European capitalism has been unable to achieve either the economies of scale associated with an integrated continental market, or the management of social demand associated with a more unilateral class power of the right or left. As a result, Europe has virtually lost superpower status in the current technological scientific revolution. Back in 1970, the Kelowna Memorandum of the European Community posed the urgency of confronting the American challenge in advanced technology, and outlined bold moves to encourage cross-border mergers and hasten the integration of a common market in electronics. Now, 15 years later, the leading European manufacturer of integrated circuits, Philips, ranks barely 12th in the world, while Europe's premier computer maker, Olivetti, has an annual turnover only 1/17 that of IBM. 68 European-made computers supply only 17% of the European market, US share, 81%, while less than 6% of the world's integrated circuits, the steam engines of current technology, are produced in Europe. 69 In an investigation of competition in the world electronics industry, the Joint Economic Committee of the U.S. Congress concluded in 1982 that the battle for preeminence in integrated circuits is today a fight between American, 67% of world markets, and Japanese, 26%, manufacturers, to be fought in American and European markets. 70. Cross-national cooperation and horizontal centralization have both proven quixotic goals for European electronics and information processing industries, starting with the collapse of the first European Computer Consortium, UNIDTA, in 1974. Of 50 major international information technology mergers or joint ventures between 1980 and 1983, only 2 were intra-European. Of the rest, half were joint American and Japanese projects, and half were European and American. 71 Although the EEC finally initiated a common R&D program, ESPRI, in 1981, its fruits will probably only come on stream to industry in the 1990s. Meanwhile, the EEC's share of world information technology systems could fall over the next decade from 20 to 15%, while its trading deficit in information technology, already $3.2 billion in 1982, could increase to $16 billion by 1992.72. With 70% of the European mainframe market in its hands, IBM is poised to take commanding positions in all sectors of the evolving electronics and information complex. 73 The amicable settlement of the EEC antitrust suit last summer paved the way for its expansion into factory automation, a $30 billion market by 1990, and telecommunications. At stake are not merely market shares, but IBM's ability to impose its systems standards over whole industries. The Thatcher government's 1984 veto of a proposed IBM telecom venture was explicitly justified in terms of preventing IBM from making its systems network architecture the standard for British telecommunications. In the long run, however, it is unlikely that isolated rearguard actions by single European states can protect their postal and telecommunications systems any more than their already marginalized computer industries from being colonized by vertically integrated world giants like IBM and AT&T, recently married to Olivetti. Indeed, the current expansion only seems to be accelerating the erosion of Europe's technological sovereignty, as local companies, even state monopolies, are forced into the grid of interdependency centered on the dominant foreign technology vendors. Pacific Sunrise. One of Marx's more inadvertent exercises in futurology was his prediction, at the time of the California gold rush, that the 19th century would oversee the shift of commercial hegemony from the old lands of the Atlantic to the new lands of the Pacific. 74 In the event, the westward perambulation of the world spirit has been slower than prophesied. Indeed, it has only been since the inauguration of Ronald Reagan that the idea of a huge geopolitical displacement in the regulation of the world economy has gained more than superficial plausibility. Several kinds of recent data can now be submitted on behalf of this thesis. First is the leading, almost one-sided, role of Pacific trade, which distinguishes this expansion from other post-war upturns. Since 1980, the Pacific Basin has eclipsed the North Atlantic as the United States' principal trading zone, and, indicatively, Taiwan has now surpassed Great Britain as an American trading partner. 75 Moreover, as Table 6.4 illustrates, there has been a particularly dramatic reversal during the last decade in the relative importance of Atlantic and Pacific manufacturing imports to the United States. Secondly, Pacific capitalism, including California, considered independently, the sixth largest capitalist economy, has continued to grow at twice the rate of Europe. During the 1970s, the 10 countries that now comprise the EEC had a GNP equal to that of the United States, and twice that of the 10 leading Pacific Basin economies. By 1984, the EEC's GNP had shrunk to 93% of the United States, while the Pacific grew to two-thirds the size of the EEC. 77 Finally, the majority of the capitalist world's science-based industry and research and development is now probably located along the Pacific Rim, in California and Japan. Microelectronics is the first technological scientific revolution not to be pioneered in Europe or primarily developed within the ambit of Atlantic trade. These trends encourage the image of a Pacific sunrise, so soothing in the hot tubs of California, so unsettling in the corridors of the bourse or the city. But it is manifestly unrealistic to expect that the present patterns of Pacific exchange can substitute for the broken circuitry of Fordism in the United States, for the stagnation of demand in Europe, or for the strangulation of consumer production and cereal agriculture in the Third World. Quite the contrary, the present export boom to the United States is itself, in some sense, an unstable substitute for the failure of East Asian capitalism to raise domestic demand or to achieve a more balanced regional economic order. In Japan, the Nakasone regime, to the disquiet of some factions of the ruling party, has continued to privilege the development of a high-tech arms industry, synchronized to Pentagon procurement needs, over the long overdue upgrading of the social infrastructure. Meanwhile, the spring 1984 Shunto, or wage offensive, under the leadership of the right-wing enterprise unions produced the smallest wage increase since 1955. As the wage share of the GNP is held down, and the export offensive more than ever bears the burden of sustaining employment, the threat of European and American protectionism casts clouds over a risen sun. The position of the 4 smaller Northeast Asian capitalist states is still more precarious, as their traditional export advantages in labor-intensive manufacture are being erased by the competition of poorer ASEAN neighbors, factory automation in the United States, and a significant relocation of sweated industry from Asia to the Caribbean. In the rush to win new niches in capital-intensive or high-tech exports, the virtuous product cycle that allowed them to take over Japan's cast-off industries, usually with the help of Japanese investment, has broken down. They have become more directly competitive with mainline Japanese export sectors and with advanced Japanese technology. South Korea's multi-billion-dollar gamble that it can create a national auto industry ex nihilo has been particularly questioned. In a major survey of the Northeast Asian Division of Labor, Bruce Cummings has argued that under the new conditions of international competition created during the 1970s, there remained room for only one new Japan. In his estimation, Taiwan was chosen but the ROC was not, with grave implications for the latter's authoritarian stability. 78. A crisis of tigers and cowboys. In contrast to the Pacific Sunrise scenario, I suggest the possibility that the present unstable expansion is creating the basis for a downturn that may deepen into crisis precisely along the current axis of growth, from the American Sunbelt to industrial East Asia. The hothouse economic conditions that have prevailed in these areas almost uninterruptedly since the beginning of the Vietnam War have created vast new productive complexes and working classes, but they have also nurtured unprecedented accumulations of fictitious capital. If, at one shore of the Pacific, the relative underconsumption of the East Asian proletariat sets an inescapable constraint on growth, so, on the other shore, the rampant megaconsumption of the California middle classes poses a threat to financial stability. Since the 1970s, a disproportionate share of American wealth has been absorbed in the capitalization of soaring real estate values, commercial building booms, inflated mineral equities, and overdeveloped service industries in the western and southern states. Now, having battened off the decline of the old industrial heartland, this great superstructure of non-productive income claims is feeding off the savings of the entire capitalist world. In the meantime, financial analysts, still stunned by the continental Illinois collapse, are nervously eyeing the health of a large group of Sunbelt banks, especially the behemoth Bank of America, that have recklessly validated local real estate and energy asset speculation while simultaneously overextending themselves in Latin America. 79 One potential vector of such a financial crisis is the recent slump in Western states' energy industries, which has reduced employment and jeopardized the collateral value of reserves. 80. In the short run, of course, it may be possible for the Reagan administration to continue to avoid a deep recession by simply conscripting more liquidity into global lending circuits. One strategy is to internationalize the yen and recycle the Japanese trade surplus to the credit-hungry and unstable sectors of the world economy. Already, the Americans have won a significant deregulation of the Japanese banking system and increased the volume of syndicated yen loans available to international borrowers. But a full-fledged euro-yen remains merely a theoretical possibility, with hotly disputed implications for the growth of world credit. As the boom stalls and threatens to expire, the most readily available and potent instrument of expansion remains the Federal Reserve's power to sanction monetary inflation. Thus, almost within hours of Reagan's re-election, supply-side scalping parties were once again after Paul Volcker, whose supposed refusal to increase the money supply was blamed for the sharp third quarter 1984 slowdown. On the defensive, Volcker has tacitly abandoned any pretense of monetarist management. His decision to rebase money supply targets in the summer of 1985 opened the way for the Fed's accommodation to whatever level of stimulus is necessary to sustain expansion. The second wave of Reaganomics will undoubtedly lean even further than the first toward a purely political regulation of the business cycle such as the Democrats never dared nor ever even dreamed. Indeed, one French observer has called the current recovery the greatest example of state voluntarism in the post-war epoch, a perverse Keynesianism that unexpectedly ensured the unity of the haves coalition that first elected Reagan in 1980. This great conjuring act has created an illusion of yuppie mobility and self-confidence, the conservative opportunity society that has besotted a large part of the white working class as well. Despite Mondale's desperate promotion of the deficit as the issue of the campaign, the contradictions between the economic interests of different sectors of capital, and between the corporate economy and the diverse middle strata, were once again repressed in the larger plebiscite on the new prosperity. But, as I have tried to indicate, there is an impending point at which the costs of assuring expansion cannot be entirely displaced onto the domestic poor. 7. The lesser evil? The left. The Democrats and 1984. In the summer before the 1984 presidential elections, Michael Harrington and Irving Howe, in a widely noted interview in the New York Times Magazine, boasted that by now, Practically everyone on the left agrees that the Democratic Party, with all its faults, must be our main political arena. Point 1. In recent historical context there was a peculiar irony in this assertion, with its smug self-limitation of the left. During the 1960s, American social democracy had been debilitated, almost discredited, by its advocacy of reform through the Democratic Party. The right wing of the old Tomasite Socialist Party, Social Democrats, USA, had broken away to become courtiers of Scoop Jackson and lobbyists for military victory in Vietnam. Meanwhile, a centrist current led by Harrington and Howe formed a small circle around dissent with negligible influence on a burgeoning new left, which spurned their faith in the transformability of the Democratic Party. Indeed, the key radical organizations of the 1960s, SNCC and SDS, understandably regarded the Cold War liberalism incarnated by the Humphrey/Jackson wing of the Democratic Party, to which both camps of social democrats oriented, as the enemy, primarily responsible for genocidal imperialism in Southeast Asia as well as for the repression of the Black liberation movement at home. From the McGovern candidacy of 1972, however, sections of the former New Left, together with a younger cohort of 1970s activists, began to slip back into democratic politics, initially on a local level. Point 2. At first there was no sharp ideological break with the 60s legacy. The New Politics, as it was typed, seemed just another front of the anti-war movement or another tactical extension of the urban populism espoused by SDS's community organizing faction. By 1975, with the sudden end of the Vietnam War, a strategic divergence had become more conspicuous. On the one hand, an array of self-proclaimed cadre groups, inspired by the heroic mold of 1930s radicalism, were sending their ex-student members into the factories in the hope of capturing and radicalizing the widespread rank-and-file discontent that characterized the end of the post-war boom. On the other hand, another network of ex-sters and anti-war activists of whom Tom Hayden was merely a belated and media-hyped example were building local influence within the democratic reform movement, the loose collocation of consumer, environmental and public sector groups, supported by a few progressive unions, that had survived the McGovern debacle. Although its significance was only vaguely grasped at the time, this increasing polarization between workerism and electoralism coincided with, and was immediately conditioned by, the decline of the Black liberation movement that had been the chief social motor of post-war radicalism. A dismaying, inverse law seemed to prevail between the collapse of grassroots mobilization in the ghettos and the rise of the first wave of Black political patronage in the inner cities. While Black revolutionaries and nationalists were being decimated by J. Edgar Hoover's COINTELPRO program of preemptive repression and infiltration, Black community organization was being reshaped into a passive clientelism manipulated by the Human Services bureaucracy and the Democratic Party. Although, as we have seen, the civil rights movement remained an unfinished revolution with an urgent agenda of economic and political demands, its centrality to the project of a popular American left was tragically, and irresponsibly, obscured in the late 1970s. The ranks of the white, ex-student left, preoccupied with academic outposts and intellectual celebrities, showed a profound inability to understand the strategic implications of the halting of the civil rights movement. For all the theoretical white smoke of the 1970s, including the endless debates on crisis theory and the nature of the state, the decisive problem of the fate of the Second Reconstruction was displaced beyond the field of vision. With minimal challenge or debate, leading journals like Socialist Review and Dissent tacitly demoted Black liberation, the critical democratic issue in American history, to the status of another progressive interest, coeval with sexual freedom or ecology. The crisis of Black radicalism, and its attendant white incomprehension, was soon followed by the disintegration of the workerist left. With the important but solitary exception of the International Socialists, who continue to play a vital role in Teamsters for a Democratic Union, the only surviving rank-and-file caucus from the 1970s, none of the workplace-oriented offshoots of the New Left proved to have the stamina or internal stability to weather the decline in union militancy that followed the 1974-75 recession. The bizarre implosion of the new communist movement, As the Maoist left moved from the factory floor to frenzied party building and street confrontations, reinforced, if only by harrowing negative example, the growing claim of the electoralists to represent the sole rational hope for a mass American left. But it is unlikely that the transition towards the orbit of the Democratic Party could have occurred so rapidly without the intervention and coordination undertaken by the Harrington-Howe Group, now reorganized as the Democratic Socialist Organizing Committee, DSOC. The charter concept of DSOC, according to a Harrington editorial written in the wake of the McGovern defeat, was the belief that the left wing of realism is found today in the Democratic Party. It is there that the mass forces for social change are assembled, it is there that the possibility exists for creating a new first party in America. To pursue this realignment, Harrington and Howe proposed a two-story organizational strategy, the DSOC conceived as a party within a party within a party. It was intended to provide a kind of social democratic inner sanctum within a larger liberal coalition, built from the top down through the selective recruitment of influentials, trade union full-timers, local democratic luminaries and well-known academics. These influentials, in turn, helped sponsor the democratic agenda, the party within the party, that aimed to coalesce progressive forces within the National Democratic Party. In this fashion, the Harrington-Howe Group contrived to obtain a political leverage disproportionate to DSOC's modest membership or its meager contributions to day-to-day struggles. The Democratic agenda enjoyed a brief heyday during the first half of the Carter administration. It exerted influence at national and regional party conferences, as well as providing one of the main rallying points for supporters of the labor law reform campaign of the AFL-CIO. However, after the 1978 rightward turn of the administration, i.e., the rejection of détente, the firing of Andrew Young, the savaging of the domestic budget, the abandonment of health reform, the curtailment of urban jobs programs, and the defeat of labor law reform, the progressive pole notion ally represented by the Democratic agenda steadily lost ground in the face of the rise of neoliberalism. Traditional liberals, influenced, as we have seen, by business PACs and insurgent middle-class constituents, deserted the labor and civil rights organizations in droves, recanting previous commitments to the legacy of the Great Society and Keynesian reformism. Ironically, it was precisely at this moment of crisis for the left wing of realism, as the old liberal coalition began to break up, that significant additional sectors of the ex-New Left began to gravitate towards DSOC centrist and electoralist positions. This convergence was abetted by the shift in editorial and theoretical perspectives within the group of periodicals, mutually descended from the seminal studies on the left of the 1960s, that bore most of the intellectual mantle of the U.S. New Left, Socialist Review, Ex-Socialist Revolution, Capital State, and In These Times. All three had originally proclaimed the advocacy of explicit socialist politics and the building of a new American Socialist Party. On the eve of Reaganism, each had retreated to pragmatic endorsements of Reform Democrats and to the embrace of a pseudo-phenomenal new populism. 4. Social democracy's surprising conquest of the New Left in the teeth of the old liberalism's demise culminated in 1982 with the merger of the majority of the 2,500-member New American Movement with DSOC to form the Democratic Socialists of America, DSA, largely on the basis of political conditions, support for Israel, centrality of the Democratic Party, etc., dictated by the DSOC leadership. Any serious, detailed analysis of the rightward transformation of the Democratic Party and the new internal power balances that it entailed was completely obscured by the rhetorical intoxication that became a hallmark of the new organization. Unity against Reagan and unqualified support for the AFL-CIO executive became the twin motivating slogans for DSA's headlong rush, first to Edward Kennedy, and then to Walter Mondale. Although the invocation of practically everyone on the left was a sectarian exaggeration, Harrington and Howe could certainly savor their success in having brought a considerable fraction of the extant socialist left home to the Democrats. Moreover, as other left groups, including significant numbers of repentant Maoists, became increasingly involved in democratic politics from the 1982 midterm elections onward, a new orthodoxy arose. The principal object lesson of the militant 1960s, reliance on independent mass politics outside of and against the National Democratic Party, was stood on its head. Participation in bourgeois electoral politics was redefined as the admission ticket to serious popular politics tout court. Not since the meridian of the Popular Front during World War II, when the Browderite Communist Party attempted to dissolve itself into the left wing of the New Deal, had the majority of the American left been so fully submerged in the Democratic Party. In 1984, the spectrum of progressive groups who ultimately rallied behind the Mondale banner included CISPs and the Nuclear Freeze, as well as DSA and its influentials. All calculated that entry into the campaign would strengthen their grassroots base as well as their influence over liberal Democrats. All believed the specter of Reagan's second term was most effectively combated through support of the National Democratic candidate. All assumed that 4 years of cutbacks and takebacks had jolted the Democratic electorate to the left, creating a new receptivity to progressive ideas and providing an incentive for millions of anti-Reagan non-voters to enter the rolls. The 1984 elections, therefore, provide a decisive test of the political realism of the strategic shift to electoralism. At the same time, the election results also offer important, if not completely unambiguous, evidence about the changing sociology of the electorate and the future of the party system in the post-New Deal era. The crisis of the reformist leaderships. The most original phenomenon of 1984 was the unexpected and dramatic demonstration of black voters and their allies in favor of Jesse Jackson and the program of the Rainbow Coalition. The emergence of the Jackson campaign posed the electoralist left with the unexpected dilemma of choosing between insurgent black politics or the traditional trade union leadership. In the event, a majority of DSA, including the ex-DSOC leadership and most of the influentials, remained meekly aligned behind the AFL-CIO executive in its pre-packaged support for Mondale. On the other hand, almost all the black and Hispanic left, together with white Marxist, Leninists, dissident members of DSA, and, discreetly, the PUSA, supported the Rainbow candidacy, some with the avowed intention of building a left-wing party within the party. The old social, democratic goal of a progressive realignment under institutional liberal auspices was suddenly confronted with the fait accompli of a progressive electoral groundswell outside the franchised limits of official liberalism. To understand how this came about, it is necessary to retrace, in their respective turns, the different reactions of the trade union bureaucracy and the black political establishment to the general crisis of reformism provoked by the domestic right turns after 1978. A counterfeit Labor Party? To consider the plight of the trade union bureaucracy first, the Unified Labor Strategy was born directly out of the failure of the AFL-CIO executive in Meany's last years to find political or juridical redress for the organizational decline of union membership. The stunning defeats of labor law reform and situs picketing in the overwhelmingly Democratic 95th and 96th Congresses were interpreted by the Federation's leadership, not as failures of rank-and-file mobilization or grassroots alliances, but rather as deficits of rightful influence within the Democratic Party apparatus. The rise of neoliberalism in the suburban outlands of democracy was taken as tantamount to a disinheritance of labor's accumulated good work for the party cause. So, upon succeeding Meany in 1979, Lane Kirkland defined his principal brief as the concentration of labor's resources to recapture a dominating position within the democratic power structure. In the chain of substitutions by which the AFL-CIO leadership had successively bargained away the role of shop floor mobilizations for the sake of a variety of insider positions within the industrial relations and legislative systems, its clout within the Democratic National Committee was reckoned to be the most precious asset of all. As Harold Meyerson put it, for the trade union bureaucracy, the DNC was to be the Archimedean point from which it would begin once more to move the world its way. 5. It is helpful to recall once again the peculiar form of labor's subordination within the New Deal coalition. From 1936 onward, the trade unions achieved an interest group, non-class, representation as junior partners alongside the big urban patronage machines with their captive ethnic constituencies, and the solid South of courthouse cliques and local ruling classes. This last component, of course, was guaranteed by Jim Crow and sweeping disfranchisement of blacks, Hispanics and poor whites. National Democratic power was purchased by the addition of the working class votes in the North and their substantial subtraction in the South. Although the National Democratic Party was also crisscrossed by ideological alignments, they were relatively ephemeral compared to the triad of socio-political blocs. Labor and liberal forces were frequently distempered by machine and Southern outrages, especially the latter's role in the informal conservative bipartisan coalition that blocked social reform from 1938 to 1964, but neither moved decisively against their erstwhile partners in the Cold War Democratic consensus. To take the most famous apparent case to the contrary, Truman's brief struggle with the Dixiecrats in 1948 over civil rights planks in the party platform was immediately followed by appeasement, culminating in Adlai Stevenson's ignominious contrition to the citadels of segregation in 1953.6. Similarly, the AFL under Greene and then Meany paid respect to civil rights on ritual occasions, only to will and deal with the bosses and kingfishers on a day-to-day legislative basis. During the 1960s, however, this unholy configuration of Rooseveltian unity began to collapse of its own weight in face of the social recomposition of the big cities, the challenge of the civil rights movement in the South, and the mass opposition to the Johnson administration's escalations in Vietnam. The National Democrats fractured along three axes. First, the declining big city machines, personified by Daley in Chicago, fought delaying actions alongside their white craft union allies against the federalized welfare and clientage networks constructed by LBJ, which attempted to incorporate public sector professionals and a section of the black leadership as a new pillar of the National Democratic Party. Secondly, the solid South crumbled, as blacks and conservative Republicans assaulted the Democratic Ancien regime from opposite sides amid great radical polarization. Finally, Vietnam splintered first the liberal wing of the party, then the AFL-CIO itself, as the Ruther-Meany feud became a schism. All three sets of contradictions condensed into the fractious infighting of 1968-72, as anti-war liberals refused to support Humphrey, Cold War liberals repudiated McGovern, and Wallace bolted with the white backlash. With the collapse of the machines and the solid South, the trade union bureaucracy, hitherto the minor actor of the trio, increasingly became the main institutional support for the continuity of party leadership and the maintenance of Cold War liberalism, with its implicit relegation of social reforms behind anti-communism. Simultaneously, however, the fight over the recomposition of the Democratic Party became complexly entangled with the power struggles within the AFL-CIO executive itself. In particular, the Rutherites and their allies in the ex-CIO and public sector unions seized upon the new social forces of civil rights, anti-poverty, and peace as potential levers to challenge the ascendancy of the ex-AFL craft unions in the merged federation. Ruther's UAW, key proponent of a new liberal labor alliance from the late 1950s, was in the forefront of efforts to reorient the AFL-CIO towards the reform forces in the Democratic Party who were pressing for a retreat from Vietnam and a greater sharing out of power to minority and new middle-class constituencies. Through its generous financial support to SNCC and SDS community projects, the UAW attempt to coax the most serious organizers of the New Left into the radius of liberal democracy. At the opposite extreme, of course, were the locals of the old AFL construction crafts. These last-ditch defenders of white job trusts in urban employment remained the foot soldiers of Boston and the mindless supporters of whatever regime in Washington was currently bombing Southeast Asia. Meany's role in this turbulent period was often more devious than the public image of cigar-chomping truculence suggested. In the chain of events leading to Ruther's exit in 1969, partially as a result of deep disagreements over the Federation's political orientation, and then to the executive's boycott of the McGovern campaign in 1972, Meany attempted to play the role of a conservative reformer. On the one hand, he unwaveringly defended the Gompersian labor patriotism that wedded the AFL, CIO to the militarism of the Scoop Jackson faction of the party hierarchy. 7 The protection of precious Union jobs in the military-industrial complex demanded no less. On the other hand, Meany was a cautious renovator who saw as clearly as Reuther, and perhaps more forcefully, that the disintegration of the Democratic ruling bloc might be Labour's historic opportunity to claim a dominating position within the councils of the National Party. The old Albany lobbyist grasped from the beginning the significance of the Johnson administration's attempt to use the Great Society to regenerate the social base of the Democratic Party, and repeatedly overrode the sectional interests of his own craft union supporters to ensure the AFL-CIO's influence across the breadth of emerging civil rights and urban legislation. Under the generalship of Meany and Cope Director Barkin, the AFL-CIO's operatives on the Hill claimed a central role in funneling and moderating the demands of black, welfare, and old age groups through the Johnson Congress. 8 By making the new social movements dependent on the Federation's financial resources and legislative skills, Meany hoped to amplify the role of the trade union bureaucracy in national politics. Although Reuther was willing, where Meany was not, directly to patronize the 1960s protest movements, their strategic aims were not dissimilar. Both thought the AFL-CIO's institutional political role could be powerfully expanded through skillful brokerage between the civil rights movement and national bourgeois politics. But where Reuther and his successors were capable of conceding that the logic of incorporation of the new social forces required some opening up and reform of the party's nomination process, Meany remained obdurate in his opposition to the post-1968 democratic reform movement. Again his response was that of a grizzled old politico. In the first place, he foresaw that blacks, anti-war liberals, and women were all too likely to be natural allies of the progressive wing of the AFL-CIO, tilting the balance against his business union base. Secondly, Meany perceived that party reform was decentralizing and fragmenting an already weak and tenuous national party apparatus, dispersing power to increasing numbers of middle-class Democrats who were unbeholden to Cope and insensitive to the Union's traditional economic demands. Finally, Meany was appalled by the prospect that a bureaucratized black municipal power might succeed to the role of the old white urban machines. His tolerance of middle-class civil rights leadership was always conditional on its deference to the trade union hierarchy. As civil rights forces entered politics and gained influence within the National Democratic Party, they threatened to undermine the AFL-CIO's claim to represent and hegemonize all popular constituencies. Under Meany, and continuing under Kirkland, the Federation became the major, implacable opponent of the reform process, fighting against open primaries and delegate quotas, then, after their adoption by the Reform Commissions of 1968–72, lobbying vigorously to repeal their implementation. Throughout this period, as William Crotty has emphasized in his study of the reform process, the AFL-CIO's overriding goal was to mute the effects of the quotas that increased black and female representation within the party. 9. The rollback of democratic reform, initiated in 1976 by the AFL-CIO-influenced Winograd Commission, was consummated in 1981 by the work of the Hunt Commission. The Hunt Commission was a temporary alliance between the Federation, the Kennedy, and the Mondale camps to shore up simultaneously the roles of Democratic office holders and the Union bureaucracy, minimizing the chance that an outside candidate, like McGovern or Carter, could again use the primary path to win nomination. Originally Kirkland had wanted a third of convention delegates to be selected ex officio, a move that would have automatically returned the nomination process to the smoke-filled rooms of yore, as in 1968, when Humphrey won 2/3 of delegates with 2% of the primary vote. Unnerved at the prospect of such a flagrant anti-democratic restoration, the Kennedy representatives secured a compromise: 14% of the convention, or 568 superdelegates, would be ennobled from among Democratic office holders. Then, after reducing the required number of primaries, returning Michigan, for example, to the party caucus system, the Commission restored the winner-take-all rule in congressional district primaries and front-loaded the now shortened primary season so that the official candidate, presumably Kennedy or Mondale, would be guaranteed early success. Last but not least, the commissioners stripped the midterm Democratic Convention of the policy-making power it had briefly exercised during the 1970s, and substantially relaxed the quota requirements for sexual and racial balance. Although Labor's leading role in the Hunt Commission has been retrospectively justified by some DSA writers as a social democratization of the Democratic Party, increasing the role of responsible elected officials representing lower class groups as against increasing numbers of new class interlopers, this is, most charitably, a convoluted rationalization. Point 10 in rolling back most of the ostensible new democracy within the party, as well as opposing reform of the seniority system in Congress. The AFL-CIO under Meany and Barkin struck directly at the representation of black and minority Democrats. One aim was to blunt the emergence of a black Democratic establishment as a power in its own right. The UAW, by contrast, welcomed the rise of black electoral power. Another was to prepare the way for the nomination of an AFL-CIO-backed presidential candidate. It was Kirkland's personal gambit to secure the pre-nomination of Mondale as a Labor candidate, calculating that the early and massive concentration of AFL-CIO resources behind the winning nominee would maximize the Federation's influence over appointments and legislation in the next Democratic administration. This scheme to counterfeit a surrogate Labor Party out of the Mondale candidacy depended apart from the candidate's own, unlikely complaisance upon the unity of the trade union bureaucracy. In the face of relentless pressure from employers' concessionary demands, and with George Meany conveniently gone, the rebel unions that had been sporadically operating outside COPE since the McGovern schism now rejoined the majority. Although this reunion behind Kirkland's electoral strategy was celebrated as the triumph of labor unity, it in fact implied a recantation of the progressive alliance with civil rights and feminist leaderships that the UAW under Fraser had explored in the late 1970s. Previously dissident voices on the executive, like Wimp Insinger of the Machinists, were now more effectively muzzled than would have ever been possible in Meany's day, while Kirkland licensed a mind-numbing cant that turned Election Day into Solidarity Day 2, and Mondale into a working-class hero. Although crusty old Picards knew that Kirkland, whom A.H. Raskin apotheosized as a leader of supreme intelligence, was really an emperor without clothes, a discreet, bureaucratic silence froze the doubts and suspicions about how an unconsulted rank and file might actually vote in the 1984 primaries. 11. The dilemma of black Democrats. An even more profound crisis has reshaped black politics since 1978. The incorporation of blacks into the Democratic Party, and the de-radicalization of the civil rights movement, have depended on the precarious material infrastructure of expanding federal employment programs and urban grants in aid. The new black professional managerial strata of the 1970s have been disproportionately employed in the management of the social services and educational complexes of the inner city, as well as in administering the network of Great Society programs that provided temporary employment and minimal welfare to the ghetto poor. Similarly, the ability of black Democratic city halls to pacify the cities and ameliorate their decay on behalf of their corporate landlords has been in direct proportion to the federal funding of urban budgets. When in the spring of 1977, the Carter administration announced a virtual moratorium on further social spending, it marked not only a betrayal of its own black loyalists, but also a watershed in the historical evolution of the party. Since that date, the majority of the Democratic national leadership has retreated, as we have seen, from the politics of full employment and hegemonic reformism that characterized the Kennedy-Johnson revival of the New Deal. Democratic opposition to Reagan's dismantling of the remaining Great Society programs has been desultory at best. As Kirkland's right-wing advisor, Richard Scammon, put it, the congressional Democrats' strategy has been to keep their mouths shut. Developing an alternative program is asking for defeat. 12. Underlying this apparent collapse of political will has been the insurgent power of middle-class voters, who, in collusion with corporate lobbyists and an avaricious Pentagon, have created a new, implicit consensus in U.S. politics. Choosing between the vast income transfer programs that disproportionately subsidize the middle class, Social Security, federal aid to education, mortgage interest deductions, and so on, the new arms race, and the much smaller sector of means-tested assistance to the poor, the neoconservatives and the neoliberals have banded together to slash the last. For its part, as Kim Moody has shown, the AFL-CIO has also retreated, since the emasculation of the Humphrey-Hawkins Employment Bill in 1978, from any energetic advocacy of full employment measures, emphasizing instead the protection of its own organized sectors. Point 13 Left without allies or partisans, Black America has been savaged by a new immiseration. Nearly half of all black children are growing up in poverty, and in the upswing of the Reagan recovery, the black unemployment rate, which historically has been double the white rate, is now 3 times higher, at 16%. Point 14. Meanwhile, the Reagan administration has been using its cutbacks in social spending to do far more than simply redistribute income upward. Just as Thatcher has launched a frontal assault on the institutional integrity of the Labour Party, the attack on trade union political funds, the disestablishment of Labour-led metropolitan governments, etc., the Republican administration has pursued a strategy of disorganizing the Democratic Party. Washington's blows have fallen with particular fury upon black reformist leaderships. First, the Department of Justice and the Burger Court, in tandem with the similar rollback in NLRB practice, have grievously undercut the juridical supports of school integration and fair employment, foreclosing the kind of legal reformism that was the core of the moderate civil rights activity exemplified by the NAACP's Legal Fund. This has occurred with the complicity of most Southern Democrats and the indifference of many Northern neoliberals. Secondly, in the words of the American Enterprise Institute's budget expert, Alan Schick, the administration has attempted to blow up the political infrastructure of the urban Democratic Party by killing programs like Urban Development Action Grants or the Small Business Administration that buy power for people who walk around with a capital D. 15 Again, the impact has been most devastating on the patronage powers of black democratic apparatuses. Thirdly, by permanently shrinking the federal social budget, the Republicans hope to deepen the schism between inner-city and suburban Democrats by increasing the competition for scarce revenue sharing. Without control of federal spending, the National Democratic Party has always tended to become a political centrifuge, splintering along economic interest lines, as, for example, during the Stevenson years in the 1950s. Today, the cutbacks are aggravating the racial polarization within the party and sharpening the conflicts between black Democratic mayors and white Democratic governors and legislatures. With the unending economic depression in the black inner cities fueling demands for relief that far exceed the diminishing material resources of the black political establishment, and with black influence in the National Democratic Party reduced by the AFL-CIO-sponsored anti-reforms, it was inevitable that some elements of black reform leadership would contemplate alternative courses of action. One option was a return to a civil rights movement format of protest mobilization, an idea favored by black leftists and nationalists, but predictably unpopular with most black elected officials. Another was the periodically canvassed proposal of forming an independent black political party, possibly around the seceding nucleus of the Black Congressional Caucus. 16 Finally, there was the notion of somehow kindling a protest movement within the Democratic Party to force it to reaffirm its commitment to a second Reconstruction. In the event, the strategy that emerged through the Jackson campaign was to invoke the threat of the second option as a means to realize the third, that is to say, Jackson built upon an ethos of black self-organization while limiting its aims to a renegotiation of the contract between black Democrats and their national party. The ambivalence and tensions of this strategy were reflected in the elusive slogan of empowerment, which meant voter registration while simultaneously connoting more transcendent and militant images of self-activity. The dual impetus and model for this rebellion against the party from within the party was, of course, provided by the 1983 Washington campaign in Chicago. The failure of both Kennedy and Mondale to support this long-overdue uprising on the Daly plantation radicalized the frustration of key sectors of the black political family with the official liberal leadership of the Democratic Party. At the same time, The spectacular success of Harold Washington's electoral United Front in mobilizing 150,000 new black and Hispanic voters awakened a new sense of black political potential. The narrowly defeated candidacy of black socialist Mel King in Boston a few months later was an added inspiration, showing in this case the practicality of a rainbow coalition of minority communities, white progressives, and elements of the trade union movement. The precipitous launching of the Jackson candidacy provoked an important symptomatic split within the black political establishment. His earliest and most important institutional support came from the black churches. Indeed, his campaign carried overtones of a rebellion of the old ministerial leadership of the civil rights movement against the newer hierarchy of black politicians. 17 Moreover, his initial political sponsors, including Congresspersons Dellums and Conyers, the two-man left wing of the Black Congressional Caucus, Mayor Hatcher of Gary, California, Assemblywoman Maxine Waters, and pioneer black presidential candidate and feminist Shirley Chisholm, were most closely tied to black working-class social bases. Their constituencies were devastated by Reaganomics, and their electoral credibility was most dependent on a willingness to strike a militant pose. Mondale's black loyalists, on the other hand, tended to include figurehead crisis managers with substantial white and business support, like Bradley, Los Angeles, Good, Philadelphia, or Arrington, Birmingham, as well as representatives of the black bourgeoisie like the National Black Leadership Roundtable and Andrew Young, Atlanta having the most politically significant black middle class in the country. Given the widely recognized and growing socio-economic wedge between the black poor and the new black middle classes, the original polarization over the Jackson candidacy could not help but have certain class overtones as well. 18 Where the loyalist camp followed the line of defeating Reagan at any price, the insurgent current represented by the Jackson campaign responded that a Democratic victory might be meaningless unless the party returned to supporting full employment and the welfare state. Class struggles on the primary trail. The Democratic primary battles turned out to be the most surprising events of the election year. After all the careful finagling of the nomination process by Kirkland and the Hunt Commission, the unbeatable Mondale machine collapsed in the first heat, as a majority of AFL-CIO members in New Hampshire bolted to Hart. Then the focus of issues in the primary competition, assumed to run along the center-right divide between Mondale and Glenn, abruptly shifted with Jackson's entrance and Glenn's disappearance in the oblivion of the Iowa caucuses. Although meaningless image manipulations frequently obscured the real substance and basis for division, the bitter three-person battle among Mondale, Hart, and Jackson inevitably revealed the deep ideological divisions within the Democratic Party. The programmatic differences between the candidates were, in turn, indices of underlying social realignments taking place in the balkanized constituencies of the National Party. The following table summarizes the most salient divergences in the politics of the three camps. The general economic strategies endorsed by the candidates, despite predictable vagueness and elision, were particularly revealing. Mondale, for instance, initially supported an eclectic industrial policy coupled with selective protectionism. The primary phase of his campaign was heavily influenced by the industrial policy study group set up in 1983 by the triumvirate of Kirkland, Felix Rohatyn, ex-financial overlord of New York City, and Irving Shapiro, former CEO of DuPont, the second largest non-union employer in the United States. The study group was essentially a continuation of the Carter administration's ill-fated efforts to sponsor a feeble American version of corporatism, and its membership, unsurprisingly, overlapped with the Labor Management Conference as well as the Carter cabinet, including Lee Iacocca, Chrysler, ex-Secretary of Treasury Blumenthal, Burroughs, ex-Secretary of State Vance, IBM, and Robert McNamara. Shorn of its more grandiose pretensions, the study group plan was an attempt by leading Democratic capitalists and their trade union counterparts to find common ground for a federal rescue of the declining industrial base of the Northeast. Modeling themselves on the precedents of Rohatyn's austerity regime in New York from 1975, the Municipal Assistance Corporation or Big Mac, and the Chrysler bailout of 1979, the study group proposed a reindustrialization strategy based on tripartite consensus, a federal investment bank, incomes policies, and industry-specific protectionism. In attempting to nail the study group's recommendations to the masthead of the Mondale campaign, Kirkland was implicitly committing the AFL-CIO to two extraordinary precedents. First, he was virtually promising to institutionalize concessionary bargaining when he accepted that the unions would trade off wage freezes or ceilings in return for federal loans to industry, in spite of the absence of any proposed reciprocal pledges by employers to ensure the maintenance of employment levels. Secondly, the Kirkland, Rohatyn, Shapiro plan was specifically targeted to preserve the unionized industrial base, with scant concern for the plight of workers in low-wage industries, the public sector, the rapidly growing Sunbelt regions, or, most of all, for the inner-city unemployed. In fact, the study group proposals assumed continued fiscal austerity and cost containment in the public sector. In fiscal 1989, Mondale projected only a $30 billion increase over 1984 levels of funding for social programs, with most of the increase to be offset by savings elsewhere in the domestic budget. 19 In this sense as well, Kirkland was ready to codify the AFL-CIO's retreat from serious full employment politics. Hart's economic proposals shared in this benign neglect of the unemployed and the working poor. The senator from Colorado had been one of the principal gravediggers of the Great Society during the Carter Congresses, rising in 1978 to propose sweeping reductions in social spending, tax cuts, an expanded arms budget, tax-based incomes policy, and the deregulation of natural gas. Like Mondale's corporate labor supporters, Hart also advocated an industrial policy, but his version had opposite regional and sectoral orientations, utilizing market-based mechanisms like fiscal and manpower training incentives, to favor Sunrise Industries and the Sun Belt. Where Mondale had sponsored the Chrysler bailout, Hart had sponsored legislation to rescue Johns Manville, a Denver corporation, from the costs of its asbestos litigation. Vowing that he would not guarantee people something unless they are really down and out, Hart fetishized capital formation over welfare in almost identical formulae to Kemp and the supply-side Republicans. 20 His core vision seemed to be the belief that if state spending were rigorously restructured to subsidize the occupational and entrepreneurial mobility of the professional and scientific middle classes, the ensuing boom would take care of the rest of society. In contrast to Mondale's warmed-over corporatism or Hart's yuppie conservatism, Jackson's domestic program was arguably the first social democratic alternative seriously offered to the American electorate in a presidential campaign. Debs's campaigns of 1912 and 1920 had been run on a revolutionary program. Whereas Mondale and Hart insisted that significant social spending had to be sacrificed to an expanding arms buildup, Mondale would have preserved most of Reagan's Baroque arsenal with his projected $418 billion arms budget in 1989. Jackson straightforwardly proposed to shift massive resources from defense to human services, emphasizing the central role of public employment growth in the economy. He promised the restoration and expansion of Great Society levels of welfare expenditure together with aggressive enforcement of voting rights and affirmative action in employment. Moreover, he was the only candidate who actually fought for the full agenda of traditional labor movement demands, as distinct from Kirkland's study group concessions. It was Jackson, not Mondale, who insistently denounced plant closures, supported labor law reform, attacked the open shop and stood up for the organizational rights of undocumented workers. In foreign policy, the divergence among the three campaigns was equally profound. The positions of Mondale and Hart descended in large part from the foreign policy split within the Carter administrations. Hart's views were closest to, if never completely identical with, the neorealist policies advocated within the Carter ranks by Cyrus Vance, George Ball, and Andrew Young. The gist of neorealism was the belief that it was in the best interest of the United States to delink the socio-economic crisis in the South from the Cold War, and that revolutionary challenges in the Third World could be managed by U.S. diplomatic and economic power alone. The liberal interventionists, on the other hand, whose views suffused Mondale's campaign statements, clung to the Truman Doctrine paradigm that had guided the Democratic Party for 40 years, military counterinsurgency combined with cosmetic reform. Within the Carter administration, Brzezinski and Brown, from their respective power bases in the National Security Council and the Pentagon, had crusaded against the Vance, Young human rights approach, and, after the fall of the Shah, forced the neorealists out of office. Mondale, of course, had presided over this purge, just as he had played a crucial role in determining the rightward shift in the administration's domestic policy. During the 1984 primary campaign, these splits in the Democratic foreign policy establishment reverberated in the respective attitudes of Mondale and Hart towards Reagan's creeping military intervention in Central America. Mondale, sharing the new right's preoccupation with the Cuban threat, dissented only from Kirkpatrick and Helms's abrazo of such fascists as D'Aubuisson and the Somoza Palace Guard. He did, however, hail the quiet U.S. invasion of Honduras and gave discreet but influential support to the bipartisanization of aid to El Salvador. Duarte was given a hero's welcome by the Democratic congressional leadership in May, and effective opposition to Reagan's intervention in El Salvador collapsed. Hart, in contrast, categorically rejected the U.S. military presence in Central America, urged negotiations with the Sandinistas and closer coordination with Mexico and Venezuela. His stance seemed principled and courageous, a continuation of his original dedication to the anti-war purpose of the McGovern campaign. Unfortunately, Hart's neorealism became indistinguishable from Mondale's interventionism in other sectors of the Cold War. In their embarrassing efforts to outbid one another for the support of Reagan's American admirers in the New York primary, they embraced positions on the Middle East more bellicose and extravagantly pro-Israeli than those of Reagan. Meanwhile, the Jackson campaign first befuddled, then enraged its erstwhile liberal critics, who, like the New Republic, had a priori dismissed it as a demagogic exercise in black sectionalism, by unveiling a coherent, alternative foreign policy more comparable to a non-aligned movement manifesto than to any hitherto imagined democratic platform. This foreign policy, with its central emphases on support for liberation struggles, U.S. non-intervention, and nuclear disarmament, was elaborated through an extensive dialogue that involved the Hispanic community, the peace movement, the Catholic left, and the oppositional foreign policy establishment, notably the Institute for Policy Studies, as well as black Pan-Africanists and nationalists. Jackson personally underwrote the priority of these planks in his campaign by audacious meetings with Ortega and Castro, as well as by his visible participation in left-led demonstrations against the invasion of Grenada and intervention in Central America. These initiatives far exceeded the functional requirements of the primary campaign as a simple black protest against democratic neglect. As Maulana Karenga has pointed out, Jackson's defiance of the rules of the Cold War courted repudiation by the new black patriotism that had been ostentatiously endorsed by various black sports and entertainment celebrities. Instead, he won an overwhelming voter support, seconded by significant sections of the Hispanic electorate, that can only be interpreted as a popular mandate for the Rainbow Coalition's strategic linkage of full employment, disarmament, and anti-imperialism. 21 Given the generally dismal historical record of international social democracy on imperialism, from the capitulation of the Reichstag deputies to Prussian militarism in 1914, to the supine support of the British Labour government for U.S. genocide in Southeast Asia, the combination of Jackson's economic and social with his foreign policy positions was extraordinary indeed. In sum, there was a political chasm between the radical positions of the Jackson campaign and the varieties of Reaganism with a human face offered by Mondale and Hart. Whereas the crisis of the trade union leadership had propelled it rightward, away from its traditional commitment to full employment and into the dead-end embrace of concessionary corporatism, the crisis of the black reformist leadership produced the leftward, populist schism of the Jackson campaign. In an electoral marketplace overstocked with conservatives, it offered the only reformist agenda that encompassed the actual immediate needs of every section of the U.S. working class. Faced with this fortuitous emergence of a ready-made social democratic program and mass constituency during the 1984 elections counterposed against the Cold War liberalism of the Democratic establishment candidates, What was the response of the electoralist left? The U.S. affiliate of the Socialist International spurned its own destiny. Instead of recognizing the rainbow as the harbinger of progressive realignment, DSA clung to Mondale and the labor bureaucracy except in California, where the local DSA initially supported the senator from B1, Alan Cranston. Despite some rank-and-file and local chapter sympathy for Jackson, the DSA leadership deflected any serious consideration of his campaign. Reading Harrington, Howe, and Dinich, one would have scarcely known that the Rainbow Coalition even existed. 22 But where they merely ignored Jackson, a swarm of other white social democrats and liberal pundits were rushing to calumniate him. One of the most hysterical attacks was Paul Behrman's article in The Nation, in which Jackson was compared to George Wallace and accused of running a right-wing populist campaign that was anti-labor and a threat to progressive politics. 23 Later, Jack Odell, a key Rainbow staffer and former Martin Luther King aide, incisively criticized the underlying attitudes of the Jackson baiters, their implicit self-identification of the left as white, their minimalization of the black social base, and their refusal to accept that the progressive movement's majority leadership, not exclusive leadership, will be coming from the Afro-American community. 24. Having lost the New England and California centers of academia and science-based industry to Hart, and menaced across the South by the strength of the Jackson vote, Mondale finally scraped by with the help of the AFL-CIO in Illinois, New Jersey, and Michigan, where the return to the caucus system diminished the influence of the black vote. The supposedly signed and sealed labor vote in the event delivered Mondale only 45% of Union voters, 20% supported Jackson, and 30% Hart. As the following table shows, however, the Hunt Commission's system of delegates election was brilliantly effective in disenfranchising the Rainbow electorate and inflating the Mondale delegation. If the Jackson campaign was scandalously underrepresented at the convention, it still preserved the ultimate weapon of an independent presidential effort that would take most of the black vote from Mondale. In early meetings with the Mondale camp, Jackson had summarily warned that there would be a walkout point if important Rainbow demands were not incorporated into the platform. In the lengthy pre-convention negotiations between Jackson and Democratic National Committee head Charles Mannett, the party oligarchy offered a menu of procedural concessions and small adjustments, ranging from affirmative action in convention catering to guarantees of representation on convention committees, while sidestepping the substantive policy issues. This struck a majority of Rainbow activists as small recompense for the campaign's avowed aims and its historic responsibilities. Considerable rank-and-file pressure thus arose within the Jackson delegation to walk out if serious concessions were not forthcoming. But the transition from the primary battles to the convention saw a reassertion of the leadership of the moderate black politicos among the Jackson leadership, like Hatcher, Pinckney, and Sutton, who were determined to rein in the secessionist impulses of the grassroots Jackson delegates and achieve some face-saving compromise with the Democratic National Committee. The contradictory impulses behind Jackson's candidacy came to a head as independent political action on behalf of the coalition's radical program was discounted in favor of the black political establishment's strategy of levering more influence from the Democratic power structure. In the event, the failure of the campaign to invest the Rainbow Coalition with a formally organized constituency structure or mechanisms of democratic consultation by its activists ensured that the key decisions would be made by the inner circle of black office holders. Under their incessant pressure, Jackson finally agreed to play by the loaded rules of the convention, offering Mannett a no-walkout pledge and agreeing to submit only 4 minority planks to the convention in order to avoid a protracted platform fight. These planks, however, were a distillation of key sections of the Rainbow program: 1. Abolition of Southern dual primaries, 2. Substantial reduction of the defense budget and an end to the current arms race, 3. Declaration of no U.S. nuclear first use, and 4. Strong enforcement of affirmative action. The tightly disciplined Mondale delegation, fully half of whom were Union members or officials, overwhelmingly voted down the first 3 planks with the collusion of most of the Hart contingent. The defeat of the no first use plank was particularly illustrative of the sordid spirit that infused the convention. Theoretically, The combined Jackson, Hart, and pro-Freeze forces should have easily commanded a majority on this issue, but Hart had already contracted with Mondale to oppose this plank in return for the latter's endorsement of a diffusely platitudinous resolution limiting American use of force. Cranston, who had hinged his entire primary campaign on advocacy of the nuclear freeze, dragooned his unhappy supporters to vote against the Jackson position as well. In planning to meet the Jackson challenge at the convention, Mondale had given many of his at-large delegate positions to his black supporters. Less than half of the 717 black delegates at the convention were Jackson supporters. In the fight over the fourth plank, Mondale's managers made humiliating use of these black loyalists. Andrew Young was sent down to the convention floor to be jeered by the Jackson delegation as he half-heartedly tried to defend Mondale's retreat from racial quotas. The AFL-CIO had always opposed them in principle. When Coretta Scott King then attempted to intervene on Young's behalf, she too was booed, an act of lèse-majesté to the martyr's wife that previously would have been unthinkable. In the end, however, it was Jackson himself who flouted the expressed will of the majority of his delegation and allowed his platform manager, Walter Fauntroy, to accept a compromise with the Mondale forces that substituted the meaningless expression verifiable measurements for quotas. The ignominious experience of voting against one's formerly most cherished principles as exemplified by Freeze activists voting against no first use or the Mondale blacks rationalizing the betrayal of affirmative action was raised to the level of surreal mass ritual as the Mondale and Hart delegations approved what the Congressional Quarterly characterized as economically, the most conservative Democratic platform in 50 years. 26 ratifying the rightward evolution of the Democrats since 1977, the platform abandoned perennial commitments to full employment and national health care, and, for the first time in a modern Democratic convention, refrained from calling for substantial new social spending. Last-minute entreaties from Jackson and other black leaders to include a federal jobs program to ameliorate the depression in the inner cities were summarily rebuffed. The Hart forces, on the other hand, succeeded in incorporating language exalting the central role of the private sector, while de-emphasizing the traditional Democratic focus on economic assistance to the cities. This damage to traditional liberalism was entirely self-inflicted, since the forces of old-fashioned Democratic conservatism were scarcely represented at the convention, just a handful of boll weevils and Glenn delegates. Harold Meyerson, a leading DSA trade unionist and Mondale supporter, was struck by the equanimity with which the hundreds of AFL, CIO and NIA delegates voted to retreat from the causes they had championed for their entire lives. 27. Earlier in the primary season he had written evocatively of Kirkland's attempt to transform the Democratic Party into a Labor Party without ideology, without a distinct labor program, without an activated rank and file, a spectral vision that came proximately true. During the convention, 28. White progressives found solace in the convention's social liberalism, as well as in its sentimental invocation of the New Deal ethos, without, of course, the beef of New Deal policies. They were gratified by the historic recognition of gay rights and electrified by the selection of Geraldine Ferraro as Mondale's running mate. To most blacks, however, the nomination of Ferraro was a bitter pill, a white backlash candidate from the most segregated neighborhood of New York, an area of Queens with barely 3% black population. She had extolled the death penalty and built her reputation as a fierce law and order district attorney. One of the most implacable foes of busing for school integration, she had crusaded in 1979 for a constitutional amendment outlawing it, and in 1982, defected from the New York Democratic delegation to support a new right resolution barring the Justice Department from funding busing. 29 Symptomatically, this was a background that the Social Democratic and liberal press ignored in its uncritical celebration of Ferraro. Mondale's corporate strategy. Having grandfathered Mondale's nomination through the obstacles of political principle, Kirkland and his co-chieftains were forced to watch haplessly as their labor strategy was sex-changed into a corporate strategy. As Robert Kuttner put it, the great industrial policy debate ended with a whimper with the AFL, CIO's pet planks on reindustrialization and protectionism supplanted by Mondale's monomaniacal emphasis on deficit reduction. 30 This redesign of the Mondale candidacy was affected by a confluence of factors: political consultant Richard Leon's erroneous belief that the deficit was the soft underbelly of Reaganism, the opposition of leading Brookings economists to any form of industrial policy, and the conservative fiscal instincts of the ex-Carter staff. Most decisive, perhaps, was the inability of the unions to meet their original financial pledges to the Democratic National Committee, leaving a huge shortfall in the most expensive campaign in history that DNC chairman Charles Manatt proposed to rectify by appealing to big business. His Lexington club had a minimum admission fee of $25,000. Robert Kuttner has recounted how, in late August, Mondale was called to book by 70 of his principal backers, aggravated by his rhetorical support for the study group proposals, as I.R.V. Kipnis, the California industrialist who was then head of the Democratic Party's Business Council, recalled at the session. Several of us said, "Fritz, quit knocking the rich, they're financing your campaign." Mondale replied, "Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be rich. I want to be rich." 31. The last months of the labor-backed Mondale campaign were spent in a quixotic crusade to win big business to the Democrats. Mondale's appeal to the corporations and financial markets was based on twin proposals to raise taxes by $70 billion and to place the new revenue in a special deficit reduction fund to ensure that it would not be used for anything other than balancing the budget. In deference to Wall Street's general qualms about industrial policy, he refused to endorse the LaFalce Bill, H.R. 4360, the crucial industrial policy legislation sponsored by House Democrats to establish a latter-day RFC or Bank for Industrial Competition. Since his proposed budget provided for only marginally slower growth in military spending, approximately 5% per annum, than Reagan's, he planned to restore only about half of the 1981 cuts in social spending, emphasizing those programs most beneficial to the white middle class. Lest there remained any doubt about which party stood for anti-Keynesian fiscal restraint, Stuart Eizenstat, Mondale advisor and architect of the Carter budget retrenchment, urged businessmen to look at the platform Mondale insisted upon. There are no specific spending commitments for the first times. Its central focus is on deficit reduction rather than stimulus of the economy. 32 other Mondale advisors broadly hinted to the business press that a Democratic administration would be ready to undertake even more drastic pruning as it became necessary. Ex-Secretary of Treasury Blumenthal told Businessweek he was convinced that Mondale would trim entitlement programs and get Social Security under control. 33 A plan to impose a general spending freeze, championed by Bert Lance and Felix Rohatyn, only failed to become a major Mondale plank because of the fear of alienating Jackson and the black vote. 34. By pandering to the Business Roundtable in the illusory hope that business might rally behind his campaign, Mondale repeated Carter's gigantic blunder of 1980, clothing the Democrats in the mantle of Hooverian fiscal conservatism while the GOP, invoking Roosevelt and Kennedy, crusade as the party of economic growth. This relentless domestic right turn, largely unopposed by trade unionists and social democrats trapped in the logic of their lesser evilism, was further complemented by a parallel attempt to outflank Reagan as the champion of Cold War toughness. Firmness and resolution became the key Mondale virtues, as his managers, advised by a coterie of ex-Kissinger and Brzezinski aides, Robert Hunter, Barry Carter, Madeleine Albright, etc., tried to project a new set of campaign themes: a quarantine of Nicaragua, retaliation against terrorism, increased military support for Israel, funding for Midgetman and stealth bombers, and so on. In September, two leading hawks, James Schlesinger, Ford's Secretary of Defense, and Max Kampelman, sometime Reagan envoy, were brought into the campaign with remarkable ostentation in an apparent attempt to counter the roles of the ex-Scoop, Jackson Democrats, like Kirkpatrick, on the Republican side. 35 Just as industrial policy had been summarily killed off as a campaign theme, so too were the nuclear freeze and Central America clouded over with ambiguous rhetoric and pushed into the Background of foreign policy debate. As a result, peace and Central America activists were increasingly disorganized and muted where they had chosen to make support of Mondale their focus. While the Democratic campaign was being reshaped for the benefit of the bankers and the hawks, the blacks, whether Mondale loyalists or Jackson supporters, were being frozen out of the campaign leadership and the media spotlight. The treatment was so contemptuous that even Andy Young exploded at the smart-assed white boys on the Mondale staff who treated all black Democrats as campaign liabilities. Again, it was only the conciliatory intervention of Jesse Jackson that headed off a rupture. A meeting of Jackson supporters in Chicago, debating the potential for rainbow candidates at the congressional and local levels, had urged Jackson to run as an independent in the South Carolina senatorial race. Precisely because such an initiative might have had incalculable consequences, creating a third-party precedent as well as radically challenging the political submission of the black Southern electorate to lesser evil conservative white Democrats, it was successfully squelched by Jackson's moderate advisers and the Democratic National Committee. This effectively marked the end of the nascent Rainbow Coalition's independent role in the 1984 elections. As the last liberal vestiges of the Mondale platform disappeared in white smoke, his left supporters sought refuge in a wonderland of ever more fantastic scenarios. While noting the rightward deflection of their candidate, DSA argued that this was all the more reason to transform the election from an ordinary campaign into a bold progressive crusade, as if grassroots mobilization could somehow compensate for right-wing policies. Mondale was officially invested with exceptional left liberal credentials and crowned as the next People's President. 36 An extraordinary tableau was unveiled to show how the party within the party might be activated to defeat Reagan and reshape the Democratic Party leftward. Hopefully christened after Truman's famous come-from-behind effort of 1948, despite the fact that Mondale's economics were now to the right of Dewey's, this fantasy of the People's Campaign presumed the dramatic activation of a silent majority of anti-Reagan voters. A Mondale victory, it was imagined, would be delivered by the coincidence of 5 strategic factors. 1. The AFL-CIO's capacity to deliver at least 65% of the vote of union households, compared to 48% in 1980. 2. A continuation of black voter registration at the unprecedented levels of 1983 and early 1984, with an equally high black turnout to assure Democratic victory in at least some of the 7 southern states that Carter lost by less than 3% of the vote. 3. A widening gender gap at least 15% and increased female voter turnout. 4. The inability of the Republicans to exploit comparable reserves of conservative hidden voters. 5. A dramatic leap in voter participation, reversing the 20-year decline and assuring an overall turnout of at least 100 million out of a voting age population of 174 million. The deluge. Every one of these hopes was drowned in the Reagan tide of November 8. Although the black vote contributed a historic share of the total Democratic presidential vote, over half in the South and nearly a quarter nationally, compared to 7% in 1960, it shrunk by 1 point as a percentage of the total popular vote, from 9% to 8%, as did the women's vote, from 50% to 49%. 37 At the same time, the labor strategy central to Mondale's campaign debouched in an uneven union effort, ranging from enthusiastic to dispirited depending on union, region, and degree of previous rank-and-file electoral organization. The unions delivered only a slim majority of union households to Mondale, 53%, instead of the 65% that had been vouchsafed to the Democratic National Committee, and the NBC exit polls in Michigan actually showed UAW households sliding to Reagan, 52% to 48%. Although the AFL-CIO would later claim posthumous victory by referring to the percentage of union members, rather than households, voting for Mondale, 60 to 65%, exclusive of the pro-Reagan Teamsters and the unaffiliated NIA, the Federation's own polls indicated a decisive Reagan majority among their younger white male members. 38 The really catastrophic statistic, however, was the Gallup poll's discovery 1 month after the elections that a plurality of skilled workers indicated allegiance to the Republicans for the first time since the 1920s. It is difficult to resist comparing this tendential Reaganization of the white craft working class in the United States with the similarly massive defection of skilled English workers from the British Labour Party over the past 4 years. It would seem that in political terms, if not also in socio-economic status, the working class in both countries is becoming increasingly disunited in a way that repeals the solidaristic achievements of earlier decades of labor struggle and drastically reduces the claims of either the Democratic Party or the Labour Party to represent most of the industrial proletariat, never mind the growing numbers of effectively disenfranchised low-wage service workers. In the larger working class electorate, non-union and unorganized as well as union, the AFL-CIO labor strategy was clearly and unambiguously defeated. From the beginning of the campaign, Mondale's pollsters and strategists had been aware that the crucial battle of the election would be the competition for the hearts and minds of the third income quintile, the fifth of the population midway up the income ladder with average annual earnings of $19,000. This quintile includes both organized semi-skilled and many-skilled workers. It was the least affected, positively or negatively, by the 1981 tax redistribution, but is highly sensitive to changes in the employment level or to threats of tax increases. In December 1983, Mondale seemed to enjoy a comfortable margin among this fifth of the population, as various polls showed him with a majority of votes from families earning $20,000 or less per annum. Hart also won this group from Reagan. Less than a year later, following the Democrats' move to fiscal conservatism and the acceleration of the Reagan recovery, the Mondale threshold dropped below $10,000, compared to $15,000 for Carter in 1980. Reagan's support in the crucial $12,500 to $24,999 income range rose 13%, and in November he won a clear majority of the overall blue-collar vote, even increasing his union vote by 2% over 1980.40. There still might have remained some comfort for the Democrats if the gender gap had widened or held to its 1980 level. Instead, it unexpectedly narrowed, as 10% more women voted for Reagan, and the global male-slash-female differential, vis-a-vis the Democratic vote, declined by half. In the South, the only region in the country to give Carter a majority of the female vote in 1980, the gender gap simply disappeared, as women shifted sides by a massive 16%.41. Similarly, in key western and northern industrial states where the Democrats had hoped for a powerful confirmation of 1980 trends, they were stunned to see their advantage amongst women voters tumbling, with only New York remaining an exception. This national reversal of political gender differentiation is undoubtedly linked, particularly in the South, but also elsewhere, with the increasing racial polarization among women voters. Indeed, a racial disaggregation of the female vote reveals one of the most glaring gaps in the electorate: the 65% of white women, compared to 68% of white men, who voted for Reagan versus a bare 6% of black women. 43 Without slighting the long-term political implications of the continuing incorporation of white women into the economy as low-wage workers, it would appear incontestable that much of what remained of the gender gap in 1984, approximately 7% differential, was an epiphenomenon of the remarkably democratic vote of black and minority women. To this fact must be counterposed the refusal of the National Organization of Women, pre-signed by the AFL-CIO for Mondale, and most feminist groups to give a serious hearing to the Rainbow Coalition. 44. As with workers and women, the sun again failed to rise for the Democrats with new voters. The broadly shared expectation on the left that opposition to Reaganism was drawing millions of new Democratic voters into polling booths was cruelly disappointed. In the first place, Democratic registration drives became ensnared in a tangle of rivalries between candidates and constituencies. During the primaries, for example, when black voter interest was most intense, the National Democratic apparatus refused to finance registration efforts for fear that they would enhance the Jackson vote. Later in the campaign, black voter groups retaliated, refusing to share names with some white-led registration campaigns. 45 Meanwhile, the trade union voter drives, which had been expected to be the backbone of the surge of new voters, frequently failed to meet minimal quotas. One major campaign in Los Angeles, crucial to Democratic chances in California, registered barely 10,000 new voters despite large expenditures over many months. After its New Hampshire debacle, the AFL-CIO had made a last-minute attempt to launch one-on-one canvassing and registration on the shop floor. Successful in a few progressive unions, this theoretically plausible approach more typically ran afoul, as Harold Meyerson has chronicled, of the atrophied, depoliticized state of shop steward organization across the country. 46 In unhappy contrast, the National Republican Committee, which since 1974 has functioned as a kind of a super consulting firm, coordinated a streamlined registration drive that drew awe-inspired accolades from jealous Democratic operatives. With a $30 million budget, as well as the corroborative efforts of the Moral Majority's separate registration crusade among born-again Christians, the Republicans were able to match the Democratic registrars voter by voter, and better. 47 Where the Human Serve campaign, inspired by radical social scientists Piven and Cloward's idea of movement building through aggressive assertion of voter rights, sought to use social service employees as registrars of the poor, the Republicans countered by deputizing members of the Rotary and the Chamber of Commerce. 48 Where the AFL-CIO attempted to mobilize union households and public employees, the Republicans, with their unassailable mastery of direct mail techniques, successfully targeted millions of employees of non-union businesses and military personnel. Using high-tech survey methods pioneered by GOP poll master Richard Worthlin and his cadre of Mormon computer hackers, the Republicans were able to identify and register only pro-Reagan voters, avoiding duplication or the registration of Democrats. It was in the South, where Reagan's 1980 margins had been thinnest, that this logistical disparity between the two campaigns became truly decisive. The almost nonchalant attitude of the DNC toward black voter registration was parried by the Republicans' vigorous enlistment of fundamentalists, military families, and anti-Castro Cubans, who helped tilt the South one-sidedly to Reagan by unexpected margins of 18% and more. 49. Just as the 1964 Goldwater debacle had dashed belief in a hidden conservative majority, so 1984 destroyed the analogous left-wing hope of reshaping the electoral balance of power with millions of progressive new voters. In the event, Reagan's margin among first-time voters was identical to his majority amongst previous voters. Although the People's Campaign may have registered as many as 2 million new Democrats, the combined total of the Republican National Committee and the Moral Majority was probably twice as great. 50 Even more importantly, the Republicans were able to motivate their new voters to turn out on Election Day. Although the Jackson primary campaign had inspired Southern black voters to register in historic numbers, almost closing the gap with Southern whites, 71% versus 77%, 62% of the whites actually voted, overwhelmingly for Reagan, as against only 41% of eligible blacks, 7% less than in 1980, a vivid indication of their disenchantment with Mondale. 51 Nationally, the overall turnout was only 0.7% higher than the post-war low point of 1980, although 12 million new voters had been registered since 1980, only 4 million bothered to vote. The final total of 92 million voters fell disastrously short of the 100 million minimum targeted by the Democrats and their allies, and most of the increase over 1980 seems to have consisted of new Republican voters. 52 Despite the Labor candidacy and 4 years of Reaganomics, almost as many workers occupied bar stools instead of polling booths in 1984 as in 1980. Finally, rampant crossover voting ensured that the relationship between the Reagan landslide and the national congressional vote was the most disarticulated in history. Despite a near tie in the aggregate congressional popular vote, the House remained Democratic by a 3-2 margin thanks to an all-powerful incumbency effect. 95% of incumbents were re-elected, and the partisan reapportionment of congressional districts carried out by majority Democratic state houses since 1980. Although House Minority Leader Michaels complained about the selfish fit of Reagan's coattails, he might more fairly have blamed the business PACs which, by and large, refused to subsidize Republican congressional challengers. The election was a Pyrrhic victory for Mondale's corporate strategy insofar as Tony Coelho and his Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee had attracted business contributions to Democratic incumbents. 53 To an increasing extent, opposite trends are operating within what James McGregor Burns once characterized as the American four-party system of autonomous Democratic and Republican congressional and presidential coalitions. 54 In the case of the Democrats, while the presidential coalition has become more dependent upon the contribution of blacks, minorities, and labor, the congressional wing, as Thomas Edsall has emphasized, is increasingly reliant upon business PACs and middle-class interest groups. 55. Revenge of the neoliberals. Well before Mondale's November doomsday, his impending defeat was being celebrated by leading neoliberals. At the end of July, Senator Tsongas of Massachusetts, a pioneer neoliberal and heart confidant, was already boasting that the next crop of candidates will all come out of our wing of the party. For that reason, several of us would be just as comfortable if Mondale loses as if he wins. 56 An even more brazen advocate of sending Mondale and old-style liberals to hell in a handbasket was Mayor Cook of New York. He had been barnstorming since the fall of 1983 to turn the Democratic Party away from the left-wing special interests, red blacks, and toward the middle class. The party's left wing doesn't give a rap about the middle class. Cook's alternative was a clone of Kemp's and Gingrich's prescription to the Republicans: flat rate tax reform, victims' rights, the curbing of entitlements, urban enterprise zones, and so on. 57. On the morning after the election, Tsongas's and Cook's views were echoed by a vast chorus of depressed Democratic office holders. At a meeting of the AFL-CIO-backed Coalition for a Democratic Majority, LBJ's son-in-law, Governor Charles Robb of Virginia, minced no words about the need to return the party to the middle class, against the special interests. He articulated the consensus of Western and Southern Democratic leaders that the Democrats must be the party of business leaders, doctors, pharmacists, stockbrokers, and professionals. Robb was immediately seconded by strike-breaking Democratic Governor of Arizona, Bruce Babbitt, who had shown his independence of special interests by twice sending in the National Guard to terrorize locked-out copper miners. 58 As a programmatic contribution towards such a middle-class reorientation, the New Republic urged the Democrats immediately to dump the nuclear freeze, election campaign reform, comparable worth, affirmative action, and bilingual education. 59. Meanwhile, black Democrats, far from reaping new influence because of their stalwart loyalty to the party ticket, were scapegoated by virtually the entire white Democratic establishment for losing the election. Former Johnson aide Harry McPherson, testifying before the Center for National Policy, warned that Protestant male Democrats are becoming an endangered species. Since blacks now own the Democratic Party, 60 Robert Strauss, the former DNC chairman, talked darkly to Time magazine about the hunger of women, blacks, teachers, Hispanics, and Jesse Jackson's grip on the party. 61 He was upstaged, however, by Morton Kondraka's shrill warning that Jackson could use this black base, the largest single bloc in the party, to push his agenda of drastic cuts in defense spending, large new social expenditures, and identification with Third World liberation causes. This is a script for making the Democrats into an American version of the British Labour Party, with Mr. Jackson playing the role of Tony Benn. 62 Kondraka's New Republic, the site of a particularly virulent strain of democratic neoliberalism, underlined the threat to Western civilization posed by the black electorate with a raving editorial in Near Goebbels's Pratch. Submerged in pathologies of crime, violence, arson, and drugs, blacks were more stunted politically than at any other point in a generation. This collective criminal class, exceptional in its political immaturity and irresponsibility, would no longer be indulged by white liberals or other Democratic constituencies. In another time and under another ethos, perhaps we would all feel morally burdened by these humiliating pathologies of so many of our fellow citizens, but we would have to live a more spacious conception of citizenship than the one we now live by. 63. The chic racism that had invested liberal critiques of the Jackson campaign in the spring came flooding down the spillways after November in even more strident forms. Nor was the putatively left press immune to such fulminations. In January, In These Times published a retrospect of the Rainbow Coalition's role in the election by James Sleeper that sounded, even if more gently and paternalistically, many of the same themes of the New Republic. Jackson's rallies were group exercises in therapeutic self-assertion, bonfires that failed to illuminate the larger political landscape because they generated few constructive programs for American society as a whole. Jackson's upfront appeals for racial solidarity in the election arena violate traditional American political culture. 64 Dissent, for its part, brought an ex-black revolutionary turned born-again Jew, Julius Lester, to denounce Jackson as a racist and anti-Semite, of questionable morality, who had tried to pretend that he was a black Wizard of Oz. Lester blamed the Rainbow for attempting to build a feudal coalition of rejected groups instead of looking towards the broad middle classes, the true source of empowerment. 65 Meanwhile, for Social Democrats USA, Bayard Rustin was on hand at Norman Podhoretz's birthday to denounce black extremism and to praise the great man for refusing to pander to minority groups in his fight against quotas and black studies. 66 Black Democrats and Jackson supporters were stunned by the vitriolic intensity of these attacks on themselves as an anarchic special interest. Jackson lashed back at what he described as a cultural conspiracy against blacks, and criticized the Democratic leadership for its failure to provide a rational analysis of why it lost. 67 He also specifically condemned the AFL-CIO executive for their role in scapegoating his campaign. Yet at the same time, the New York Times reported that he was chastened by the reaction of party regulars and once again made conciliatory moves towards the DNC. A friend was quoted as saying, "Jesse doesn't want to leave the party. He's afraid the party's leaving him." 68 Jackson's apprehension is probably correct. Mondale's incontestable defeat has dramatically accelerated the succession process through which younger neoliberals, with scant loyalty to labor or minorities, are replacing the leadership of older New Dealers and Southern conservatives at all levels of the Democratic Party. During 1984, two new power poles emerged to contest the party's future. First, Kennedy liberals and Mondale regulars lost the leadership of the House Democratic Caucus to an aggressive group of young neoliberals, sportingly known as the Wednesday Night Bridge Club, led by Richard Jefford, who succeeded Gillis Long as caucus chair, and Tony Coelho, the corporate fundraiser extraordinaire of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee. 69 Front-runner to become the next Democratic whip, Coelho has tended to supply the tactical skills, while Jefford has provided the ideological direction. Indeed, this latter congressman from the white, segregated and heavily Catholic suburban fringe of St. Louis, who earned his seniority opposing programs for the poor, school busing, and women's rights, has become something like the Dr. Faustus of congressional neoliberals. In 1982, he drafted the Democratic Caucus's economic blueprint that shoved aside traditional Democratic welfare priorities to argue for a high-tech industrial policy along lines that anticipated Hart's platform in 1984. Since then, he has been a passionate lobbyist for a Democratic realignment away from blacks and labor, and towards the upwardly mobile middle classes. 70 He and Coelho have several times succeeded in defeating older New Dealers and Kennedy liberals, notably in their sabotage of a proposed American Defense Education Act that would have forced Reagan to provide $9 billion in aid to local schools. Long before November, his Bridge Club was discussing how to turn a Mondale defeat to its advantage and impose a major overhaul of both the party's ideological image and the way its leaders communicate with the public. 71 This new Democratic agenda has been spearheaded by the Tax Simplification Bill, which Jefford has co-sponsored with neoliberal Senator Bill Bradley, in an obvious attempt to head the Reaganites off at the pass with a tax reform that offers even more to high-tech industries and to the professional middle classes. Confronted with the onslaught of the Jefford, Coelho current and their Senate allies, Kennedy liberals have given ground or changed their strips altogether. In the House, lame duck Tip O'Neill has agreed to devolve power to the 30 to 40 younger Democratic subcommittee chairs and caucus leaders. At the same time, O'Neill has virtually conceded that effective Democratic congressional opposition to Reaganomics is now impossible, given the overlapping of ideological perspectives between the neoliberals and the administration. In what the Washington Post characterized as an extraordinarily conciliatory statement about not blocking Reagan's budget proposals, O'Neill sounded many of the neolib themes himself, saying he was willing to slash billions from revenue sharing and grants to local governments for community development and urban projects. 72 He has told fellow Democrats they must shed the image of being knee-jerk defenders of spending and weak on defense. 73 No one has shed faster, however, than the West Side machine of Congressman Howard Berman and Henry Waxman in Los Angeles. This predominantly Jewish political network, which is the coming power in the California Democratic Party, has made a hard turn to neoliberalism in the wake of the Mondale defeat, jettisoning its historic alliance with Los Angeles's black mayor, Tom Bradley, whose political aspirations and social base are now seen as a hindrance. 74. A second center of neoliberal succession has emerged among Democratic office holders in the Sun Belt, particularly the Democratic governors. It is one of the ironies of recent American history that the middle-class tax revolt of the late 1970s has been responsible for a great reinvigoration of the power of governors, as fiscally crippled cities have been forced to throw themselves on the mercy of state houses and legislatures. In the Democratic Party, this has taken the specific form of strengthening the intra-party influence of governors against big city mayors. Since early 1983, when they scrapped the Democratic Governors Conference, a subordinate arm of the DNC, to form the Independent Democratic Governors Association, Southern and Western Democratic governors have been in the forefront of demands for a return to the white middle class. As Texas Governor Mark White confessed to the Wall Street Journal, the National Party has to get aligned with mainstream America, and the group who can do that is the Democratic governors. 75 Business Week was probably prophetic when it observed that the fundamental political direction of the governors is moving further right from neoliberalism. 76 Although Rob and hawkish Georgia Senator Sam Nunn are prominent spokesmen, the real ideologue of the Sun Belt governors, and functional counterpart to Jefford in Congress, may be Babbitt. An exponent of radical centrism, as well as scab herding, he has connived to combine Gary Hart themes with consistent support for major Reagan programs like tax simplification, a superb proposal, merit pay, and anti-urban federalism. At San Francisco, he was the leading proponent of Iacocca for vice president. 77. In the immediate aftermath of the election, Babbitt and Rob led their Confederates from the Sun Belt in a blocking action against any diminution of the power of white-dominated state party machines in the South or any increase in the influence of black Democrats. In San Francisco, the Jackson delegation had demanded the reform of the nomination process towards a proportional representation system that would prevent the kind of disfranchisement which occurred in 1984. Similarly, Hart wanted a reduction of the power of elected officials in the selection process. Mondale had purchased Jackson's pledge not to bolt the convention and Hart's support of most of his program by agreeing to establish a fairness commission to review the nomination process. But under ferocious counterattack by Cope and labor delegates, Mondale postponed the appointment until after the convention, when Hart and Jackson would have reduced leverage. In November, the Association of State Democratic Chairpersons, meeting in the Virgin Islands, unanimously voted to pack the membership of the commission with party regulars. The liaison with Jefford that was crucial to pulling off this Virgin Islands coup soon led Babbitt and Rob into a full-scale alliance with the House neoliberals. In February 1985, they defied the Democratic National Committee by establishing, under Jefford's chairmanship, their own dual-power Democratic executive, the Democratic Leadership Council. The initial membership of the DLC included 10 governors, led by Babbitt and Rob, 14 senators, led by Sam Nunn, and 17 representatives, led by Jim Jones, the powerful chair from Oklahoma of the House Budget Committee. Only 4 of the founders were from the Northeast, there were no women, and only 2 blacks, one of whom, however, is the potential spoiler of the Black Caucus, William Gray III of Philadelphia, highest-ranking black committee chair. This concert of the House neolibs with the Sun Belt state houses has thrown the former followers of Ted Kennedy on the defensive, spoiling whatever hopes the younger dynasty might have had of turning the Mondale defeat to his own advantage. Not only was new DNC chair and ex-Kennedy aide Richard Kirk forced to acquiesce in the Democratic Leadership Council's coup de main, but within days of his difficult election, he was signaling his own distance from the labor movement. "I am not a captive," and his Great Society passed. "The Democrats must return to traditional values, they must earn anew the political respect of mainstream America, etc." Point 78. Concurrently, the AFL-CIO virtually went to ground, fighting rearguard actions over tax policy, and generally avoiding any sharp confrontation with the ascendant Neolib Sunbelt Alliance. The most energetic exercise of Labor's lobbying power in the 6 months following the election was its combination with these same forces to attack minority caucuses. With the AFL-CIO leading the charge, the DNC voted to revoke the seats that the convention had allotted to caucuses on all standing committees, allowing only blacks, women, and Hispanics to maintain a residual presence on the executive, while establishing the gay, liberal, and Asian American caucuses. Then, according to the New York Times, Labor helped punish one of its political enemies by mobilizing to defeat Mayor Richard Hatcher, Jackson's campaign manager, as a vice chair of the DNC. Point 79. Since Hatcher was the official nominee of the Black Caucus, his rejection was a signal that the Jackson forces and their allies could expect to ride in the back of the bus of the neoliberalized Democratic Party. As Hatcher himself put it, this was a message to white, male America that blacks, Hispanics and women aren't going to control the Democratic Party. 80. What's left after the Democrats? Although some left liberals profess to find a silver lining in the ascendancy of the neoliberals, 81, and a few social democrats even propose what amounts to a strategy of constructive engagement, 82, the post-election power struggles, following in the wake of the sociological verdicts of the election itself, do not offer much solace to advocates of the left wing of realism. Given the considerable investment of hope and resources by most of the left during the election, if not also in the long-range strategy of realigning the Democratic Party, it seems particularly urgent to debate the lessons of 1984. For my own part, I think a provisional balance sheet of the left and the Democrats would have to include the following points. 1. The turn of the ex-New Left toward the Democratic Party coincided, almost to the exact moment, with the liberal retreat from the Great Society program and the beginning of the abandonment of a hegemonic reformism that included the black poor. Almost every major theme of Reaganism was prefigured in the 1977-78 domestic and foreign policy shifts of the Carter administration, thereby inviting one to reverse Ted Kennedy's description of Carter as Reagan's clone. 2. The ascendancy of electoralism on the left, far from being an expression of new popular energies or mobilizations, was, on the contrary, a symptom of the decline of the social movements of the 1960s, accompanied by the organic crisis of the trade union and community service bureaucracies. Rather than being a strategy for unifying mass struggles and grassroots organization on a higher, programmatic level, electoralism was either imagined as a substitute for quotidian mass organizing, or it was inflated as an all-powerful catalyst for movement renewal. 3. Most of the pro-democratic left generally misread the direction of the class and racial polarization taking place in the United States and its impact on traditional electoral alignments. Starting from the misconception that a left politics, whether hyphenated with liberalism or socialism, could be re-established directly on the basis of anti-Reagan populism, it seriously underestimated the power of the petty bourgeois insurgency which is sweeping both parties and recomposing their leaderships. By the same token, it wildly overestimated the attraction of the Democrats, who lack any serious alternative economic program, to a divided and socially dispirited working class. 4. The naive belief in a hidden left majority indicated a deeper incomprehension of how the electoral arena is socially structured and technically manipulated. Refusing to recognize the implacable fact that the power of U.S. capital is reinforced by a field of property interests millions strong, The electoralist left acted as if middle class and corporate domination of the institutions and media of the political system could be equalized merely by mass voter registration, at times appearing to give credence to the parliamentary cretinism that believes the electoral system to be a level playing field between social classes. In fact, the American electoral system, historically the most structurally antagonistic to radical or independent politics, has virtually become an extension of the advertising and television industries, see above, Chapter 4. 5. The role of the trade union movement in 1984 demonstrates all too clearly the contradictions of attempting to manipulate the system through its own elite apparatuses. The AFL-CIO executive mobilized a great deal of organizational and financial clout, with only paltry political result. The logistics of power brokerage within the DNC, and of packaging a candidacy for sale in the national TV marketplace, led Labor successively to minimize and then contain its own objectives. As a result, the AFL-CIO failed to defend the Second Reconstruction or to advance a serious jobs program. Its compersion option for an alliance with finance capital, founded upon an abortive reindustrialization policy, abandoned any pretense of acting in the name of the entire working class. In retrospect, it would have been better in 1984 for the unions to have remained politically divided along previous lines, as from 1972 to 1980. At least some of the more progressive unions, including the public sector unions with large black and third world memberships, might have been freer to express the will of their memberships, particularly toward the Jackson primary campaign. 6. The top-down strategy of DSA and its various influentials was guaranteed to keep them minor pawns in the political machinations of the trade union bureaucracy. Behind the rhetoric of labor unity, the Kirkland policy represented not a progressive opening, but a recrudescence of the political right wing of the union movement. By binding themselves to Mondale in advance of any programmatic agreement, and generally without any consultation of their memberships, the unions lost crucial room for maneuver around their own demands, like plant closure legislation, as well as any leverage at the convention. The last act in this charade was Mondale's ability to forge his own corporate alliance and make a definitive right turn immediately after the convention. 7. The decision of the nuclear freeze and sections of the anti-war movement to make the Democrats the main priority in 1984 was an unmitigated disaster. Far from creating a mass arena for anti-nuclear, anti-interventionist politics, participation in the Democratic camp seriously disorganized these movements, as they allowed themselves to be trapped in the process of accommodation and consensus management that defeated the freeze at the convention and made Central America a non-issue in the fall. Ironically, the most effective electoral actions were carried out by local anti-war and peace groups on the West Coast who remained completely independent of the Mondale campaign and relied on traditional referenda. 8. Because, as James Weinstein has pointed out, the historic Social Democratic leadership has conceived itself playing an essentially courtier role vis-a-vis the trade union and Democratic leaderships, it was unwilling to ally with the one mass left constituency in American politics, the black electorate. 83 Indeed, with its explicit anti-imperialism, the Jackson campaign probably invited an impossible leap from DSA leaders like Harrington or Howe, who have given lifelong dedication to liberal Zionist and anti-communist causes. Moreover, the absence of any serious debate about the election in DSA, except from a passionate group of black members, leaves open, and unlikely of positive resolution, the question of whether even the Debsian grassroots of that organization are capable of challenging its traditional mortgage to Israel and the Cold War, or of realigning the organization toward mass political currents that do not have the endorsement of liberalism. 9. At its worst, the backlash among sections of the white left against the Jackson campaign exposed an ugly neo-racism. More generally, the patronizing reactions to the Rainbow Coalition revealed how profoundly white the self-concept of many left liberals had become, and how unwilling they remained to accept even a modicum of non-white leadership. The contrasting reactions to Ferraro and Jackson are sobering in that regard. Moreover, as the shrinkage of the gender gap in the election indirectly showed, no matter how important feminist consciousness must be in shaping a socialist culture in America, racism remains the divisive issue within class and gender. There can be no such thing as a serious reformist politics, much less an effective socialist practice, that does not frontally address the struggle against racism and defend the full program of a second Reconstruction. 10. The Jackson campaign had a complex, ambiguous significance. On the one hand, it tested the waters for a left politics of jobs and peace based on a multiracial coalition of the most oppressed groups in American society. Among black people especially, it revealed a profound yearning to revive the liberation struggles of the 1960s, a desire that flowed easily and self-confidently into channels of independent political action and protest against the Democratic establishment. On the other hand, the Jackson candidacy remained circumscribed by its self-defeating goal of renegotiating the terms of black subordinacy in the Democratic Party. In this sense, Jesse Jackson acted as the father Gapon of black reformist politics, leading a supplication of inner-city office holders to the Little Father, Walter Mondale. 11. In the event, of course, the galvanization of the black primary vote by the Jackson campaign cut directly across the path of the neoliberal succession in the Democratic Party. The clearest aftermath of November 1984 is the bitter message that the white yuppie establishment in formation has sent to black Democrats. Self-effacing loyalty to the party has only brought hypocritical charges that blacks are a power-hungry special interest. Unprecedented contributions to the national Democratic vote have brought the accusation of causing the white backlash. Far from having won a new deal within the party, black Democrats now face the prospect of becoming pariahs in the post-New Deal party of Jefford, Babbitt, Cook, and Hart. 12. Although this closure of the reformist space within the national and local Democratic parties opens new, long-range possibilities for independent political action, its immediate consequences will almost certainly be demoralization and disorganization. The Jackson campaign was too tied to the prospects of immediate victories and breakthroughs. In the face of a more corrosive neglect from a revamped neoliberal party, black politicians will have even fewer resources, real or symbolic, to offer their followers. A continuing high level of interest in electoral politics is thus unlikely without the prospect of material returns or, at the least, a visible line of march. The political crisis will probably provoke more divisions in the black political family between party loyalists, willing and able to settle for local deals and a few prestige appointments, and a more militant leadership looking for a strategy to resurrect the civil rights movement. Epilogue. Inventing the American Left. What will American politics be like after Reagan? I have argued in this book that the decisive political event of the 1978-85 period has been the emergence of a protean broad right, born of the mobilization of new middle strata in defense of the economic and social status gains which they won during the 1970s. Although the new right has been the midwife to this historic transition, and remains the single most powerful ideological constituency in the country, it will probably not be its principal beneficiary. Rather, within both parties, a potential third party of the center-right, or conservative populism, is struggling to emerge from the shell of the old. Among the Democrats, as we have seen, a neoliberal succession is reshaping the party's power structure, marginalizing labor and minorities. On the Republican side, the analogous development features the high-growth, pro-entrepreneurial platform of Kemp and Gingrich versus the traditional corporate republicanism of Senate leaders like Dole. Just as the Democratic neoliberals have been consistently willing to displace the costs of middle-class mobility onto the backs of the working poor and unemployed, disregarding the price in party unity, so too has the conservative Opportunity Society startled some observers by the alacrity with which it upsets Republican solidarity to advance the broad interests of the middle class and high-tech industry against older industrial special interests. In both cases, the traditional shape of political discourse has been remodeled around a new, assertive definition of social hegemony. Neither the people, in the expansive Rooseveltian sense, nor General Motors, in the Republican Eastern establishment sense, any longer determines what's good for America. The general social good is now equated with a middle-class mainstream shorn of special interests, especially when these latter are poor or black. The social demobilization of the lower classes and the narrowing of the electoral universe during the 1970s have made it easier for the baby boom nouveau riches to imagine themselves as the new heartland of a high-tech economy. It is instructive to compare these simultaneous insurgencies and parallel discourses of neoliberalism and supply-side republicanism with the great bipartisan revolt of the 1898 to 1912 era. In spite of the universal romance of the younger generation of bourgeois politicians with populism, it is the progressive movement of Roosevelt and Wilson that provides the comparable precedents of right-wing reform, middle-class self-assertion, generational succession, the rise of frontier capital, a fetishism for efficiency and new technology, and a confident white supremacism. But just as the two wings of progressivism left a complex, Ramified heritage, while failing despite Bullmoose and, later, La Follette to create a permanent petty bourgeois third party or to supplant the McKinleyite configuration of class and ethno-religioous alliances, so too it is unlikely that the present ideological affinities between New Republicans and New Democrats augur permanent solutions to the dealignment crisis of the party political system that has been traded back and forth between the two parties like a hot potato for 20 years. One can, of course, imagine some form of bipartisan coalition or further convergence between supply-siders and neoliberals, but such a regroupment could only take root and produce a new critical realignment if it were to possess a compelling economic logic conformable with the interests of the most powerful fractions of capital. Both New Deal democracy and its satellite, Dewey republicanism, were firmly anchored in the institutionalized class collaboration made possible by the political economy of Fordism. Reaganism, in contrast, has had the success of a transitional form, temporarily welding together, through military Keynesianism and financial hyperaccumulation, the interests of all propertied layers at the expense of a new immiseration for the poor and a broken social truce for the unions. It has been an attempt to preserve the entire structure of property values and capitalization accumulated by the bourgeoisie, the middle strata and the more privileged segments of the white working class over the past 30 years, a popular front against the depreciation of inefficient fixed capital or the deflation of speculative equities. But the very success of the first phase of Reaganomics, as I argued in Chapter 6 above, has only prepared the way for the inevitable second phase of conflict and zero-sum competition within the Reaganite coalition itself. My central point in the preceding chapters is that the common program of the new progressivism is unlikely to charm a new golden age of high growth into existence. Its deployment of state spending, fiscal transfers, and deregulation to fertilize the entrepreneurial and professional opportunities supposedly imminent in the new technologies and services can at best stave off the inevitable day of reckoning for the imperial hegemony of the U.S. economy. A more likely scenario is that the middle strata and the nouveau riches will have to confront in the next downturn what they feared, but avoided through Reaganomics, in the last, a closing frontier of income and status mobility. Only when broad sections of the middle classes have had to live for a time on diminished rations will the true politics of overconsumptionism become visible in mature form. Anticipating the effect of such a crisis cutting through the tinsel of yuppie lifestyles, Arthur Schlesinger, Jr. has predicted the return of a chastened middle class to the fold of Keynesian liberalism, even though he is a bit hazy about where its remaining adherents may be hiding. Point one: others, including an apprehensive Kevin Phillips, have foreseen a rather different future, the further growth of the new right and its potential metamorphosis into a homegrown fascism. Point two: more likely than either, if difficult to visualize in any concrete detail, is the radicalization of the broad right spectrum represented by neoliberalism. Unlike the 1929-33 period, when the chain reaction of crisis proceeded via virtually automatic economic mechanisms, the coming crisis of the yuppie boom will at every crucial juncture pass through the political system, overloading the circuits of Congress with insistent, hysterical demands to abate any deterioration of the middle strata socio-economic position. As the experience of the last decade has made abundantly clear, middle class and neo-entrepreneurial interest formation is now so well funded and powerfully embedded in the new post-party electoral system, that it can override any attempts by labor or black groups to lobby for preferential relief for their constituencies. As neoliberals and their Republican compeers pull out all the stops to prevent the ruination of their social base, the political system will respond first, and most powerfully, to their demands. Precisely because there is number 1990 Keynes nor any armory of alternative economic policy waiting to be wheeled in to save late capitalism, crisis management will proceed by the cult of political will, rather than by the invocation of any particular schema. After the collapse of the supply-side revolution, it is unlikely that purely economic ideology will again hold dominant sway. Hobbes, rather than Adam Smith or Milton Friedman, may be the business school deity of the next decade. Reagan's successors, be they of the stamp of regular Republican Robert Dole, or of corporate magician Lee Iacocca, will almost certainly be compelled to continue down the path of voluntarist economic management, treading the well-worn tracks of Nixon and Reagan. While it would be imprudent to predict with any confidence the precise outcome of these tendencies, one plausible scenario would have the neoliberals, shorn of their adolescent panaceas and chastened by the rigors of crisis, re-emergent as pragmatic, hard-headed economic nationalists. Domestically, the chief concern in a crisis period will be to launch crash programs to shore up high-tech industries and regional growth poles in the South and the West. Star Wars Reagan's version of industrial policy for the Sunbelt military-scientific complex would be likely to assume strategic centrality in such a rescue operation. Similarly, neoliberals, in league with like-minded Republicans, may adopt budgetary and fiscal policies that would further speed the net transfer from older industrial areas and inner cities. Constrained by the costs of such massive deficitary programs, they could scarcely avoid savaging the domestic budget to scare up the last pennies to support middle-class entitlements and defense spending. But the political and social repercussions of such a cynical strategy might be more than even the neoliberals could safely bear. To contain an explosive general immiseration and deal with yet higher plateaus of unemployment, they would probably attempt to squeeze major productivity increases out of the public sector with further privatization and actual cutbacks in state employment. What the Kerner Commission report found to be two societies, separate and unequal, may by 1990 be three distinct societies, as segregated from one another as if apartheid were economic common law in the United States. At one pole will be the sumptuary suburbs and gentrified neighborhoods occupied by the middle classes, the rich, and elements of the skilled white working class. Undoubtedly, neoliberalism will seek to preserve the superstructures of social liberalism: sexual toleration, free and virtually unlimited choice among cultural commodities, and the general ethos of human potential, while building new parapets between this gilded paradise and the other social orders. Outside, in the first circle of the damned, will be the ghettos and barrios, now joined by déclassé and deindustrialized layers of the white working class. Possessing citizen rights to a minimal social safety net, this enlarged low-wage working class would remain politically divided and disenfranchised, as unions continue to be destroyed and the influence of labor and minorities within the political system declines. With fading hopes of entry into the norm of consumption defined by the boutique lifestyles of the middle strata or the secure employment status of the shrunken core workforces of the great corporations, this sector of the nation will increasingly encounter social degradation and relative impoverishment in the next crisis cycle. But by 1990, there will also be a large outer perimeter of U.S. society composed of workers without citizen rights or access to the political system at all, an American West Bank of terrorized illegal laborers, or, if the Simpson-Rodino legislation is successful, of officially third-class Gastarbeiter. In the next 20 years, this third tier could be a social layer of 20 to 30 million people, a poor Latin American society thrust into the domestic economy. Policing the widening divisions in American society in a time of economic crisis and vanished hopes for the return of a full employment economy may involve not only futuristic techniques of surveillance and preemptive repression, sanctified by the longevity of the Burger Supreme Court, but also the further dissemination of a culture that justifies the spiraling viciousness necessary to justify socio-economic apartheid. This ideology, already on the horizon in such nighttime TV staples as Miami Vice, Hunter, and Hill Street Blues, and in the streets in the disgusting popular outcry in support of the New York City subway vigilante Bernhard Goetz, reposes on a simultaneous sentimentalization of middle-class life and a demonizing of a putative underclass. Insider the logger of yuppie comfort and professional, managerial values, an enlightened psychological sensitivity informs the management of human relations, while outside, in the second and third tiers of U.S. society, there exists a virtual free fire zone. Girding themselves for the defense of their accumulated affluence, the new and old middle strata are taking on the armor of merciless resolution celebrated in New Republic editorials and iconized in popular consciousness by films like Rambo and Sudden Impact to exclude and repress the dangerous classes that prowl the circumference of their pleasure dome. The same survivalist instincts will regulate neoliberalism's approach to international affairs. Bereft of any grand design for restoring order to a world market rocked by financial defaults and huge trade disequilibria, a neoliberal regime, after fruitless wrangling for multilateral coordination, would probably resort to bilateral diktats aimed at extracting drastic economic accommodations from unwilling allies. As the protectionist tide bursts its dike, U.S. trading partners will be faced with a broad range of retaliatory threats, from the restriction of their imports to the pullback of U.S. troop deployments in Europe and Northeast Asia. Great as tensions between Japan and the United States may well become, the new economic nationalism is likely to reach even more acute pitch in the Western Hemisphere, as future administrations accelerate the trend towards the integration of North America into a single, complex economic system. The management of Mexico's unemployment and social unrest could eventually require militarization of the border zone, as opposed to the half-hearted militarization of the current INS regime, and, not impossibly during the 1990s, a return to the intervention of the Wilsonian period. I have earlier argued that the emergent system of post-Fordist American hegemony will increasingly depend upon the substitution of U.S. military for economic power in an unstable international configuration. If there is a long interregnum of financial disorder and declining trade through the 1980s or early 1990s, a virtual social collapse of many of the already stricken societies of the Southern Hemisphere cannot be excluded. In that event, whatever the immediate outcome of U.S. intervention in Central America, Washington would probably be confronted with a revolutionary crisis of much wider proportions in South America within the decade. Although the variety of forms this crisis will assume cannot be entirely foreseen, its dominant ideological color, unlike in the Middle East or East Asia, is more likely to be an insurgent socialism than any other, perhaps on a new, Bolivarian scale. The bunkered, economically insecure middle strata of the USA, the mass ruling class of the American world system, will not look with sympathy upon further revolutionary unrest in the Western Hemisphere. It is scarcely plausible that, having turned their backs on the new poverty of U.S. cities, they will endorse the level of economic aid and co-development necessary to restore growth and absorb escalating social tensions in Latin America. More likely is the prospect that the current counter-revolutionary interventions in Central America are merely opening salvos in a generalized social war pitting the insurgent poor of the hemisphere against not only their local ruling classes but, increasingly, the rich classes in the North as well. For the broad right in North America would, in these circumstances, see the revolutionary process in Latin America and the Caribbean, including the potential Yankee Ulster of Puerto Rico, as an immediate and overarching threat to a U.S. economy that has become increasingly entrenched in its hemispheric fortress. Even with militarized borders, this war could soon spill over into the barrios and ghettos of the U.S., with every sympathizer of Latin Revolution, or perhaps simply brown-skinned worker, assimilated to the already demonized imagery of the black unemployed as the internal enemy. The recent acclamation of the Reagan Doctrine by the self-styled Rambo Democrats in the House surely gives some indication of the character of neoliberal reaction in the darker periods ahead. In a virtual declaration of war on the Third World, liberals fused with Southern Democrats and Republicans in authorizing terrorism against anti-imperialist Third World regimes, while at the same time voting for a new chemical arms race and the stockpiling of nerve gas. Neoliberals have occupied the front row in criticizing the Reagan administration for failing to live up to its promises of exemplary violence against terrorists and revolutionaries. By the summer of 1985, a bipartisan consensus was being forged in support of an invasion of Nicaragua and a global offensive against all revolutionary regimes. The image of a trigger-happy vigilante stalking the world spoiling for a fight, which Democrats tried to hang on Reagan during the 1984 election, has come back to haunt them a year later, as they look into a mirror and see only the benign smile of the national patriarch masking the blend of viciousness, complacency, and potential for irrational violence that are now mainstream political ideology in the age of Reagan. A popular left for the 1990s? If the details of this scenario hastily sketched but not, for all that, empty exercises in imagining the future strike the reader as unduly pessimistic, the reason why they are so drawn is that the political and economic supports for a more humane capitalism no longer seem to exist. The view expressed here is diametrically opposed to that of many recent left liberal and social democratic writers, who profess to see vistas of new liberations and reformist possibilities in late imperial America. A virtual cottage industry has come into existence since 1980, providing visionary recipes for workers' control, the restoration of craft production, expanded welfarism, economic democracy, and social control of investment. Most of these heartening schemes, typically offered as brains trust advice to the left wing of the Democratic Party, have been characterized by a complete absence of strategic design, that is, they lack any specification of the means for their realization. They contain no hint of how, in a period of rampant deunionization and the self-immolation of traditional liberalism, when to stem the tide of either would suppose some massive shift in the balance of forces to the left, they could find a conceivable agency. Rather than taking hope from make-believe social democracy, it seems better to prepare for the colder climate ahead by reflecting as carefully and critically as possible upon the fate of the U.S. left in the 1970s and early 1980s. What would be a summary balance sheet? The left in these years, it might be argued, invariably came back to the revival of one of three alternative projects, each with classical precedent in the history of American radicalism: the Debesian, the Fosterite and, finally, the Browderite strategies. The first, advanced most energetically by Naum and the original editors of Socialist Review, when it was still called Socialist Revolution, as a counterweight to the new communist movements, encompassed an attempt to create a small, explicitly socialist public sphere as a prelude to more active and broader-based socialist politics. The second project, which probably could be typed as neo-syndicalist as well, grew out of the belief, exemplified by William Z. Foster's life and writings, that militant unionism matures almost naturally into political radicalism. This was the inspiration for the workerist groups of the 1970s, who believed that the rank-and-file revolt of the Nixon era would be a seedbed for a new labor left, if not for a new communist party. The third project, akin to Browder's attempted dissolution of the Communist Party during World War II into the ranks of the New Deal, was based on the idea that the left should act as the most militant and consistent wing of the Democratic Party, in the conviction that liberalism could be gradually metamorphosed, via a program of economic democracy or populism, into a practical, Americanized version of socialism. Each of these projects suffered major, arguably definitive, defeats during the 1970s and 1980s. As Chapter 7 explained, both neo-Browderism and its companion social democratic strain, these representing the two principal lineages of DSA, were consumed on the pyre of the Mondale campaign and the anti-New Deal right turn of the Democratic Party. Fosterism foundered during the 1970s on the same reef it had struck in the 1930s. Working-class economic militancy in the U.S. is not in any sense automatically conducive to political radicalization. Rather, the first is often a pragmatic limitation upon the second. Just as the consistent liberal often remains a liberal, so too the consistent trade union militant remains just that. As Lenin pointed out 3/4 of a century ago, with a perspicacity that has yet to be fully assimilated, political consciousness comes from outside the immediate field of the economic class struggle, which is not to say that it is superimposed on the working class by intellectuals, but rather that it grows out of the overdetermination of the economic class struggle by other contradictions and forms of oppression. For instance, as I argued in my opening chapter, the Jacobin path to political class consciousness in Europe arose because of the fusion of early demands for suffrage with struggles for elemental workplace organization, while in Britain and the antipodes, laborism emerged in response among other things to repression of trade union organizational rights. One must not forget that in the USA, too, the hardcore of Deebsian socialism derived from the situation of an immigrant proletariat that endured economic exploitation along with cultural discrimination and, most often in factory towns, de facto political disenfranchisement. The Fordist absorption of the new immigrant strata and their eventual Americanization during the 1940s and 1950s destroyed the social and cultural base of the existing forms of American socialism and communism. Their project could not be revived, as Naum and others essayed, by personal witness and local activism, however cleverly blended with popular culture. Nor is it likely, given the record of such movements up to the present and the growing fractures among various economic strata described above, that a mass socialist politics could ever grow incrementally from molecular conversions or from single-issue campaigns of a sporadically radical character. It is equally implausible that such a mass movement could take the form of an extension of American laborism, as much of the traditional left has consistently imagined. For all its recurrent threats to form a third party, the trade union bureaucracy remains firmly and closely, for this generation at least, tied to the Democratic Party. In turning from its original Deebsian ideal toward entreism into the Democratic Party, most of Naum and the intellectual left aligned with it tacitly abandoned the hope of an explicit socialist politics, to become what Irving Howe has described as loyal allies and supporters or friendly critics of liberalism. 3. In the wake of these failed projects and lost directions, it remains to be asked whether there is any visible social constituency in the United States for a popular left. Or, to frame the problem in Lenin's terms, are there any subaltern strata whose class position is fused with a special oppression that transcends the limits of bourgeois political reform, and whose struggle for daily survival, therefore, generates anti-systemic elements of protest and political solidarity? The traditional, despairing Hartzian answer, of course, is no. There has been no socialism in America precisely because of the absence of any great, unfinished democratic agenda. Constitutional guarantees of suffrage and individual rights have consistently defused the explosion of mass socialist movements on a European model. But this answer, which is the most frequent, if not always acknowledged, justification given for American exceptionalism, is both myopic and inaccurate. Early suffrage and a pioneering mass party system did help to deflect the thrust of early white working class organization from independent political expression, but this has not altered the fact that the oppression of blacks has remained a central contradiction at the heart of the American bourgeois democratic system. If, after the founding of the Republic, the contradiction that shattered the Union was slavery, the demise of the peculiar institution was followed by the defeat of the first Reconstruction, and the new servitude of debt peonage and Jim Crow. It was these that posed the sharpest democratic challenge to the nascent American left in the 20th century. It should be recalled that, in 1933, there were two great oppressed social groups in North America. The first, we have observed, were the second-generation new immigrants who formed the bulk of semi-skilled labor in the mass production economy. The second were the masses of Southern rural poor, a majority of whom were black. While the New Deal reluctantly sponsored the successful reform struggle of the first through the new industrial unions, it was the agent of the social defeat of the second. The New Deal utterly failed to bring any liberation for Southern blacks. Instead, it strengthened the power of their masters by federalizing support for Southern landowners and big planters. As I have argued at some length, the failure of the post-war labor movement to form an organic bloc with black liberation, to organize the South or to defeat the power of Southern reaction in the Democratic Party, have determined, more than any other factors, the ultimate decline of American trade unionism and the rightward reconstruction of the political economy during the 1970s. The frustration of any second Reconstruction was the pivotal event marking the end of the Rooseveltian epoch of reform and its underlying economic base, the integrative capacities of a Fordist mass consumption economy. The minimal democratic program of the civil rights movement, involving the claims to equal housing, equal employment, and equal political representation, has proved to be an impossible set of reforms for contemporary American capitalism to enact. The struggle for substantive social equality for the Black and Hispanic working class is no longer simply part of the unfinished agenda of liberalism, currently on hold while those concerned wait patiently for it to be resumed in the next Democratic administration. Their struggle has evolved, rather, towards what might be called a revolutionary, democratic platform that challenges the current political economy of capitalism. At this juncture in history, as the Jackson campaign demonstrated, the return toward even the unsatisfactory Great Society levels of welfare maintenance and job subsidization would require halting the new Cold War and entail a massive shift of resources from the military to the social budget. Any real movement towards an economic integration of the working poor into a new high-wage environment would involve a radical expansion of the public sector and a complete undoing of the overconsumptionist logic that expresses the social power of the expanded middle strata. Substantive economic citizenship for Black and Hispanic America would require levels of change dangerously close to the threshold of socialist transformation. Into the foreseeable future, the historic agenda of the civil rights movement will become increasingly incompatible with the tendencies of capital accumulation and distribution of political and social power now operative in the U.S. For the moment, Black reformist politics have anyway reached a crisis, a macabre symptom of which was the police massacre in the spring 1985 of MOVE militants in Philadelphia, which burnt out whole blocks of a Black neighborhood under the administration of Black Mayor Wilson Goode, which might issue in a new road toward radical, independent political action. Whether such radicalization could be realized along the lines of the mass left politics prefigured in the Jackson primary campaign will depend, above all, on the organizational unity and political strategy of Black and Third World socialists. The single most important organizational problem confronting the North American left today is the huge disjuncture between the progressive political consciousness of Black America and the weakness of any national Black socialist cadre. The same dilemma applies to Chicanos/Mexicanos in the Southwest. Faced with the catastrophic social deterioration that has resulted from the crumbling of inner-city employment structures, there is an understandable urgency in the ghettos and barrios for a resumption of the liberation movements. But precisely because reformist options have become so restricted, it will be very hard for collective action to generate the immediate concessions and victories that could provide momentum for a wider popular militancy. The problems of political organization in working-class communities of the oppressed are in many ways perhaps greater today than they have ever been. But the crucial lesson to be learned from the political debacles of 1984 is twofold. Democratic reformism has effectively and unceremoniously died. Yet, in the face of hostile media and a concerted, if often unpublicized, effort against it from within the existing democratic power structure, white and Black, conservative and progressive, the Jackson campaign nonetheless succeeded in overcoming the barriers to mass reception of anti-imperialist ideas in the U.S. My thesis is that, if there is to be any popular left in the 1990s, it will develop in the first instance through the mobilization of the radical political propensities in the Black and, perhaps, Hispanic working classes. Reciprocally, the validity and popular appeal of any socialist program or strategy will depend on the degree to which it addresses the axial problem of the revolutionary, democratic struggle for equality. To do so, leftists must reject the majoritarian fallacy, nurtured by fellow traveling in the Democratic Party, that all socialist politics must be cut to fit the pattern of whatever modish liberalism is in fashion or to conform with the requirements for securing practical democratic pluralities. The horizon of the possible and the necessary is not the quixotic project of becoming a loyal fringe of one or another of the capitalist parties, but the fight to build an independent left politics that has real and effective social anchorage. To the extent that sections of the Democratic Party or elements of the middle strata can brought to return to more traditional liberal positions, it will only be because independent forces to their left are militant and well organized, with demands unvetted by the realism of consensus building with establishment politics. What, then, of the organized labor movement? To recognize that the black working class is the potential cutting edge for socialism in North America does not diminish the urgency of defending the still overwhelmingly white trade union movement. Among the central tasks of the left throughout the remainder of this decade will be to support the construction of national networks of anti-concession locals and rank-and-file activists. The first effects of the next downturn will undoubtedly be a worsening of the conditions of struggle between labor and capital. As the trade union movement is forced into ever more desperate defensive battles, the strategic task of greatest moment is unlikely to revolve around new qualitative demands. It will be to defend, at all costs, the principles of egalitarianism and solidarism. Above all, the left must oppose the trend, exemplified in the fateful auto settlement of 1984, to abandon the unemployed and the inner cities in exchange for precarious security for senior, white, workers. Furthermore, an alternative strategy will need to develop new links and alliances, from the bottom up, between trade union groups and community/political organizations in the inner cities. Only radical protest on a scale comparable to and utilizing the direct action tactics of the 1960s civil rights movement has any realistic chance of winning battles over plant closures or abating the rampant deindustrialization that has devastated areas like eastern Pennsylvania and West Virginia, and will certainly spread to other locales with the rapidity of a modern-day plague. The crucial question will be whether struggles of unionized industrial workers to save their jobs can be united with struggles by the young jobless, and whether local unions can become broader campaigning organizations. In this regard, the British miners' strike, which led to the creation of extraordinary networks of support between mining villages and inner-city ghettos, is a premonitory example. But all these questions come back to the central, burning issue for the American working class as a whole, whether, through the agency of some form of activist rainbow coalition, a nascent trade union left can form organic and sustained linkages with revived black and Hispanic movements. Another pivotal difficulty, of course, is the degree to which blacks and Hispanics, poor citizen working class and undocumented immigrant working class, can find bases of common civic unity and action. The recent sabotage of a broad black, Hispanic anti-Cook coalition in the New York mayoral contest by a clique of black Democratic ward heelers typifies the kind of narrow ethnic maneuvering that will surely become more frequent in a period of declining resources and exacerbated intergroup competition for jobs and patronage. A true rainbow coalition would have to build largely from below, in opposition to the ethnic machines. It will have to confront the desperate competition in job markets that divides not only blacks from Hispanics, but Hispanics from Asians, and, in the Southwest, Chicanos from Mexicanos. One of the most innovative experiments, however still provisional in scale, has been the emergence in California of political workers' organizations of a general kind that combine strike support, community organization, union building, and left political education. But the ability of any resurgent social movement in the ghettos, barrios, or factories to challenge the present mass property block of capital and the middle classes in the United States is more closely linked today than ever before to the fate of U.S. imperialism on a world scale. If one precondition for the future of a popular left in the United States is a revived struggle for equality based on independent socialist political action, the other and equally crucial condition will be increasing solidarity between the liberation movement in Southern Africa and Latin America and movements of the Black and Hispanic communities in the USA. The possibility for organizing mass solidarity must be one of the principal hopes of international socialism. Just as the struggles in South Africa and Central America can provide models of commitment, creativity, and organization to youth in the inner cities, so could the development of a broadly based solidarity movement in the United States act as a major constraint on America intervention abroad, and a common basis for political action that crosses the color barrier which has inhibited much of the left's political activity during the past decade. It is no disparagement of the existing anti-nuclear or anti-intervention movements to insist that the real weak link in the domestic base of American imperialism is a Black and Hispanic working class, 50 million strong. This is the nation within a nation, society within a society, that alone possesses the numerical and positional strength to undermine the American empire from within. Ultimately, no doubt, the left in the United States will have to confront the fact that there is never likely to be an American Revolution as classically imagined by De Leon, Debs, or Cannon. If socialism is to arrive one day in North America, it is much more probable that it will be by virtue of a combined, hemispheric process of revolt that overlaps boundaries and interlaces movements. The long-term future of the U.S. left will depend on its ability to become both more representative and self-organized among its own natural mass constituencies, and more integrally a wing of a new internationalism. It is necessary to begin to imagine more audacious projects of coordinated action and political cooperation among the popular lefts in all the countries of the Americas. We are all, finally, prisoners of the same malign American dream.